Comes down to this historic night.
It is the hardworking patriots like you who are going to save our country.
And make no mistake, we will win.
I promise I will come back as your Vice President of the United States.
This is our time. This is our time.
Millions of Ohioans have already weighed in on crucial decisions that will shape the future of our state and country. From a critical Senate race with control of the Senate hanging in the balance to the state's only statewide initiative, Issue 1, that could overhaul how our political maps are drawn. And Democrats eyeing a chance to flip control of Ohio's Supreme Court for the first time in more than 40 years. Tonight, we have team coverage covering every angle as your vote gets counted. Election Night 2024 begins right now. Well, the time is now 7:30 and polls all across the Buckeye State are now officially closed as the final voters still waiting in line will cast their ballots. At any moment, the first votes will be counted following what's been one of the largest voter turnouts we've seen in years.
Now, there are major races that will impact you and your family, and that is why 10 TV is bringing you this election special tonight on 10 TV Plus. We have live coverage all night long as we cover everything from the presidential race to the most expensive U.S. Senate race in Ohio history to your local town and your school levy. So you can see our team of reporters spread out all across the Buckeye State tonight. Thanks for joining us on 10 TV Plus for this special election coverage. I'm Angela Ann.
And I'm Yolanda Harris. We're going to begin tonight with the highly anticipated presidential race, one of the key battleground states that both Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Trump have spent a lot of time and money campaigning in, and that's Georgia.
And that's where we find CBS's Christiane Benavides for us tonight. And Christiane, we have to say that we've just learned in the last few moments 3 states have already called the race for president: Indiana, Kentucky, and Vermont. The polls close there in Georgia at 7 o'clock. What are you hearing?
Well, look, we're all looking at these battleground states like right here in Georgia. What we do know is that there is a lot of enthusiasm. Already 4 million people here in Georgia have cast their ballot in early voting, and officials believe about 1 million voted today.
Polling sites across the country are seeing strong turnout as voters decide the next president.
Voters say they came to weigh in on the issues. CBS News exit polling shows the economy is the #1 issue for supporters of former President Donald Trump, followed by immigration.
The southern border is definitely a big issue for me.
While supporters of Vice President Kamala Harris say they are most concerned about the state of democracy, followed by abortion.
For me, it's going to be women's rights.
Voter enthusiasm has been high.
I love the energy.
So you think both sides are energized?
To a certain extent, yeah, I think so. I think you're seeing more passion.
What do you think is motivating those who are voting for Kamala Harris?
Hope, honestly. Hope everybody, sees that America is ready to turn this new page in our history.
Harris spent the day calling into radio shows before stopping by a phone bank at DNC headquarters.
We have all these volunteers here. You'd be really excited to know. There are just a lot of young people who are here calling the neighbors all over the country.
Casting his ballot in Palm Beach, Florida, Trump sowed doubt about the process.
I'm hearing in Pennsylvania they won't have an answer till 2 or 3 days from now. I think it's an absolute outrage if that's the case.
Both candidates will be watching closely with one of the most contentious and unpredictable campaigns in history now in the hands of the people.
Polls show that the race here in Georgia is razor thin, but officials are hoping they'll be able to count most of the ballots by 8 o'clock tonight. That's in just about 26 minutes. Ladies?
Christiane, thank you so much reporting live for us from Georgia. Meantime, coming up at 8:30 tonight, we do have reporters live outside both the Trump and Harris headquarters, where we'll have an update on how those campaigns are feeling as your vote gets counted. We do want to note that in the last few minutes, as we said at the top of this 10 TV Plus special election, 3 states have now called it for former President Trump. Indiana, Kentucky, and West Virginia, those races have now been called for President Trump.
And then Vermont.
for
Has that been
Kamala
called
Harris.
Kamala Harris.
Yes.
Okay, in Vermont for Kamala
So
Harris.
certainly a lot of things already coming in as we see those polls starting to close.
Right, and here at home, we're seeing a large voter turnout. Right now, some Ohioans are still waiting in line to cast their ballot, even after polls are closed. And if they were in line at 7:30, they will be able to do so. That's because as long as you are in line, you will be able to vote.
10 TV's Carla Vogner joining us at a polling location in Clintonville as those final votes are being cast. So, Carla, we know that people were starting to kind of trickle in right towards that 7:30 deadline. What are you seeing now?
All right, we don't have her audio. We can't hear her right now, but we're going to check back with her in just a bit. She's at the Whetstone Community Center. So a lot of people getting out voting and, just taking their time. I went on Sunday, which was the last weekend day of early voting, waited in line for like 3 hours. So it is, but everyone was in a cheerful mood. They wanted to cast their vote and they just kind of made friends in line, So that's one of the things that the people are doing now. They're just kind of waiting in those long lines and making the best of it.
And so again, we were saying that if you were in line before 7:30, you would not be turned away. So let's get back to Carla Vogner. I think we fixed that audio issue now. And Carla, we can still see some people kind of behind you. Are those the poll workers or still some people waiting to vote?
Yep, those are the poll workers. We're officially closing down here at the Whetstone Community Center. The final voter here casted her ballot just a few moments ago. Everyone clapped, and now all the poll workers here are starting to pack up after a long day. It was a very busy day here at the Whetstone Community Center. This is one of the busiest polling locations, we are told from the Board of Elections. But in the last few hours, we've been hanging out here, and it's been pretty slow. The poll workers tell me that this morning was really the prime time for voting here at Whetstone. The line was at one point wrapped around the building for about a 45-minute wait, and it sounds like that was the case at a lot of polling sites. We were in Reynoldsburg today, saw a long line there that voters said they've never waited in a line so long to cast their ballot there. We also stopped in Delaware, and they were moving people through the polls, but we did just get an update from the Franklin County Board of Elections. So as of 6:30 in this county, 37% of voters casted their ballot today. So we have a 65% voter turnout in Franklin County so far, including early voting. We still need to hear those final voter turnout numbers from the last hour of elections and the absentee ballots. So we'll bring you those as we get them. Back to you guys.
All right, Carla, thank you so much. We do want to bring in 10 TV's political reporter, Doug Petcash now. Doug, all night long, you are following every major race using this huge, massive touch screen here. It's got the entire country on it. So let's first talk about that presidential race. We've already heard 4 states have called it.
Yeah, we're showing those on the board right now. Angela, as you and Yolanda were talking about, not long after polls closed in Indiana and Kentucky. Some of the polls there close at 6:30, so those results are coming in. Indiana, Kentucky, West Virginia have all moved into former President Trump's column, bringing his electoral college vote total up to 23. So far, just Vermont here with just 3 electoral college votes have swung into the Harris column. Of course, very early on, the goal here is to get to 270 electoral college votes. These states, none of them right now are the key swing states that we're talking about. Those results are most likely to be much later in the evening. So we're going to be really keeping a close eye on Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada over here. In Pennsylvania, we're hearing in one polling location in Lehigh County had a 7-hour wait.
Oh my God.
And they're asking to extend the time for voting there. So Pennsylvania was already expected to be really slow in getting the vote count out because they weren't allowed to start processing ballots until today. They couldn't even open the absentee ballots and things like that. So it could take a long time and maybe even longer in Pennsylvania, which is really a key state for both of the candidates. We're also, of course, following the Senate race here in Ohio.
That's a huge race.
Yes.
We're not the only ones following. The entire country is watching.
Looks like we are starting to get some very early returns in right now from Ohio here. And right now, so far, Bernie Moreno, 49.6 to Sherrod Brown's 47.8. These are just the absentee and early in-person vote count that are starting to come in right now. But almost 2.6 million Ohioans voted early. So right now, we're looking at about 75,000 or so votes in, a long way to go on that race. And this race is so important. $400 million spent on this race in campaign advertising. That includes the primary, but that is a lot of money, the most expensive in U.S. history. And we are going to be able to look at the balance of power this evening in the U.S. Senate. As it stands right now, the Democrats hold a 51-49 advantage in the current Senate. But we've already heard that Joe Manchin, who was a Democrat, West Virginia, not running, and they've already called his seat to go to the Republican
side,
in there. So you can take this blue dot off the board, and now you've got a 50-50 split. So we're watching Moreno and Brown really tightly because of how tight that race is and how important it is for balance of power. Also, the Montana Senate seat between John Tester and a 38-year-old former Navy SEAL named Tim Sheehy, who is running against him. So this is all in play right now. And then if it does end up 50-50, whoever wins the presidency, their vice president would be the tie-breaking vote. One of the key races we're watching, as well as issue 1, congressional races, and everything
Which
else.
is why we have been saying, leading up to Election Day, why every vote does matter in this election. And we should let people know that this map that Doug just showed you is live and interactive. So as those races start getting called, this will change. So you'll be watching this all night for us.
Oh, definitely going to keeping a close eye on this.
Great.
Presidency, Senate race for sure.
All of it.
Yep.
Doug, thank you so much. Well, right now we do have live team coverage of these. And 10 TV's Rochelle Aline joining us live in Columbus. She's at Senator Brown's watch party. But we're going to go to 10 TV's Kevin Landers. He's at Moreno's watch party there in Cleveland. So, Kevin, what's the energy like, especially as we're getting some of these early results starting to come in with states leaning towards President Trump?
Yeah, this ballroom behind me was virtually empty, and now as we step outside, you can see that people are beginning to file in, getting excited for these results as they come in here in Westlake, a suburb of Cleveland. You know, all those political ads between Bernie Moreno and Sherrod Brown on social media and television are now come to an end. Tonight, it's finally about the people's vote. These two candidates have made headlines not only on what they've said, but what they've spent to win this valuable Ohio seat. Estimates have both parties spending more than $400 million in ad spending. Republican Bernie Moreno comes into the race having never held public office. The former Cleveland car dealership owner is giving Democrat Sherrod Brown, who's been in office since 2007, a run for his money. Brown has not lost an election since he arrived in the Senate. Tonight, Moreno hopes to make history by dethroning him. As we mentioned, Moreno was a virtual unknown until he received that endorsement from former President Donald Trump. And now it looks like people are beginning to clap at some of the returns. But we'll see tonight if Moreno comes from behind that blue curtain a victor or not. Reporting live in Westlake, Kevin Landers, 10 TV News. And Rochelle Ali, we'll send it back to you covering the Brown campaign.
All right, Kevin, thank you so much. Again, we're at the Hyatt Regency in downtown Columbus, getting ready to head into the watch party. We've seen quite a few people trickling towards the front door, so we are expecting a pretty big crowd. But before we head in, I did want to touch on something important. The Associated Press and several other entities have reported that the economy was top of mind for many people as they were heading to the polls to cast their ballot this election cycle. And this is an issue that we have actually pressed Sherrod Brown on several times here at 10 TV. And we talked to him about what he wanted to do to give Americans more breathing room when it comes to their budget and beefing up the economy. He told 10 TV that he has supported a few things. They include student loan forgiveness, programs to help people buy homes, lowering the federal interest rate, working to lower the cost of an education, investing in infrastructure and clean energy as well to help create jobs, not just here in Ohio, but across the country. And again, that is his pitch to voters in Ohio. And he says that he's hopeful that at the end of tonight, he'll be able to keep his Senate seat. We'll be here throughout the night to report on his campaign watch party and let you guys know the results. For now in Columbus, Rochelle Aline, 10 TV News.
All right, thank you so much, Rochelle, for that. Now, you know, this race has really been the most expensive U.S. Senate battle in the nation's history. Experts say at least $300 million has been spent in the race between incumbent Democrat Sherrod Brown and Republican challenger Bernie Moreno. Now, Kevin Landers was giving us all that information there about that. Now, let's talk about, let's go and talk about this particular race. I'm sorry, what my producer said. All right, we're going to take a look at now to see who's behind all the money that has been spent on that race.
I'm Sherrod Brown and I approve this message.
Incumbent Democrat Sherrod Brown,
buckle up, Ohio. We're just getting started.
And challenger Republican Bernie Moreno are each armed with bags of cash.
Special interests supporting Bernie Moreno are spending more than $100 million in negative ads against me.
Brown has raised $51 million, far outpacing Moreno's $15 million war chest. Ian Vanderwalker studies elections for the Brennan Center for Justice.
It is not true that whoever spends the most wins.
Hundreds of millions of dollars of outside money is pouring into both campaigns. Sarah Briner is research director at Open Secrets, which tracks campaign spending.
Moreno particularly has benefited hugely from outside spending. I think so far this cycle, we have around $45 million spent supporting him, and then an additional $33 million opposing Brown. So that's way more than Brown is getting.
Top contributors for each candidate breaks down this way, according to the website Open Secrets. For Brown, it's these 5 groups. For Moreno, he's relying on these 5 industries, but that's money that can be tracked.
There is money that is impossible to trace.
It's called dark money, mostly untraceable cash, and it's playing a big role in this campaign.
The opacity is there on purpose to mislead, to obfuscate the true source of money, and to, reduce the accountability that these groups have to the public.
Moreno's top contributors are from political action committees. Defend American Jobs, a super PAC affiliated with the cryptocurrency industry, donated more than $30 million, according to the Washington Post.
That is definitely an industry to watch in terms of trying to build influence in Washington.
The Senate Leadership Fund, another PAC affiliated with Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell of Kentucky, has spent more than $20 million on the race, according to Open Secrets. The Win Senate PAC, a pro-Democrat fund, has spent nearly $20 million on advertising attacking Moreno on behalf of Brown, according to Open Secrets.
Your Senate vote will dictate our future.
Because the race is so close, voters will continue to be inundated with political ads. But it's who's behind the ads that experts say voters should pay close attention to.
I think it's important to keep an eye on who are these big industries, who are these ideological spenders.
Kevin Landers, 10 TV News.
Kevin, thank you. So another race that we are closely watching on is the only statewide issue on your ballot. This is issue 1, and it will determine who will hold the power to draw Ohio's political maps.
Now, the group behind the proposed constitutional amendment says this will help end gerrymandering in Ohio, while those against it claim issue 1 will require gerrymandering.
Let's get to 10 TV's Doug Petcash again, joining us here in studio. Doug, let's break down what could be passed by Ohioans tonight.
The proposed constitutional amendment will appear on your ballot as Issue 1. It aims to put the political map-making process in the hands of citizens, not politicians. No politicians, lobbyists, or political party members will be allowed on the commission. It would replace the current redistricting commission, made up of 7 elected lawmakers, with a 15-member Citizens Commission, consisting of 5 Republicans, 5 Democrats, and 5 independents. The proposed amendment says the members will be chosen from a demographic and geographic cross-section of the state. So how would they be selected? The 4 lawmakers on the state ballot board would choose 4 retired Ohio judges, 2 from each major party, who would then whittle down the applicants to the 15 sitting members. The new commission would need 9 of the 15 members to approve the redistricting maps. Once the commission has a draft redistricting plan, it would have to hold at least 5 public hearings across the state, then 2 more public hearings on the final plan. That's an opportunity for you to weigh in on the new maps before they go into effect.
All right, let's now bring in and introduce our political expert for the night. Joining us tonight is Nicole Califf-Hughes, a political science professor at Bowling Green State University. Nicole, thank you so much for being here today. We do appreciate you coming in to give us your expertise.
Thank you for having me.
Let's talk issue 1, first of all. Huge, the only statewide issue here on the ballot, a proposed constitutional amendment that could change the way we draw our political maps. How did we get here?
So we got here in kind of a roundabout way. And so if you go back in time to 2015 and 2018, Ohio voters passed new rules, essentially. They passed initiatives that dictated how we drew our maps. And they hoped to make the process a little bit more bipartisan for state legislative districts and for our congressional districts. And that was in 2015 and 2018. We redrew the lines for the first time with those new rules right after the 2020 census. And it was not a smooth process. It ended up with unconstitutional districts about 7 times, as adjudicated by the Ohio Supreme Court. And so it ended up with a predominantly Republican state legislature that has a little bit more of a Republican share than what we typically see among Ohio voters. That led to claims of gerrymandering, and we now have a new initiative on the ballot that is, again, a citizen initiative that was originally written by the former Ohio Supreme Court Chief Justice, of
who
those
presided
cases.
over those 7
yes,
cases.
Exactly.
Right.
That would get us this more, hopefully, bipartisan process that would bring in the 5 Democrats, 5 Republicans, and 5 independents that were mentioned just a minute ago.
Now, other states have gone this route to a citizens commission, correct?
Correct. Our closest neighbor would probably be Michigan has done it, California has done it, and a number of other states have arrangements that might be like this or a little bit different, but that do seek to remove the ability for legislators to draw their own lines.
And those who are against issue 1 say that there is accountability because the voters can vote out those people who are on the 7-member redistricting commission. The other side, though, has concerns that there won't be accountability among a 15-member citizens commission because they're not voted in.
Correct. You lose with when you have legislators draw the lines or elected statewide officials. When you have them draw the lines, there is some level of electoral accountability. If you don't like the lines, you could theoretically vote them out in the next election. On the other side of that, though, is the idea that you do have legislators essentially picking their districts and drawing the lines. So you may have legislators choosing less competitive districts or safer districts so they can kind of stay in office, which is kind of a natural, something that you want to keep your job, you draw more favorable lines. Voters tend to like competitive districts. We like to have that choice. We like a tight race where we can pick between 2 candidates. And so it can be a little bit hard to get to that if you're drawing safer lines.
Now, we are expecting the early vote count, those 2.5 million, 2.6 million or so Ohioans who cast either early in-person votes or absentee ballots, those numbers to start coming in really any time after 8 o'clock or so, 8 to 8:15. So that's why we're not seeing any results yet on the issue 1 map that we have up here. It's still 0 to 0, but we expect to start getting those numbers very shortly. However, on the presidential race, we are starting to get some movement, and we go back to this map on the Electoral College. Again, just recapping, 3 states have been called for former President Trump: Indiana, Kentucky, West Virginia, giving him 23 Electoral College votes. 1 state, just 3 electoral votes in Vermont for Vice President Harris. Any surprises in this?
No, not at all. These are states that we would have expected to go essentially to each candidate. This is pretty much what we would expect to see very early on. The states that have been called for former President Trump are states that Republicans tend to have an overwhelming level of support. He won these states in the previous elections as well, so this is not something that is surprising or unexpected. And same with Vermont going to Vice President Harris. That's also not expected. I think the more interesting states that we're not quite sure are the ones that are outlined in yellow on the map, and those we're going to have to wait a little bit longer.
Or maybe a lot longer.
Or a lot longer.
Yeah. Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin, California, or not California, Nevada, and Arizona. We're going to keep watching the results as they come in on the touch screen. Nikki and I will be here throughout the next 3.5 to 4 hours to bring it to you. But right now, let's go back to Angela and Yolanda.
All right, Doug, thank you. And tonight, we do want to hear your questions about the election. If you have a question for Doug or our political expert, just text us 614-460-3345 and text the phrase "your question" to that number. Later in our streaming special tonight, we'll pass along your questions and answer as many as we can live. So again, that number to text 614-460-3345. Now, there are still many more races that we are keeping a very close eye on tonight, including another update on the presidential race.
But first, we're going to take a quick break from the stream right now and transition back on air for a quick update for our TV viewers tonight, which you can also see in just a few minutes. Still ahead, though, when we come back, why Ohio has a chance to flip control of its Supreme Court for the first time in decades, and what that could mean for everything from abortion to transgender rights in our state.
Also, we're checking in on the local races and the school levies here in Central Ohio. A lot on the plate tonight. Our crews are live on the ground. That's up next, so stay with us.
Right now, it's been almost half an hour since the polls closed in Ohio. Right now, it's been almost half an hour since the polls closed in Ohio, and we're keeping a close eye on results.
A tight race the entire country is watching right now is Ohio's U.S. Senate seat. So let's get to the latest results. Democratic incumbent Senator Sherrod Brown right now is trailing, and Republican businessman Bernie Moreno is leading by around 9 points. That's only with 5% of the votes counted, so clearly still very early in the night.
All right, let's get to 10 TV's Kevin Landers now. He joins us live from Westlake.
And that's where Bernie Moreno's watch party is happening up near the Cleveland area. Kevin.
Well, good evening. They've been cranking up the music off and on throughout the night. You can see people behind me have gathered as they watch the results come in. The buzz here is that people feel that Bernie Moreno will come away the victor tonight. Bernie Moreno and Sherrod Brown could not be any different. Just look at the ages. Bernie Moreno, 57, Sherrod Brown, 71. Versus the career politician. Sherrod Brown has not lost since he was elected in 2007. Bernie Moreno trying to tell voters he is the outsider with fresh ideas for the Republican Party. We'll continue to watch this as the returns come in throughout the night. Reporting live in Westlake, back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Kevin Landers. 10 TV also has a crew at Senator Sherrod Brown's watch party that's happening in downtown Columbus right now. We're going to bring you a live update from there a little later tonight.
Also tonight, there's another statewide issue that we are watching very closely. This is issue 1, and right now you can see, given what has come in so far, again, early in the night, around 43% of voters have said yes to issue 1, 57% have said no. But again, only 7% of the votes counted as of now, with the polls just closing barely 30 minutes ago. But if approved, issue 1, this amendment would replace the current Ohio Redistricting Commission and change how Ohio creates political maps. Supporters say this will end gerrymandering, but opponents say it would actually make it worse.
And we're also keeping an eye on the COTA sales tax levy. Right now, the county hasn't released we have some early vote numbers, if approved, that this would increase the sales tax in Franklin County by 0.5% and generate $8 billion of revenue for COTA in 25 years. Right now, yes votes at 59%, no at 41%. We're going to take a break now and return you to programming. Now at 8 o'clock, some of the first ballots across the nation and Ohio are being counted right now. All eyes are on the White House as voters decide the next president of the United States. It is a race political experts warn could take hours, days, or even weeks to call, as they say the race could come down to a very small number of votes. Thanks for joining us for our live election night special here on 10 TV Plus. I'm Yolanda Harris.
And I'm Angela Ann. So following these election results closely for us tonight is 10 TV's political reporter reporter Doug Petcash. And Doug, we're already starting to see some of those results trickle in. Still early in the night, but certainly we're seeing some states already calling the race for president.
Yeah, let's just touch on the race for president briefly here. So far, this is the Electoral College map. The candidates need to get to 270 Electoral College votes to win the presidency. So far, 4 states have been called, 3 of them for President Trump. That's Indiana, Kentucky, and West Virginia, giving him 23 total Electoral College votes. Just 1 state so far going to Vice President Harris. Not a surprise as well. 3 Electoral College votes, not delegates, go to Harris to bring her total to still at 3 right now. But as you mentioned, the big race here. Oh, let me go back to that race. I'm hearing right now that Maryland has just been added to the map right here, giving 10 more Electoral College votes to Vice President Harris, bringing her total up to 13. This is going to happen throughout the night. These results are coming in every minute or so. All right, let's go back now to the state of Ohio and look at the Senate race. More votes are coming in, 835,000 votes so far. That's out of the 2.6 million roughly that were early votes here, either in person or by absentee ballot. And so far, Bernie Moreno in those early votes has an almost 4% lead over incumbent Sherrod Brown in this race that we've seen $400 million spent on advertising alone. And so we're going to be keeping a close eye on this. We're not getting any results yet on this issue 1, but we're watching that very closely, as well as the Supreme Court race. We're understanding more states have been called. So let's go back. As I mentioned, this is going to be happening throughout the night. All right, so Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut have just been called for Vice President Harris, now bringing her up to 35. And now also we're seeing some of the southern and southwestern states come in. Oklahoma, Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, South Carolina, and Florida have gone into former President Trump's column, so he is up 95 to 35. Again, remember, the important number here is this 270 Electoral College votes. We're going to keep on top of this. These, as we just saw, about 7 or 8 states have been called on this race so far tonight, and the numbers are starting to add up pretty quickly. And we're really focusing also on those swing states of Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, and Nevada. Those are expected to be the key states that will eventually bring one of these candidates to 270. We did hear about a wild card this time over the weekend. The Des Moines Register did a poll, and usually solid Iowa, which is solidly Republican usually, that poll showed a 3% lead for Vice President Harris, and the 6 Electoral College votes for Iowa could conceivably turn blue this time. We'll have to see how that works out. But if that happens, that changes up some of the scenarios for what Vice President Harris could potentially, for her path to that 270 mark, as I mentioned. Let's check here again, see if we're getting any results. No results yet for presidential race here coming out from Ohio, Angela. Not sure why, because we do have about 800 and some thousand votes counted in the Senate race. So we're going to wait for this map to update, and we'll keep checking in on it, of course. And then once we do have that, we'll be able to see really how the counties are voting for these 2 candidates as well, both on this race and in the Senate race and issue 1.
Yeah, Doug, I'd rather have the tally counters get it right than us putting it up on that map prematurely. But let's talk about this, because I know people who are watching us right now on 10 TV Plus at home might be asking themselves, what does that mean when we say this race has been called? How did 10 TV go into that process? So can you walk us through into how that decision was made?
The way we're making the decision is pretty straightforward. We're going with the Associated Press, of course, and also CBS News, those 2 sources for calling the races. These are based on early vote returns as well as exit polling. And typically at this time, you're seeing states that usually go in the direction they have gone, the unsurprising states, if you will, the ones that have been solidly Republican or solidly Democrat. So we were definitely relying on our colleagues here at the Associated Press and CBS as we call these numbers. People may be watching other networks as well and checking in with us and seeing some different things, but they might be using different sources. We are waiting until we have that confirmation from the Associated Press and CBS to make those calls. And we've been getting quite a few of them on the presidential race as I go back to that here.
Doug, I want you to go back to that national map, because while you were talking the last few minutes, more states have been called. And so if we can take a look at your map, see what that electoral count vote looks like right now.
Well, this is actually where we left it earlier,
Okay.
but we did get those 8 or 9 that came in pretty quickly.
Sure.
And so we had Vermont, Indiana, Kentucky, and West Virginia called earlier. The other blue and red states that have been added are Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, and Maryland for Vice President Harris. And for former President Trump, they've added Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, South Carolina, Florida, and Oklahoma. We expect more states to be coming in with their results and having those states called within moments now. Sure. But other states, we might be here for a long, long night as those key swing states come in. And of course, we're in the Eastern time zone. So these are states that have had their polling locations closed now. And so as the time goes by and the time for the polls to close as we go farther west, then of course we'll be starting to get those clearer numbers as well.
Well, the path to 270 is certainly still a long ways away here. But Doug, thank you so much. We'll let you take a break for a moment. Keep watching that map very closely.
And then we're also hearing that in Alaska, they're close to like 1 a.m.
To 1 a.m.
Yeah,
right.
so I'm not sure how that's going to affect things. Well, tonight the hometown of Senator J.D. Vance is watching this election very closely, as Ohio senator could become the next vice president of the United States if Trump wins.
So Vance is from Middletown, Ohio, and just a half hour away in Westchester, there is a watch party for the race. So that's where we find 10 TV's Clay Gordon tonight. Clay, you're live for us in that Cincinnati suburb, certainly looking like it's getting much busier than this afternoon.
Yeah, Andrew, Yolanda, it's getting very busy here. We're in Butler County. And you mentioned it was about 30 minutes away from Middletown. That's Senator J.D. Vance's hometown. It's more like about 20, 22 minutes, 13 miles, very close. And that brings us here to the Butler County Republican Party watch party here tonight. We're at Lori's Roadhouse. And guys, it is hopping here right now. So obviously Senator Vance is not going to be here tonight for this watch party. But all the people behind me here are watching these big screens very, very closely to see how this is going to shake out for the Ohio senator. And now we were in Middletown a little bit earlier today before those polls closed, and a lot of people there that we talked to are quite happy to have a hometown guy on the big ticket.
Oh, I was very proud that he's from Middletown.
Yeah, kind of exciting to have somebody, local, in the national spotlight, and it's good for the state, good for this town, good for the country.
And talking to friends, family, was everyone familiar with him as an Ohio senator, let alone now a VP candidate, or not so much?
No, I don't think most people knew that he was from Middletown at all.
Yeah, I don't believe so either. I certainly didn't know until he was in national spotlight.
Yeah, but everyone here knows it now, too, because there's even a sign over there that says Butler County, proud home of J.D. Vance. I said it was hopping here earlier. That's why it's so loud, but it's quite literally hopping here. If we take a look over here, there is line dancing throughout the entire night from at least 7 to 9 until this place closes down here. So it's going to be quite the party here in Butler County celebrating Senator J.D. Vance on the presidential ticket. Angela, Yolanda, back to you.
All right, thank you, Clay.
Certainly really interesting when you see a watch party where the candidate isn't even there.
Isn't there yet.
But it's so packed.
Yeah, that's
for
hopping
sure.
already. They usually roll in a little later.
Yeah, but not this time. Well, coming up within the next half hour, we will have reporters live both outside Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's headquarters. Right here on 10 TV Plus, we'll give you a live update as well on how both campaigns are feeling as these votes get counted.
Now, at this hour, more polls are closing across the nation. Most states are officially done with voting along the East Coast and the Midwest where we are. However, there are still several hours left of voting in other parts of the country. As a reminder, state officials won't start releasing any results until after its state polls close. Meanwhile, here in the Buckeye State, polls have now been closed for, almost 40 minutes now. So we're going to bring in 10 TV's Carla Rogner. She joins us live from a polling location in Clintonville.
Carla, last we heard from you, people were starting to wrap up there, mostly the poll workers. By this point, how are things looking?
Yeah, the last person voted here about 40 minutes ago. The poll workers are inside wrapping up now. It was slow moving for the last few hours here, but very busy throughout the day. We're told about 80% of voters registered to this site actually submitted a ballot either today or early. And there were definitely some long lines throughout central Ohio today. We talked to voters at several polls who tell us they were willing to wait however long it took.
I've been voting since I was 18 years old. I've never missed a time voting because if you don't vote, somebody else makes the decisions on your life, on how you're going to live, what you're going to pay for.
An hour wait. I usually wait like an hour for a drink. So I wait an hour here.
Yes, we do have an update on voter turnout in Franklin County. As of 6:30, about 65% of registered voters had submitted a ballot either early or today. About 37% of people were at the polls, and that does not include that last hour of early voting or absentee ballots. So we're hoping now that the polls have closed, we'll get a clearer picture of exactly how many people voted here in Franklin County and across the state. There are questions of whether today's voter turnout could break some records. Live in Clintonville, Carla Rogner, 10 TV News.
It is a record-breaking election here, no doubt. Thank you, Carla. Now let's shift now to the Ohio Supreme Court races. Ohio is among only just a few states where voters could flip partisan control of their Supreme Court. And that's because 3 seats are on the ballot. 10 TV's Doug Petcash is back with our political expert to talk a little bit more about that. Doug?
Yeah, Yolanda, I'm joined by Bowling Green State University professor Nicole Califf-Hughes, who's giving us analysis this evening. As you mentioned, looking at the Supreme Court race with about 1.5 million votes counted so far here in Ohio. That is the early votes right now. Nicole, we're looking at this shaping up with 3 different races right now. We have in the Supreme Court first race, it's incumbent Michael Donnelly against Megan Shanahan, the challenger, the Republican right now in the lead, 52% right there. Joseph Deters and Melody Stewart, both of them are incumbents. Deters is actually running for a different seat than he currently holds, and he right now holds about a 4% advantage there. And then in this third race, 2 newcomers, Daniel Hawkins with about 52% to Lisa Forbes 48%. Nikki, what is at stake here in this Supreme Court race?
Well, there's a couple of interesting things that the court is going to be looking at over the next few years. And so we tend to not think a lot about the Supreme Court until something really either well publicized or important kind of hits their docket. And so the state Supreme Court is going to be doing quite a bit. They're going to be looking at questions of reproductive rights. Ohio voters did pass that constitutional amendment for reproductive rights, including abortion, birth control, and infertility treatment in our last election. But just because it's in the Constitution doesn't mean that's actually in practice until essentially you sue and get that. Essentially,
it needs precedent
it
with
does.
it? Is that what
and
it is?
So essentially, cases are in the courts right now that are walking back some of Ohio's current laws that violate Ohio's Constitution as it reads now. So the court's going to be dealing with that. There are other questions that are coming before the court, including things like school vouchers, different access to questions about health care and how we allocate state funding. All of those kinds of things are going to be on the court's agenda in the next few years.
And that will, the rulings there, of course, will depend on who holds control. This is an opportunity. If the Democrats win all 3 of these, they'll have control of the Supreme Court for the first time in about 40 years or so. And there is something different now about these judicial and Supreme Court justice races because they are now partisan races rather than nonpartisan.
They are. This is something that's newer for Ohio. It's not newer everywhere. States vary in how they select their justices, whether it's election, appointment, et cetera. In Ohio, we elect our leaders of the judicial system here, and they're now partisan races, which means the candidate have to participate in the partisan process. And what we know from political science literature is that partisan elections and elections more broadly get different outcomes than judges who are appointed or selected through merit mechanisms or other types of ways that we do have across the country. And so we see different decisions out of judges when they are subject to an election and when they are subject to a partisan election, because all of a sudden we've essentially put them into a partisan process through our election system. You have to campaign, you have to run, and now we have a party label.
And they would also, I guess, think that they would be judged by the decisions they make by the voters.
They will. That would be a correct fear, is we evaluate based on performance. And so we'll know as partisans how they perform.
We're still waiting for results from Franklin County right now on this race, but as you see statewide, this is shaping up this way with the Republicans in all 3 races right now holding a very slight advantage of about 4%, 2 to 4% in each of those. And as you can see on this map, that's where they are getting their support. The Democrats here in the metropolitan areas and the Republicans more in the rural areas of Ohio. Let's go back to the Senate seat now and see what kind of update we have. Oh, let me get... there we go. Back to the U.S. Senate race here and across the state with still 1.5 million votes, 49.7 to 47.8. What do you think about how this is shaping up and where the votes are coming from in support?
This is pretty much what I think everyone expected the map to look like thus far. I mean, right now it's about 28%, so it just updated a second ago, but you're still looking at less than a third of overall vote totals. If you look at all of the areas that don't have any color in them yet, those are, I think, the ones that remain to be counted.
Correct.
And we've got areas that have a lot of people in them, so we do have a lot of votes outstanding. But I think generally what we can tell and we can look at, this is a really tight race, and it was predicted to be a very tight race.
Yeah, 2 to 4% or so is what I was hearing. We have this feature on this map also called heat. So we turn that on. This will give us an indication of how strong support is for one candidate over the other. You can see in the blue areas, it's not that dark blue because there is some Republican support for Bernie Moreno in these metropolitan areas. And then the darker red, strong support for Bernie Moreno. And again, as Nikki mentioned, those white ones on this map mean that we don't have any results coming in from those counties at this time. But as soon as we get them, we will bring those to you. Back to you two.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Nikki, as well. Great perspective there. We do want to turn to look at some of the local races here in Central Ohio. We're going to start with the Franklin County prosecutor race. This could really be historic. It's a battle between Republican John Rutan and the Democrat Shayla Favor.
10 TV's Lacey Crisp is live from the Democratic Watch Party in Columbus. And Lacey, break down this race for us and why it could end up being historic.
Yeah, absolutely. As we know that Franklin County Prosecutor Gary Tyack decided not to run for re-election. So no matter who wins tonight, they will be a first-timer in this position. Now we have Columbus City Councilwoman Shayla Favor, who is supposed to be here at this watch party tonight. We have not seen her yet. As we know, Republican John Rutan is also running for the race, competing against Favor. He told me earlier today that he will be watching the outcomes at home with his family. Now, I can tell you, in very early reporting right now we have from Franklin County Board of Elections, 68% of the vote is in favor for Shayla Favor right now, as compared to 32% for John Rutan. Now, I did speak with him both earlier this spring when they were running in the primary. Of course, Favor ran in that very tight Democratic primary, a three-way race. And they both said that looking at plea bargains and looking at juvenile crime is both top on their minds. They also both talked to me about how they would make decisions when it comes to things like officer-involved shootings. So, of course, we're anxious to see who wins this race tonight. Again, as I said, would be a first time in that seat.
What happens is these prosecutors treat it like law school, and they charge with ridiculous amounts to enforce plea offers. So with me in there, I'm going to make sure people are charged based upon facts, not for plea negotiations and not for corruptness.
I served as an assistant city attorney with the Columbus City Attorney's Office, where I worked in what is now called the Property Action Team. But it is a division that works to not only address criminal activity in our communities. That could be anything from gun violence to violent crime, human trafficking.
Now, again, very early results, not official results here from the Franklin County Board of Elections, that Shayla Favor has a lead right now, 68% of the votes as compared to John Rutan's 32% of the vote. Of course, we'll keep a close eye on this race. Reporting live, Lacey Crisp, 10 TV News.
All right, thank you, Lacey. And Angela, we touched on this being historic.
Yeah.
This right here. And let's talk a little bit about why that is.
We sure did, because if, as Lacey was mentioning, both of them would be newcomers to this seat. And when Shayla Favor won that Democratic primary, putting her in this race for tonight, if she wins, she would become the first woman and the first person of color to serve as a Franklin County prosecutor since the inception of that office, which dates back to 1805. So when we talk historic, this is truly one of those moments.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, we're also keeping a close eye on several school levies across Central Ohio, and you can see some of them listed on your screen right now. You're looking at these: Hilliard, Grandview Heights, New Albany, Marysville, Westerville, Reynoldsburg, Bexley, Groveport, Madison. A majority of these schools have spent the last several months telling voters what's at stake if these levies don't pass.
Yeah, it's really been tough for a lot of these schools because they have seen some of their levies go down in past elections. And so many of these school districts are mentioning everything from having to let staff go to maybe even cutting some of their programs. One of those is Hilliard City Schools. People very nervous there, so that's where we find 10 TV's Carly Dion. So Carly, what are they feeling right now as we start to see these results trickle in? Oh, I'm not sure if we can hear you, Carly.
Renovated, if there's no sound. Can you hear me?
We've got you now, Carly. Go ahead.
Sorry about that, Angela and Yolanda. I'm standing in front of Beacon Elementary School, which is one of the 3 schools that would be renovated if Hilliard's levy and bond issue were to pass tonight. Now, school districts like Reynoldsburg and Marysville placed emergency levies on the ballot because they're currently spending more money than they're bringing in. And over in Bexley, the city school district's proposed levy will be phased in over 5 years to reach a total of 15 mills to fund day-to-day operational costs. Meanwhile, like Hilliard, Westerville also has a levy and bond issue on the ballot. Both of those levies would allow the district to sustain operations, while the bonds are what will allow them to build new facilities and renovate current ones. We spoke with some voters here in Hilliard earlier about their thoughts on the school levy.
I am flexible on what they ask for. I would love the laws in Ohio to be changed so they can ask, when they ask for money to build a school, they can at the same time ask for the money to run the school and fix the school.
I am very much for the levy. I have students that go to the schools, and one of the main reasons why I live in Hilliard and moved to Hilliard was for the good school systems that we have, and obviously we need the levies to maintain that.
And some voters shared with us tonight that they're against the levy because they don't want to see their taxes go up. But a lot is on the line here in Hilliard, as they say. About 100 jobs could be cut if the levy fails. Live in Hilliard, Carly Dion, 10 TV News.
All right, thank you, Carly. Meanwhile, one major levy in Central Ohio aims to improve and expand our public transportation. If it passes, the COTA levy would fund those changes by raising the local sales tax.
Let's get to 10 TV's Tara Jabor right now following this levy for us. It's called Issue 47. Many people voted on this. You were at the watch party, Tara.
Yeah, guys, that's right. I'm actually here with Monica Tellez-Fowler. She is the CEO and president of COTA. Monica, thank you so much for joining us. My first question is just tell us how you're feeling tonight.
I'm feeling excited to see the outcome of this. I know that our team, as well as our partners, the Linkas partners, have really put in a lot of hard work and in educating the communities about what to expect with Linkas. So we're excited just to see the outcome here.
Absolutely. It definitely is an exciting night, as always Election Day is. I guess my first question is, this is a sales tax initiative. So talk to people about what exactly that means.
Yeah, sales tax. So currently we're funded at a 0.5% sales tax. The ask is that our sales tax share, local share, would be increased to a 1%. This is kind of just right sizing us, because right now we are funded at the 0.5%, and that's under what Cincinnati and Cleveland, Cuyahoga and Hamilton currently are funded at. So in order to get the transit system we need today, but also to grow into what we need for the future, we really need to be funded at the right level. Additionally, it's really a sales tax. So I always like to point out to people, like, as much as we are impacted by taxes on a regular basis, sales tax doesn't cover things like medical prescriptions or food items. Those things are just really the sales tax is on retail items like clothing, shoes, those types of things.
Absolutely. Well, Monica, thank you so much, guys. We'll be following this levy all night. We'll, of course, keep you updated here on 10 TV Plus, but also on 10 TV News at 11. But for now, reporting live in downtown Columbus, Tara Jabor, 10 TV News.
Long night ahead, Tara. Thank you so much. Of course, we're going to keep our eye on many other races tonight.
Yes, but first, we're going to take a quick break from the stream right now and transition back on air for a quick update for our television viewers, which you'll also see in just a few minutes. It's still ahead. When we come back, we'll have a live report from outside both Trump and Harris campaign headquarters and how the candidates are feeling as presidential votes are being counted.
Also, we're checking in on the most expensive Senate race in U.S. history. You'll hear from our team at both Senator Brown and Bernie Moreno's watch parties next.
All right, right now on 10 TV, we are continuing election coverage of Ohio races. I'm Yolanda Harris.
And I'm Angela Ann. So let's get right to the Senate race between Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown and Republican newcomer Bernie Moreno. You can see, given the results that are coming in so far, take a look at this number. 1% of precincts reporting right now, but you can see 50% leaning towards Senator Brown and 47% leaning towards Bernie Moreno. Now, Sherrod Brown is in the lead by just about 20,000 votes. Again, that 50 to 51%, but it is still early in the night here. Those numbers will change throughout the night, and of course, we will stay on top of that here on 10 TV.
And another major race across the whole state is the ballot issue that would change the structure of the redistricting commission. That's issue 1. And with 1% of precincts reporting, the no vote and the yes vote are pretty tied up right now, 50% to 50%. Now, technically, these two are, these are right in a dead heat in this percentages here. Now, again, this all could change in just an hour.
Let's get to 10 TV's Tara Jabor, because Tara, you're at the yes side headquarters with issue 1. What are people there feeling right now?
Yeah, Angela, that's right. We're here at the Yes Party for issue 1. That's with the group Citizens Not Politicians. There's also a no party at the Renaissance Hotel. That's just a few blocks from where we are right now. Now, as you know, map making in Ohio has been a long controversial issue in Ohio politics. If this issue 1 passes, then a new commission will be formed of 15 people to draw political maps. That would be 5 Republicans, 5 Democrats, and 5 independents. The proposed amendment says the members would be chosen from a demographic and geographic cross-section of the state. Right now, political maps in Ohio are drawn by the Ohio Redistricting Commission, which is made up of elected officials and state lawmakers. We'll, of course, be here all night and keep you updated as the results come in. But for now, reporting live in downtown Columbus, Tara Jabor, 10 TV News.
All right, Tara, thank you. And of course, we're going to keep those updates throughout the night. You can also see updates scrolling right there at the bottom of your screen as well.
Yes, but right now our coverage continues right now on our free streaming app, 10 TV Plus. You can find that free on Roku, Amazon Fire Stick, and Apple TV, or go to 10tv.com to watch it live on our website. All eyes tonight are on the presidential race as former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris are anxiously waiting to see who will come out on top after a long and intense race. Thanks for staying with us for our election special on 10 TV. I'm Yolanda Harris.
And I'm Angela Ann. So Trump has been campaigning for the White House ever since he lost re-election back in 2020. Meantime, Harris had a late start when President Joe Biden suddenly dropped out of the race back in July.
Now tonight we have live team coverage outside both campaigns' headquarters.
We start first with CBS's Bradley Blackburn tonight. He's joining us live outside Trump's headquarters in Florida. Good evening to you, Bradley. The night is still young, but what have you heard so far from the Trump campaign as we see a good number of states now calling it for his team?
Yeah, Yolanda, Angela, there were cheers here inside headquarters as some states were called for former President Trump in the last hour. But, you know, these are states that this campaign was expecting to go their way and that they were in fact counting on. And so really, we know that former President Trump's eyes are on Pennsylvania tonight in particular. Just over an hour ago, he called into a radio station in Philadelphia, urging his supporters to get out to the polls before they closed. And he's also been posting on Truth Social, telling anybody who's still waiting in line at the polls to stay there to wait to cast their ballots. He knows this is going to be a tight race in those key states that will decide it, and that's where his eyes are tonight, guys.
Definitely going to be a busy night, no doubt about that. You know, are you feeling the energy where you are? Are you feeling just, what's the feeling in that room?
Yeah, there certainly is excitement here among these supporters. And you guys were talking about the length of this campaign. It's been 721 days, almost 2 years. But this campaign started at Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach. That's where former President Trump announced his candidacy. And now it will end here tonight, this campaign, one way or another. And so we've seen the former president be reflective in a lot of ways in recent days, realizing that this is likely his last campaign, whether he wins or loses. Today, after he cast his ballot in Palm Beach, he said that he was predicting a big win. That's what you would expect for former President Trump. But he also said that he would be willing to accept the results if they don't go his way and they're fair. But we've already seen former President Trump is calling into question the fairness of the vote in some places. And so that's a storyline that we're following very closely tonight, too.
And we'll be checking in with you a little later tonight, Bradley, because we know that Ohio Senator J.D. Vance is likely there with Trump as they await these results coming in later tonight. So thank you so much again for your report for us from the headquarters there from the Trump campaign. Of course, we'll hear from the Harris headquarters in just a moment, but I'm going to send things over now to Doug Petcash and Yolanda, where they're also looking at that nationwide map there that you guys have of all the results coming in.
First of all, Angela, we're going to look at a race that's a lot of people here know about, and that is the 3rd Congressional District with Representative Joyce Beatty. That race has now already been called. Joyce Beatty with 74% of the vote over her opponent, Michael Young, 26%. Beatty has been in the House since 2013. She won, so this is her 7th term, Yolanda, and I know you've talked to her quite a bit over the years.
Yeah, definitely exciting night for her, because when she first got on, she took the seat that her husband, Otto Beatty, had at that time when, he came out, and she just carried it on. And, she's been a big advocate for our area here in Central Ohio and the state as well. So it's going to be definitely is a big night for her.
And what's interesting, too, is Joyce Beatty you have in District 3, and then you have Mike Carey in District 15, a Republican who is a big Trump supporter. But the two of them are very, they work together a little bit, but they're also both members of the Civil Caucus in the House of Representatives because they believe in civility and being nice to people and to getting the job done.
Absolutely,
right?
I do. I definitely like to hear that. Now,
they don't often vote the same way on the issues, of course, but they talk about it.
They vote differently civilly.
But again, Joyce Beatty now winning the 7th term in the U.S. House here in District 3, representing Franklin County and the Columbus area in particular.
And, Doug, you're also tracking the popular vote for president and the electoral votes, the number that, we need to get to for each candidate, 270. The first to get to that is the, one who's going to be our next president. So let's talk about how that matters. How does the Electoral College work, and what matters the most with that?
Well, the 270 is the magic number. As you mentioned, we had a flurry of states get called about a half hour ago or so, and that's why you see the red and the blue here in the Northeast, which is all going to Vice President Harris, the red all going to former President Trump. The total right now, 95 for the former president, 35 for the current vice president. Again, they need to get to 270. None of those swing states have been called yet. We're watching those closely. Those results will be a little bit later because they are all expected to be very close races, so we're not expecting those to be called at this hour, maybe later in the evening or even tomorrow, because Pennsylvania is expected to take a really long time. It could be early morning hours or later until results from there. And that is really the key swing state. We've seen, in our reporting, how many trips both of the candidates made to Pennsylvania throughout all the election season, but also into this past weekend too, as well. In Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, I think Allentown, the different candidates were hitting. But we're watching those 7 as they will be called later. Some of these states, though, so far, none of them really a surprise. These are states that have gone in that direction, either red or blue, consistently over the years.
Yeah. You know, as someone who's lived in Ohio my whole life, it's so strange not being one of the swing states anymore. There was a time, you know, all growing up, every election, Ohio was a swing state. All eyes were on Ohio, and, you know, we were important in that matter. But since 2016, we really haven't been, you know? What happened?
The state became
more
became
red.
I mean, it really did. Yeah, Ohio was known as that bellwether state, you know, that the state that whoever the voters of Ohio went with was typically was going to win the presidency. Excuse me. Right now we're seeing in Ohio, Donald Trump with a 50.5% to 48.8% lead over the vice president, and that is 2.4 million votes. That's roughly the number, slightly less than the number of early votes we saw. So those are the numbers we're really getting right now. We'll start to get the poll results, today's voting coming up, as that'll trickle in, you know, starting within the next half hour or so as well, because the polls close at 7:30. Then those polling locations have to take their information to their boards of elections with them to tabulate the votes and then send it to us so that we can put it on the board. What's interesting here is you can actually compare this to the way Ohio went in 2020. President Trump won Ohio by 8 percentage points. He also won it by 8 percentage points in 2016. So we're wondering if it's going to end up being about the same amount. But if it's less than that, then that could also have an impact on the U.S. Senate race. The closer the race for president in Ohio could indicate just how close the race between Sherrod Brown and Bernie Moreno will be. All right, we're going to go
let's take another look. We're hearing some more states coming in being called. So New Jersey.
Let's see, we got New Jersey going to Vice President Harris, Arkansas going to former President Trump, and there was one other one that I'm not saying, Delaware. One of the small states, another 3 electoral votes going to Vice President Harris. So President Trump is the first one over 100. He now is up to 101 electoral college votes. Vice President Harris now at 52. So he has a double lead at this time, but still early on, but again, we're starting to see more and more states trickle in too.
Yeah. Now, Doug, you talked about what would happen if neither candidate reaches 270 electoral votes. How can we see that happen?
There is a way that they could end in a 269 to 269 tie.
Okay. Explain that. How can that happen?
Well, it's just the way the states, the way the states break down.
Yeah.
Because there are some kind of, differences among the states. Of course, the numbers all have to add up to, what is it, 538.
We don't do math, that's right.
538. It's 538 because it's all 50 states with their delegates adding up to the number of House of Representatives and senators that we have, plus 3 for Washington, D.C. So that's how you get to that number. But they could tie at 269. And then if that happens, it goes to the U.S. House of Representatives. And they would choose. But then that whole process is kind of different as well, because the House of Representatives doesn't vote as 435 members.
Right.
It votes as one state. So each state of the 50 states would get 1 vote.
1 vote, okay.
Yeah, it's
so confusing. Let's hope it doesn't come to that.
We'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
Well,
the chances are of a tie are pretty slim, but there is a way that it can break down. Because, for instance, you have Nebraska, which all the 48 of the states are winner take all.
Okay.
So, for instance, Ohio has 17 delegates, right? We have 15 Congress people, and then we have 2 senators. So we have 17 electoral college votes. I keep saying delegates. I don't mean that. That's in the primary election. Electoral college votes, but Nebraska, splits it. So it's not a winner-take-all state, and neither is Maine. So there's 1 vote could go one way and 3 could go the other way. And so we'll keep an eye on that as well.
Well, I'm glad you're here to explain all this, because it's very confusing.
I'm glad Nikki's here too, because she can correct me when I get it wrong. We'll be talking to her more.
She's a professor from Bowling Green. I went to Bowling Green, Nikki, so go Falcons. All right. Let's send it over to Angela Ann now.
All right, thanks so much, Yolanda and Doug. Great explanation there. Just a few minutes ago, we heard a live update on the ground at Trump's headquarters in Florida. So let's get to CBS's Natalie Brand joining us live from Vice President Kamala Harris's campaign headquarters there in Washington, D.C. Natalie, you're at Howard University, her alma mater. What have you been hearing tonight from the Harris campaign as we start to see these results trickle in?
Yeah, well, heading
Heading into the night, the Harris campaign said the vice president was in good spirits, trying to stay calm and also optimistic. But they also recognize that this race is extremely close. It's a reason why the vice president had a series of radio interviews across key battleground states earlier today, trying to turn out last-minute voters because they believe that would be really critical to their success tonight. At this hour, the Harris campaign expressing that they feel confident with younger voters, college-age voters, first-time voters. This is a group that they worked really hard in the vice president's 107 days of campaigning to try and mobilize. They're noting high voter turnout among young people in battlegrounds such as Pennsylvania. They were deploying some star power to try to keep those younger students and voters in line earlier today, like actor Paul Rudd, who visited some students. And so not only younger voters, but women voters, that's an area where the Harris campaign will be watching tonight for how women voters, a key demographic, turned out and felt in the exit polling, and also late-breaking undecided voters. They've expressed confidence in some of those voters who made up their mind at the very last minute. And while CBS News exit polling shows a vast majority of voters, around 8 in 10, made up their minds a while back before September, there is a smaller number that did decide within this last week. And if this is a close race, that group could become critical, Angela.
And you were talking about Harris's efforts in her campaign to flip some of those battleground states. We know Pennsylvania is one of those battleground states. A judge there rejected this effort to extend voting in Pennsylvania when those lines were hours long. How do you think this may or may not affect her ability to win that state?
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see. And we know that starting days ago, weeks ago, former President Trump raised questions about election security in Pennsylvania. His campaign also filed lawsuits in some jurisdictions over some voting issues there. The state is taking everything very seriously, saying that their top concern is to maintain the integrity of the election and make sure that everything is above board. So we are going to see allegations by the former president, but again, state officials taking everything very seriously, saying, there's no evidence of cheating as the former president has alleged. But how that impacts the counting tonight, I mean, again, as you guys have been noting, it could be days before we really have a sense of the election results. So really, elections officials and experts are urging everyone to just be patient and wait this out as these results start to trickle in.
All right. Well, Natalie Brand, thank you so much for reporting live from us from the Harris campaign headquarters there at Howard University. Again, her alma mater, certainly a festive mood there that we can see and hear behind her. Now, we want to go and talk about the race for House District 3. Incumbent Joyce Beatty, again, has been declared the projected winner for District 3. This covers Franklin County and parts of Columbus. We spoke with her one-on-one just moments before that race was called. Here it is.
Happy Election Day.
Yes, it is Election Day. Finally here. We're ecstatic, we're excited, we're nervous, but I am very confident that we're going to be victorious tonight.
I was kind of surprised. Ohio's always been a battleground state that the candidates weren't here more often. Were you kind of surprised at that?
Well, I think because of the closeness of the races, the number of swing states that we've had, I think that we understood, and so we went to those states. While I was at home fighting for Sherrod and Marcy and Amelia and myself and Chantel and Greg, it was still important as a surrogate for me to be on the road for Vice President Harris and Tim Walz, who is a dear friend. We served in Congress together, but their message was so strong. So I wanted to be a part of that, and I think that also helped Sherrod Brown. But after all, we did have Vice President Bill Clinton here. We had the actor Michael Ealy here. We had a lot of members who did come in. Jim Clyburn was here. So Ohio was not written off. And in the last few days, more people have been talking about Ohio.
And what do you think about the most expensive Senate race in the country?
I think it's a lot of unnecessary money, but yet necessary because we want Sherrod Brown to win. I mean, when you think of his opponent, who's done very little, new to politics, but, you know, big dollars, big corporate America came in for him. And I think that the people will see through that. It's going to be a close race. I mean, it's no doubt with that. But with Sherrod's service, talking about the dignity of work and the record that he has, I am very hopeful that he will push forward.
Trump has always done well in this state. How do you think he's going to do tonight?
I don't think he will do as well as he did in his first run. Yes, he won 80 of the 88 counties. I am thinking that the numbers will be higher for Vice President Harris. Obviously, she won't win the state, but she'll do very well in my district and in my community, and I'm excited about that. I think Ohio will do better than people think. After all, they wrote us off when we talked about Roe v. Wade and making the constitutional change last summer, and we prevailed, and that set a great example for the entire United States. And I think tonight, #1 Senate race in the country, we're going to bring victory. Ohio's going to be back on the map.
Thanks for your time. Anything else you want to add, ma'am?
Just excited about tonight. Sherrod's going to win. Vice President Harris is going to win. Hakeem Jeffries is going to be the next speaker. And that means Joyce Beatty will be back as the chair.
Well, certainly she's excited for that. So as she mentioned, this is a very tight race for U.S. Senate here in Ohio. Every vote counts. And really, this is a Senate race that is being watched on the national stage. Political experts say the U.S. Senate race here in Ohio will not only be close, but it could determine which political party will control the state. You can see right now, with 43% of the estimated total vote in Ohio, this is where it stands. Senator Sherrod Brown, the incumbent, with a slight lead over Bernie Moreno, the newcomer to the stage. But as you can see, we still have more than half of the votes to be tallied tonight.
All right, we have team coverage at both campaigns' watch parties tonight. We're first going to check back in with 10 TV's Rochelle Aline, who is at Senator Sherrod Brown's gathering in Columbus. Rochelle, what can you tell us about the vibe there, the feel there?
I mean, I think the music and the fact that I have to kind of yell really speaks for the atmosphere here. This is definitely a watch party that is in full swing. I want to pan over and show you guys what we're seeing behind us. The crowd behind us here is growing by the minute. We actually just saw Congresswoman Joyce Beatty take the stage. We also heard from Sean Dingus. He just won his race for the Ohio 10th District Court of Appeals. Both Beatty and Dingus got on stage and said that they were grateful for the voters in the room who voted for them, but also that they felt confident that Senator Brown would win his race for re-election as well. Just a reminder, this is a seat that the senator has held since 2007, and he's been connected to Ohio politics for more than 30 years. And right now we're waiting to see if he will keep that Senate seat. Earlier today, he made a final pitch to voters after casting his ballot. He reminded voters that he has pushed to regulate drug companies and tech companies, and he added that he has a track record of supporting civil rights, workers' rights, and human rights.
I feel good about this election. Elections are about whose side are you on, and politics is about whose side are you on. And my whole career, I fought for the dignity of work, and I think that's why so many people in my neighborhood came out like this.
And we'll be tracking those results tonight to see if he's right about his bid for re-election. I do want to toss it over to my colleague, Kevin Landers, who is in the Cleveland area tracking Brown's opponent. Kevin?
Well, I've gone to the headset because it's getting louder and louder here at the Bernie Moreno watch party. Some big hitters in the Republican Party have just arrived. Lieutenant Governor John Huston, as well as Attorney General Dave Yost, are now here. You know, when Bernie Moreno ran for U.S. Senate, he virtually had zero name recognition across the state. But that all changed when he received the coveted nomination endorsement from former President Donald Trump. Now, the endorsement propelled Moreno's popularity to soar. Remember, he was not supported by the Ohio Republican Party at first. He would go on to defeat Frank LaRose, the Ohio Secretary of State, to win the Republican nomination. Moreno is a Colombian immigrant. He's from Bogota. He would lead the building of a successful car dealership in the Cleveland area. On the issues, he supports legal immigration and finishing the wall. He opposes the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare. He opposes all gun restrictions. And on inflation, he says he will cut government spending and end inflation and allow free markets to work. He also opposed legalization of marijuana. In 2022, he said he was absolutely pro-life, no exceptions. But in 2024, he says he now supports reasonable exceptions. Here's Moreno talking about abortion on a visit to Columbus last week.
I think we should aspirationally, as a nation, think about some sort of 15-week standard. It says after 15 weeks, there's some common sense restrictions, because as you know, most abortions happen before 15 weeks anyway.
Now, abortion is a central issue in this campaign. We'll now head it over to political reporter Doug Petcash, where, Doug, I understand a House race has been called.
That's right, Kevin. Yes, and not a surprise. Once again, in our 4th district here in Ohio, Congressman Jim Jordan his race has just been called. This is his 10th term that he will be serving in this Ohio's 4th congressional district, with a sizable win over Tammy Wilson. Not a surprise here, 65.5% of the vote, with total votes 219,000 early on in the race, but it has been called for Jim Jordan. No surprise right there. Let's get back to that race that Kevin has been talking about here in Ohio. That is that key Senate race between Bernie Moreno and the incumbent Sherrod Brown. Right now, with 2.6 million votes counted, we have Sherrod Brown with 49.5% to Bernie Moreno's 47.9%. And now the numbers from the Franklin County area are starting to come in. Here in Franklin County, a very sizable lead for Sherrod Brown, and a lot of support here for him. 70.5% of the vote in Franklin County going to Sherrod Brown. All right, let's check back in real quickly also on the presidential race here, because we've had some more updates since the last time we talked to you. President Trump stayed at 101, but since the last time we updated this map, Illinois has gone to Vice President Harris, bringing her total up to 71 electoral college votes at this time. You can see the red states that have gone for the former president, mostly in the South and in the Midwest, and then for Vice President Harris, just the one Midwestern state of Illinois, and now here across the Northeast as well, some of the states, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Maryland, Delaware, and New Jersey, as well as Vermont, that you can see for her, and Illinois. Still no call on those swing states, of course, those 7 really big battleground states that the candidates campaign so hard in and so often across the country, both they and their vice presidential running mates. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada will be keeping a close eye on those. And we'll check back in on these results as they continue to come in minute by minute. Angela.
All right, Doug, thank you. You know, those electoral college votes are what counts, but when you look at it vote for vote, that popular vote much closer. So again, we'll see what happens as the night goes on. Let's take a look at this. If you have a question for Doug or our political expert that we have here at 10 TV, you can text your question to this number, 614-460-3345, and make sure you text the phrase your question to that number. We'll pass it along to Doug, and we'll try to answer as many of those questions live right here on 10 TV Plus on our streaming as well. Well, we do have much more ahead for you. A lot of races that we are still keeping an eye on tonight.
Yes, but first we're going to take a quick break from the stream right now and transition back on air for a quick update for our television viewers, which you'll also see in just a few minutes. Still ahead, though, when we come back, an update on Issue 1 results as Ohio voters decide who will hold the power to draw our political maps.
Also, as we have seen a large voter turnout across the Buckeye State, we're going to speak with Ohio Secretary of State Frank LaRose. He's joining us live as our votes are getting counted tonight. So this is hello, Senate results, Rochelle. Not sure. 10 TV is tracking the latest election results here as we cut into programming here. We're looking at results all across the state and right here in Central Ohio.
Now, the biggest statewide race we're keeping an eye on right now is, of course, the U.S. Senate race in Ohio. Still too close to call right now. Incumbent Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown, if we have numbers for them, but oh, they're coming, but last time we saw he was a bit in the lead. And this has been one of the most expensive Senate races. We're talking millions of dollars. At the last count, it was $477 million. So Sherrod Brown right now, this is really neck and neck. Sherrod Brown at 49%, Bernie Moreno at 48% right now, with 13% of precincts reporting.
So certainly a lot more to go here as we continue to count the votes in the state of Ohio. We do have teams at both Bernie Moreno and Senator Sherrod Brown. Their watch parties very loud tonight.
10 TV's Rochelle Aileen joins us live now from Senator Brown's watch party in downtown Columbus. Rochelle?
I'll tell you guys, the atmosphere here, people are excited, but also very calm. Again, this is a wait and see game here. Despite the results seeming pretty close right now, a lot of folks in here, some on the stage, some here in the crowd, saying that they expect Senator Brown to keep his seat for re-election. And we'll be here all throughout the night to let you know what the reaction is once those results are in. For now in Columbus, Rochelle Aileen, 10 TV News.
All right, thank you, Rochelle. Our team coverage continues tonight in Northeast Ohio.
That's where 10 TV's Kevin Landers joins us now from the watch party for Bernie Moreno. Kevin.
Well, the entire nation is watching this Senate race between Bernie Moreno and Sherrod Brown. Why? Because the winner will decide which party controls the Senate. Bernie Moreno, the outsider, Sherrod Brown, the incumbent. Moreno giving Brown all he can handle. Will follow the results throughout the evening and bring you the live updates when we have them. Reporting live in Westlake, I'm Kevin Landers. Back to you.
All right, Kevin, thank you. As we saw just moments ago, very close race. 49 to 48%. Here's a race for the U.S. House of Representatives. The AP just calling the race for District 3. Joyce Beatty winning that seat for the 7th term.
And District 4 was just called moments ago. Republican incumbent Jim Jordan defeating Democrat Tammy Wilson. For more live results, team coverage across the state, and live analysis, just head over to 10 TV Plus. We'll be there all night. Just download 10 TV Plus for free on Roku, Apple TV, or Amazon Fire. Here's a live look into our 10 TV newsroom tonight as Ohio polls have now been closed for about 1.5 hours tonight.
Already several votes are counted and now in. So a very busy newsroom as we follow that and track it minute by minute. But when those votes are counted, our newsroom immediately updates all of the graphics that you are seeing. And of course, our results page on 10tv.com. So really tonight, Yolanda, an all hands on deck approach here as we follow some major races throughout the night.
So thank you for joining us on our election night special here on 10 TV Plus. I'm Yolanda Harris.
And I'm Angela Ann. Right now, we are keeping a close eye on several of those races. Let's run them down for you right now. Of course, at the national level, we're talking about the presidential race between former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris. Then Ohioans could decide which party will control the U.S. Senate with that very hotly contested Senate race. And of course, at the state level, every voter in Ohio voted on issue 1, which will determine how political maps are drawn for generations to come. And of course, our own state Supreme Court really hanging in the balance tonight as Democrats seek to take the majority for the first time in 40 years. So tracking the newest election results, in studio for us tonight, we have Doug Petcash. And Doug, that map that you are working with right now has been pretty busy throughout the night.
Yeah, it's updating now, not quite minute by minute. We had a flurry of states called early on, and then we have had a couple more added to the board since then. Once again, I am joined by Bowling Green State University professor of political science, Nicole Califf-Hughes, who has been really giving us some very valuable insight this evening. Nikki, we're looking at this electoral college map. Of course, 270 electoral votes is what a candidate needs to win. So far, former President Trump in the states that have been called is up to 101. Vice President Harris to 71. The most recent state to be called is Illinois, and it's 19 electoral votes going into Vice President Harris's column at this time. So as this is shaping up so far, any surprises?
I don't think so. I think this is pretty much really what we expected to see, kind of what the polls had indicated ahead of time. I think we're still really just waiting to start seeing some of those swing states reporting in. And then as the night goes on, we'll just start picking up states as we move west. And as the polls close west, we'll get a little bit more data from out there.
Yeah, because it's only 6 o'clock right now on the West Coast. So those polls haven't even closed yet. So it's going to be a long night there. It could be a long night also in Pennsylvania because of the process they have in place, right? And that is really such a key state as we look at different paths to 270 for either candidate. Pennsylvania plays a key role, but it might take a while to know how that vote goes.
It is. According to their state law, they couldn't even count the votes that came in by mail or through other processes until this morning.
You couldn't even process
They couldn't even open the envelopes that they came in until this morning. So they have a lot of work to do to just count the votes in terms of like legwork and paperwork and the machinery that they use to open those ballots and get everything processed. So it's going to take Pennsylvania a lot longer than other states that are allowed to process that ahead of time, like I believe Florida is.
All right, and we'll keep updating this map as we get more of those states called. Okay, we're not adding them quite yet to the map. You might see it change here in a second, but North Dakota and South Dakota, 3 electoral college votes each. Nebraska, Wyoming, also now all in red going into former President Trump's tally here at 123. And the way this is on the board right now, and also Louisiana's 8 electoral college votes. And the way this is on the board right now, Nebraska's 5 electoral college votes went to former President Trump. And that is a state that's not a winner-take-all necessarily. It's broken down by district and whatnot. So some had anticipated that at least one of those delegates would have gone to Vice President Harris.
Yeah, and I know in 2008 we did see Obama pick up 1 of Nebraska's electoral college votes, but I'm not sure. Okay, and then again in 2020 Biden did as well, but it's not necessarily a given that you're going to just pick up that 1 vote. And so it appears based on this data that all of their electoral college votes went to former President Trump.
And again, this is the 2020 map. We go back to 2024 now. This is how this is shaping up. All right, Nikki, let's check out that very important Senate race right now here in Ohio between Bernie Moreno and Sherrod Brown. Once again, it is flip-flopped. The last time we checked, Sherrod Brown was like at 49 and Bernie was at 48. So it's back and forth. We knew this was going to be close.
And I suspect we're going to see that for a while as more of the vote comes in. Looking at the numbers right now, we're looking at maybe half of the vote in Ohio, maybe a little bit more than half of the vote. So there's still a lot of votes yet to be counted. And I suspect we're going to see the 2 of them flip-flop a little bit more. All the polls showed that it was a really tight race. It's a really important race for both parties to try to win. And so I think we're going to see these numbers move around within this kind of same percentage area.
Yeah, we're looking at 49% of the estimated total vote being in right now. Back in 2020, 5,974,000 people voted, and some elections officials thought there was a chance that we could go over that, which would break a number for actual number of voters in the state. And the turnout at that year was 74% as well. Okay. We're going back here. We understand there is a slight correction on Nebraska. So far, only 2 of those, the outright districts, have not been called at this time, but 2 of Nebraska's 5 have gone into former President Trump's tally right now. So we took those other 3 off the board because Nebraska is a split state. The only other split state is Maine with its 4 electoral college votes. All 48 other states are winner take all. Much easier to tabulate and keep up on top of those for sure. All right, let's check out another really key issue here, Nikki, as we look at issue 1 and how this is shaping up. What do you think about the way this tally is coming in so far?
This is an interesting one. The poll data showed that the yes on issue 1 vote was a little bit higher than the no on issue 1, but it was still really, really tight, and almost every single poll was within the margin of error. So we can't necessarily go too far with those results. Again, I think we're going to probably see the split right around this. You might see the yes vote pop up a little bit, but maybe not once we get the rest of the vote in. 165,000 odd, 166,000 difference. So it's still, I mean, this is still relatively close.
And again, you're looking at that total also of about 2.8 million, 2.9 million, getting close to 3 million. So maybe half the vote, and you'll see how the rest of that goes. But also, as you see it break down too, the green for the yeses, mostly in the more urban areas.
Yeah, and I think that doesn't necessarily surprise me. The yes on issue 1 coalition was predominantly Democrats and some Republicans, and then the no on issue 1 coalition was predominantly Republicans. But the one thing that we know about initiatives is if you're not sure, if the language is confusing, or as a voter you just don't know the outcome, all the literature says that people vote no, because no is the status quo, so it's often seen as a safer vote. So the hurdle of getting over that threshold for any citizen-driven initiative, regardless of what it is a lot higher, and it's a lot harder than getting people to vote no.
And we'll be checking on these races again just every few minutes or so, checking the big map to see how things are updating. Now, Yolanda, let's go back to you.
All right, thank you very much. Now, tonight, the hometown of Senator J.D. Vance is watching the election very closely, as Ohio's senator could become the next vice president of the United States if Donald Trump wins tonight.
So as we know, Vance is from Middletown, Ohio. There is a watch party not too far from there in Westchester, and that's where 10 TV's Clay Gordon joins us live.
Clay, what are you hearing from locals there tonight?
Well, first of all, Angela and Yolanda, good evening to you. We're hearing a lot of country music here at Laura's Roadhouse here in Westchester. But like you mentioned, we're about 20 miles away from Middletown, which is Senator Vance's hometown here in the state of Ohio, too. And everyone that we've been seeing here, they're kind of locked on these screens right now, just watching some of those states get confirmed right now, and just kind of sitting and waiting to see some of the presidential and vice presidential results coming in. But I spoke to the executive director of the Butler County Republican Party here, and they're just excited to see such a huge name from Ohio on such a big ticket. Take a listen. I see there's a sign over here that it says the proud home of Senator Vance. So tell me a little bit about what that means for, the local Republican Party.
Oh my gosh, it's exciting. We have a hometown guy here, self-made. Most people know his story, the rough growing up in eastern Kentucky, Middletown. He self-made, went to Ohio State, goes to Harvard, runs for Senate, wins, and now he's on the vice presidential ticket, and I think he's going to be vice president in January.
Now, Angela and Yolanda, the interesting thing here is it's kind of the tale of two sides of this venue. You can see right behind me, everyone's sitting, eating, watching the screens, waiting for those results to come in. And literally across over here is line dancing that's been happening throughout the entire night. So they lowered the lights a little bit, but it really is a party. And they said this party was going to be staying here is basically as long as it takes to get some of these major races called in Ohio and across the country. So a lot going on here in Westchester. But for now, reporting here in Westchester in Butler County, I'm Clay Gordon, 10 TV News. Angela, Yolanda, back to you.
Okay, thanks so much, Clay. You know, right now we are getting word that Ohio has been called, and we're getting to our political expert, but we do want to mention that all night long that we have been seeing these results starting to come in. Doug Peckhash just coming into the studio, actually running into the studio here on the 10 TV Plus stream. Doug, you're with Nikki, our political expert. She's been working the map to make sure that we have all those electoral votes correct. What are you just learning now from the newsroom?
Of course, I would run out to the newsroom to check on something just as Ohio was being called. But yes, right now, Ohio has been called. It's 17 electoral college votes going to former President Trump. Nikki, this was expected. President Trump did win the last two Ohio votes in the presidential race by 8%.
Yeah, I haven't seen any data that suggested otherwise. I think what is going to be more interesting, because I think everyone expected that this was definitely going to go to former President Trump. I think what's going to be more interesting is his margin of victory. If it's similar to what we saw in the previous two elections, or if it's deviated either more support or less. I think that's going to be really interesting.
Right now, he has 137 electoral college votes to Vice President Harris's 99. But just within the last 2 minutes, we've had Ohio called for former President Trump. And we can actually look at some historical data on this, or not historical, but how it matches up. In the, what's really important is how this relates to the Senate race here, because this is so close. Bernie Moreno is the Trump-endorsed Senate candidate here. And when you look at the comparison of the votes right now, former President Trump at 53.8 to Kamala Harris's 45%. This is the running total from tonight. And then you have this total. So what do you see when you compare the two?
So when you compare the two, this really tells us that we do have some voters in Ohio who voted for Trump for the presidency spot, and then also chose to vote for Sherrod Brown for senator of the state of Ohio. And so you do have some voters who split their ticket and voted Republican president, Democratic senator.
And that was with, let's see, 3 million votes. So we're right at about 50%. There we have it with the estimated total. We're expecting about 6 million votes here. So again, Ohio, just in the last few minutes, it's 17 electoral college votes going into former President Trump's basket at this time. And we'll keep watching the map, Yolanda and Angela, as these numbers continue to tick up.
All right, thank you, Doug. Nikki, certainly a lot of flurry of activity in the last 10 minutes or so. We're also expecting to learn who Ohio voters want to draw our political maps in the future. It's really all part of Issue 1. That is the proposed constitutional amendment to put the map-making process in the hands of citizens instead of politicians. So following this issue closely for us tonight is 10 TV's Tara Jabor. And Tara, you're live at the Yes campaign headquarters. They're holding that watch party. Seems like it's still a little quiet there because the last numbers we saw, the both yes and no, were pretty split even.
Yeah, Angela, absolutely. It is still a little bit quiet here. We're at the yes party for Issue 1 here at the Hyatt. The no party is just a few blocks away at the Renaissance Hotel. But I'm here with Chris Davey with Citizens Not Politicians. Chris, thanks so much for joining us. My first question is just how are you guys feeling so far about the results?
Well, it's close. You know, we knew it would be close. We're still really optimistic. This is the culmination of almost 2 years of work by Republicans, Democrats, and independents across Ohio. You know, people are excited. We're excited about the opportunity to try and finally end gerrymandering in this state.
And explain to us a little bit about what would happen if Issue 1 does pass tonight.
Well, we will get a citizens commission to draw the legislative maps, and they'll get to work next year. And we would have new maps, fair maps, for the first time in a very long time for the 2026 races. So 2 years from right now, we would have different legislative maps, and they would be drawn by citizens, not politicians.
Gotcha. And can you talk to us a little bit about the process, how you guys got here from the signatures to the watch party here tonight?
Yeah, well, this is a statewide, nonpartisan grassroots coalition that came together about 1.5 years ago, and we collected over 500,000 signatures. We had volunteers all across the state from all 88 counties, and we submitted those this summer, and they were certified, and so we got on the ballot. And it's been a long journey, and there's a lot of work that went into this.
All right, well, Chris, thank you so much. Guys, of course, we will be here all night. We'll keep you updated about what happens with the results of Issue 1. But for now, reporting live in downtown Columbus, Tara Jabor, 10 TV News.
All right, Tara, thank you so much. Right now, millions of votes across Ohio still being counted for what people are saying might be the largest voter turnout this election.
Let's bring in 10 TV's Carla Rogner. She joins us live from the Franklin County Board of Elections tonight. Carla, what did voters tell you was driving them out there to wait in those long lines and to cast their vote?
Yeah, a lot of issues. A lot of people are curious to see how the presidential race will turn out, but also a lot of people cared about issues. Issue 1, a lot of the local elections, and you can see behind me now a lot of poll workers are coming here to the Board of Elections, dropping off their ballot, and joining me now is the Franklin County Board of Elections Director. Antone, tell me, how has today gone in the county?
It's gone very well. We had a big turnout this morning. We had some long lines. That's to be expected in a presidential year, but all in all, things went well today.
I know a lot of people thought this year could be record-breaking. Do you think that we'll see that?
I think it's still yet to be determined. We think anywhere from 65 to 70%. We'll know after all the results come back in.
So what happens now? When can we expect to start seeing some more results?
Sure, we'll have unofficial results tonight, and then we'll have an opportunity to canvass the vote after the election. We still have to get the last-minute absentee ballots in. We have to check all our provisional ballots, every provisional ballots that were cast in the county. So we'll know here officially in about 15 days, but we'll have an unofficial result tonight.
And it seems like it was pretty smooth sailing at the sites we were at today. Any big issues that you guys faced?
No big issues. I think that's due to our poll workers. They're well trained and they stepped up, and we're so proud of what they've done to help support us in this election.
In early voting, we were hearing Frank LaRose say that could be record-breaking across the state this year. How was that here in Franklin County?
Very busy. Record numbers here. We had over 127,000 early voters here in Franklin County, so that was a record, and we're proud and we're excited that people came out and voted.
So 72% was the record here set in 2020, so we'll wait to see if we get to that number this year. Thank you so much, Antone.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
All right, thank you very much, Carla. Tonight, there are so many moving parts to ensure Ohio's election is safe and secure and to make sure your vote is counted.
Well, of course, the person overseeing those efforts is Ohio's Secretary of State, Frank LaRose. He's joining us now live by Zoom. Good to see you, sir. Thanks for joining us tonight. We do have a lot of questions for you about voter turnout and so forth.
Yes. And definitely a busy night for you. Secretary, we've already reported on some issues, ballots not being printed correctly, some polling locations losing power. How widespread are these issues being reported to your office?
Very minor. In fact, today was really a very successful election statewide. When you look at all 88 counties, we had 35,000 poll workers step up and deliver once again for Ohio. Whenever you have an operation that large, there's going to be some things here and there. But the real story is that we have the resilience and the backup plans to make sure that we work through those issues so that every voice can be heard.
All right, and it looks like you're at your own headquarters there, Secretary LaRose. Are you at your office, and is that where you're monitoring all the votes being counted?
That's correct. Yeah, we're here at the Ohio Secretary of State's office at our operations center. At 7:30, we go from election operations to election night operations. Our team is gathering that info in from each county board of elections right now, validating that it was received accurately, and then, of course, reporting it out at voteohio.gov for all the world to see.
So we know that's where you watch for like any type of crisis that happens. We heard that like in some counties, Franklin County, they had to return some absentee ballots. They weren't filled out correctly. Franklin County, small number. Cuyahoga County, maybe about 5%. Small percentages, Secretary, but when you add them all up, what impact do you think that will have in terms of Ohio's results?
Well, of course, every vote matters and every vote's important. Listen, we saw record numbers in some counties, other counties not, but we had over 2.5 million people participate in early and absentee voting. Of course, as long as those ballots were postmarked by yesterday, they have until this Saturday to come in. And we know that we'll still receive some from overseas and military voters as well. Again, that unofficial result is what we give you tonight. In many cases, that's conclusive, but the final official tally doesn't come for a couple weeks.
Okay, Secretary, walk us through what's happening right now across the state as these votes are being processed.
Yeah, at most county boards of elections at this point, they have finished tabulating and reporting those early votes. Those are the absentee votes and the early in-person votes. Those are always the first ones counted. Intuitively, they're already at the Board of Elections. And then they've been receiving in for the last hour or so the ballots and memory sticks from the Election Day voting locations. And many counties are well into reporting those out at this point as well. As you can see, we've got over 3 million votes that have already been counted in Ohio, and that number is just going to continue climbing throughout the night. Our team here is working to pull that data in from each county to make sure that it was accurately reported, to make sure all the numbers reconcile, and then we really quickly flash that out. It goes to your feed so that you can share it with your voters and, of course, on our website, your viewers, and we can share it on our website as well.
Well, we thank you for your time, Secretary LaRose. We know that you have a very busy night ahead, and so do we. But thank you for joining us tonight as well and walking us through that process.
Thank you.
All right. If you're just joining in, the Associated Press is projecting Donald Trump to take the state of Ohio. That's already been determined, and it's 17 electoral votes.
Let's get over to 10 TV's Kevin Landers. Kevin, you are live for us tonight, and you have Ohio Attorney General Dave Yost reacting to that news that just came in.
Yeah, there was a huge uproar here when the numbers were posted here on the television screen. I'm joined now by Dave Yost, the Attorney General for the state of Ohio. What's your reaction to Donald Trump, as many thought, would carry Ohio?
Well, he didn't just carry Ohio. It looks like he's doing very well. It looks like it's going to be a very good night throughout Ohio for Republicans. I'm very optimistic about Bernie Moreno, too.
We just heard from Frank LaRose. He was talking about election night. It's your job to make sure that there's no voting irregularities, any voter fraud. What have you noticed so far tonight? Anything that we should be aware of?
Yeah, no, we've got one piece of legal action down in Hamilton County where there was a backpack left and people were worried that it might have been a bomb. That's one precinct. I'm not aware that there was any other problem. And other than that, Frank hasn't gotten sued tonight, which means I got a quiet night.
Right. All right, very good. Attorney General Dave Yost joining us here live in Westlake at the Bernie Moreno watch party. As you can see, it's beginning a little louder as the night goes on, as people are awaiting Bernie Moreno to enter right behind that blue curtain there you see behind me. We'll see if Bernie Moreno will come out and give a victory speech or not, but the night is very, very long, a lot to go. This race is still very close. Reporting live in Westlake, Kevin Landers, 10 TV News.
All right, thank you, Kevin. Yes, the night is still young when it comes to these election results. Right now, we're going to send it back over to Doug Petcash. He's over there with our special guest tonight, and walk us through the latest updates.
All right, we're going to check on that race that Kevin was just talking about right now here in the state of Ohio, the big Senate race between Republican Bernie Moreno and longtime incumbent Sherrod Brown. It is neck and neck, and the numbers keep going back and forth depending on where those votes are coming in. Right now, Bernie Moreno just at 50% to Sherrod Brown's 47%. That might be the biggest spread we've seen so far this evening, one way or the other, about 3%. And the numbers are coming in, as you can see, the Democratic strongholds or the urban areas around Toledo, Cleveland, Columbus, Cincinnati. And that's where Sherrod Brown's big support is coming in for that race right there. Let's go back to the presidential race here nationally. And this is how this one is stacking up right now as we see the races going. Texas now has just been called with its whopping 40 electoral votes. But again, those were 40 electoral votes that were expected to go to former President Trump. But that brings his total up to 177, meaning he needs fewer than 100 more electoral college votes to get to that magic number of 270 to win the presidency. But again, all the swing states are still in play right now. And again, even with Texas's large number, those were anticipated to go to the former president, who now leads 177 to 99 for Vice President Kamala Harris. We'll keep following these numbers as they come in. Let's go back to Yolanda.
All right, thank you, Doug. So, I mean, you'd say at this point, as these states are, this information's coming in, though, no big surprises so far.
Right.
No big surprises. The states that have been won by the particular candidate was pretty much expected.
And it's really those key battleground states that we're really, really watching for. Pennsylvania, of course, among them. And that one might even go well into late tonight, given all the troubles we're seeing with the polling locations there. So certainly something we're going to stay closely on top of here as we continue your election coverage tonight.
And speaking of, there's still much more election coverage ahead.
First, though, let's take a quick break from our stream for you tonight, but we're going to transition back on air to 10 TV for a quick update for our television viewers, which you can also watch in just a few minutes.
Still ahead when we come back, we're checking in on the most expensive Senate races in U.S. history. Coming up, how Ohio's race could determine which party controls the Senate, and a live update from our reporters at both Brown and Moreno watch parties tonight.
Stand by.
Right now on 10 TV, we are continuing election coverage of Ohio races. I'm Yolanda Harris.
And I'm Angela Ann. So as we get through the night, right now to the Senate race between Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown and Republican newcomer Bernie Moreno, it is truly neck and neck at this moment. Let's give you the latest as we look at how many precincts are now reporting in. We're at 35% reporting, and you can actually see in the last few minutes Bernie Moreno pulling out a slight lead over the incumbent Sherrod Brown. Bernie Moreno now with 50% of the vote here in Ohio to Sherrod Brown's 47%. This has really been one of the hotly contested races, one of the most watched, if not the most watched Senate race in the country.
And the most expensive, with what, $477 million spent between the both of the candidates. And, you know, a major update in Ohio. The AP has called the state for Trump to win. Trump wins Ohio. Let's send it out to Clay Gordon. What's the reaction out there with this one?
Yeah, Angela, Yolanda, big reaction here. I'm at a watch party for Trump and Vance in Westchester, Ohio. This is in Butler County. This is only about 20 minutes away from Middletown, which is Senator Vance's hometown here, too. So I just want to play you the reaction of when we officially called Trump winning Ohio. Take a look. So that was when Trump was officially announced here in Ohio. We've heard similar reactions. You just mentioned the race between incumbent Senator Sherrod Brown and Bernie Moreno. We heard some cheers when they saw the latest numbers on the screen behind us, too. The other big cheer we heard was when Senator Ted Cruz just took Texas. Angela, Yolanda?
All right, thank you, Clay. You know, you can find up-to-date election information on our website. Just go to 10tv.com.
Well, right now you can also go to our streaming app, 10TV Plus, to watch our election special. We'll see you over there on the other side.
All right, now at 9:30, all eyes on the White House tonight as voters decide the next president of the United States. It is a race political experts warn could take hours, days, or even weeks to call, as they say the race could come down to a very small number of votes. Thanks for staying with us for our live election night special here on 10 TV Plus. I'm Yolanda Harris.
And I'm Angela Ann. So following these election results very closely for us tonight, 10 TV political reporter Doug Petcash. Doug, you're in studio. We've been watching you working that map and all those numbers. What is the latest now when it comes to those much needed electoral votes?
Well, as you said a little bit ago, just about 10 minutes ago or so, Ohio was called for former President Trump, giving him those 17 Electoral College votes. Also, Texas's 40 Electoral College votes went to the former president. So right now his lead. Oh, and also most recently, as I was talking about before, Maine is a split state. And so there are 2 statewide Electoral College votes that both went to Trump, and then 1 for each of their congressional districts. District 3. Its 1 Electoral College vote just went to the former president as well. So he has 178. Kamala Harris has 99. I want to bring our analyst back into the discussion right now. And this is Nikki Califf-Hughes from Bowling Green State University, a political science professor. Again, briefly, this is just shaping up the way kind of it's expected tonight, right? So far.
So far, this is exactly what we would expect pretty much from the get-go. There hasn't been any huge surprises in the presidential electoral college map. This is exactly what we would expect. What is going to get interesting is those states that are highlighted on this map in yellow, which we just don't have the results from quite yet.
And I think that we're going to be a little more cautious, or the networks will be, in calling those races because of that importance as well. I want to talk about the Senate race here in Ohio, and then also talk about the balance of power and how important that is. Right now, we are seeing Bernie Moreno with 3.5 million votes, more than half of the projected votes, with almost 5% lead at this time. Any surprises to you there, or polling?
I mean, this was a tight race in pretty much every poll, so not necessarily surprising. It's pretty consistent with what we saw for the statewide presidential vote. We do still have a good chunk of the vote outstanding, so we don't necessarily know exactly where it's going to end up. It's likely going to be a much tighter margin with whether whoever wins the Senate race than we're seeing with the presidential race. And so I think it'll be really interesting to see kind of how that margin tightens, or the gap could grow. And so we just don't know yet, because we're still waiting for, I think it was 40% of estimated Ohio votes.
Interesting here to point out, though, former President Trump won Ohio in 2020 and 2016 by 8%. Right now, he's leading by more than 10% over Kamala Harris at this time.
And I think we saw a similar gap like that narrowed once all the votes were counted in 2020.
So shaping up very similarly.
It really looks very similar.
Now let's look at that balance of power as well in the U.S. Senate. Right now, it's 50-50, because we've already taken Joe Manchin's former Democratic seat off the board in West Virginia. That's been called for the Republican there. So we're looking, this Ohio Senate race, we knew it was important, one of the 2 most important in the whole country right now. Bernie Moreno with the lead. Let's say that holds on, and the Republicans get another seat. That changes this. And then we're also, Montana is the other key here, right?
It is. And so we're kind of waiting and seeing once those votes come in, and once the Ohio vote is finalized, to see kind of what the Senate looks like. And this is going to be really important, because it also depends on, even if it were to stay 50-50, it depends on who is in the vice president's seat, because then they act as a tie-breaking vote. So we're kind of waiting to see what the Senate kind of shapes up to look like.
For right now, we're going to put that back in the Democratic seat, because the Montana seat has not been called yet, nor has the Ohio seat, because races are still pretty close. I've heard some estimates that we might get a call on the Ohio Senate race around 11 o'clock. The way this is shaping up, and the votes are coming in pretty quickly, it might be a little bit earlier than that.
Yeah, and that could happen, and that will then change the board. Democrats, it's long been known, just based on the number of Democratic seats that were up, Democrats were going to have a really tough hill to climb here with this. There were more Democratic seats up for election this cycle than Republicans, so Democrats were always going to lose some seats, and I think, from what I've heard, Democrats were kind of prepared for that. Mm-hmm. So it's now just kind of a wait and see how this does shake out tonight.
See if they can hold that 50-50 tie at least, and then for them to hopefully win the presidency to keep the tie-breaking vote. We'll watch it as it all plays out. We're keeping an eye on these numbers. We'll also be checking in on to see how issue 1 here is, the redistricting proposed constitutional amendment as well, Angela and Yolanda.
All right, Doug, Nikki, thank you so much for that perspective. You know, as we look at the balance of power tonight, let's get a more national picture of what's really at stake. CBS's Danya Backus joining us now live from Arizona. Danya, good evening to you. Boy, it has been quite the night, especially here in Ohio, as we watch the race for president get called for former President Donald Trump. But let's talk about the Senate seats. A third of the U.S. Senate seats are up for grabs tonight. Ohio, one of those. The last results we saw, Bernie Moreno with a slight lead over the incumbent, Sherrod Brown. What ripple effect do you think this will have?
Oh, you know, and this is the thing, you guys have been talking about this before you even came to me, that all eyes were on your state, Ohio, and then also Montana, because those were two seats that Democrats were fighting for, because they were two seats that were held in two states that Trump won in 2020. And we do know that Democrats were up by a very slim margin with control of the Senate, and that these two seats were going to play a major role in that balance of power. And right now, as you just said, it seems like it is just a toss-up. I mean, we knew going into this election that there were going to be 12 key races for Senate that we were going to be watching very closely, with your state being one of them, and that it was going to come down to the final minutes, final hours of when polls close, maybe even tomorrow morning before we even get those results, even longer than that. So I think we knew coming into this that your state was one of those states that was going to be watched extremely closely. And then let's talk about Montana for a second, because that is where Democratic Senator Jon Tester has held that seat there for nearly 2 decades. Going into the election tonight, we knew that he was probably one of the most endangered Democratic senators seeking re-election this cycle. That's because he's fighting to keep that seat in what is a moderate, deep red state. There's been a shift in the demographics there, also a shift in the political landscape. He is up against newcomer Republican Tim Sheehy. You know, you guys have talked about the balance of power tonight. I'm just going through some of my notes here and looking at everything. I mean, I'm looking at Pennsylvania, where it's also extremely tight, Michigan, where it's extremely tight as well. And even here in Arizona, where I am tonight, we know that that was also a race that was being looked at very closely, because we have Carrie Lake, who is a very hardcore Trump supporter, who's up against a Democrat, Ruben Gallego here. He's been leading in the polls, but again, we do know that everything comes down to the wire when it comes to these races. So we're still looking very closely, and at this point, it could go either way.
Another seat that got flipped on it is West Virginia. I think you mentioned that, where it was Joe Manchin, the Democrat seat, now flipped to the Republicans for Jim Justice, who was endorsed by President Trump. We saw in Indiana a Republican, Jim Banks, endorsed by President Trump, also winning that. So what do you think this may mean for Ohio, where Bernie Moreno was backed by President Trump, and perhaps this red wave that we are hearing that could be behind the scenes here?
Right. And again, that was one of the things that I think we kind of knew, and why Democrats were fighting so closely, especially for the seat in your state, is because that this is a state that Trump won in 2020, that we do know is primarily red. And so going into the election, they were really trying to hold on to those seats, because they knew if they lose those 2 seats, they really only had 2 seats to lose. And if they lose Ohio, then that means that balance of power could go to Republicans when it comes to the Senate. And we know that that's going to determine who could help or hinder the next presidency, the next president's agenda in terms of getting things passed.
Certainly a lot at stake here. Danya Back is joining us live. We so much appreciate your insight into all of this. Thank you so much.
All right, we're going to send it out to Rochelle Aline. She's live in Columbus at Senator Sherrod Brown's watch party. We have live team coverage of this Senate race. So, Rochelle, tell us what's going on your end.
We're at the Hyatt Regency here in downtown Columbus, and the crowd is growing here by the minute. The music is pumping, but the atmosphere in here is pretty calm. People are excited. You can see the crowd behind me. We've seen some dancing, a lot of friendly conversation, and though people are excited, we also feel a sense of calm over and over, from the stage to conversations here in the crowd. What we have heard is that people feel confident that Senator Brown will retain his seat. Again, this is a seat he's held since 2007, and he's been connected to Ohio politics in some shape or form for over 30 years. And so folks are hoping that that long resume will help him retain his seat. Again, this is a race that is coming down to voters choosing a candidate that they know and have known for decades, or voters taking a chance on a candidate that they are working to get to know. People here in this room are hoping that they will go with the latter. And again, we'll be here throughout the night tracking those results and giving you live updates on reaction from this room. For now in Columbus, Rochelle Aline, 10 TV News.
All right, thank you, Rochelle. All right, well, this is definitely a busy, busy night. You can see, people hanging out at their watch parties, keeping a close eye on everything that's going on tonight. But, right now, no real surprises right now with the different states that have been taken by each candidate. We're still early in the evening. A lot of other states, haven't turned in their numbers as of yet. Some big ones like California with, 50 electoral votes, and some other states with a larger amount of votes.
So that path to 270 is still quite a long ways away. We do want to get you updated if you're just joining us here on the 10 TV Plus stream. A couple things that are still very close. Issue 1, the latest numbers we saw, that one was pretty close between the yes and the no for the redistricting of the maps here in Ohio. Joyce Beatty won the 3rd district, winning her 7th term, I believe. She's a Democrat, but 2 Republicans also won their districts. David Taylor, he's Republican, that won the 2nd district, and then Jim Jordan winning his 10th term as a Republican for the 4th district of Ohio. So a lot of, like you said, no big surprises per se. But certainly right now, let's get to Kevin Landers again, because he's at the Bernie Moreno headquarters watch party there. And Kevin, we're seeing Bernie Moreno start to take that very slight lead over Sherrod Brown. What is the mood feeling like right now?
Well, Republicans want to flip the Senate, and in order to do that, they're going to need a Bernie Moreno win tonight. Now, that's something that Sherrod Brown has not allowed happen since he was voted into the Senate back in 2007. Now, Moreno is hoping to bring a new voice to the Republican Party. He's aiming to appeal to both the traditional GOP base and the growing number of minority voters. The 57-year-old Moreno was born in Bogota, Colombia. He immigrated to the United States with his family when he was 5. While he supports legal immigration, he's a strong proponent of stricter border security. In addition to immigration, crime is a central pillar of Moreno's platform, citing rising crime rates in major cities. He advocates for law and order policies and supports increased funding for law enforcement and tougher penalties for violent crimes. Moreno's political stance has garnered both support and criticism. Some conservative voters appreciate his business-first approach, while others question his limited political experience. Here's Moreno talking about how he would grow the nation's economy.
I believe that life is sacred. That's what I believe. I have a friend of mine today in Ohio that's trying to adopt a child. $70,000, Andrew. You can't afford that, right? Let's drive the cost of that down. Let's drive the cost of health care for women down. Let's make sure that women have equal access to contraception.
Now, Moreno has also called for fewer government regulations, as well as cuts to taxes and also reducing federal government spending. We'll continue to watch this race as it proceeds tonight here in Westlake. Reporting live in Westlake, Kevin Landers, 10 TV News.
All right, thank you, Kevin. Let's take a look at where some of the local races are right now so far. Here in Franklin County, the prosecutor, do we have those results?
I'm not sure if we do. There we go. Yep.
Oh, there we go. 67% for Shayla Favor, 33% for John Rutan. These are early votes right now, and we don't know how many precincts are reporting right now, but there you go. Franklin County's prosecuting attorney, Shayla Favor, kind of in the lead right now. These are early votes. The Franklin County Children's Services tax levy, that is up 65% voting yes, with 35% voting no on this one. This is up for a renewal and an increase. The ballot language says the money will help Children's Services protect and provide services to abused and neglected children. All right, we're going to go to the COTA levy. Where's COTA levy standing right now? 59% saying yes, 41% saying no. And if passed, this levy would raise the local sales tax and invest that money into improving and expanding our public transportation. So we'll see with Ohio's growth and us being a boom town here in central Ohio, that's something that is projected to be needed in the years to come.
So it would bring Franklin County's sales tax, and not just for residents, but anybody who comes here and buy something that's not food related or prescriptions, you're going to be paying 8% instead of 7.5% if this issue 47 passes. So we'll keep that up to date. Let's get to Tara Jabor right now. Tara, you are joining us live from that levy watch party tonight here in Columbus. What's the reaction so far? Because this is an issue that really city leaders, not just in Columbus, but the suburbs supported.
Yeah, Angela, Yolanda, absolutely. Those with COTA are here at the Hyatt downtown, of course, waiting for those results to come in. We spoke to the CEO and the president of COTA just about an hour ago. She told us that she feels good. They're feeling happy. Of course, nothing is official yet. Now, if this levy does pass, it'll increase the sales tax here in Columbus from 7.5% to 8%. Now, right now, COTA receives 0.5% of the sales tax. If this passes, they will then receive 1% of the sales tax. Now, COTA says with this money that they would build a rapid transit bus system. They'll also build trails and sidewalks all connected throughout central Ohio. Now, this rapid transit would be in a different lane, so it would move at a different speed than normal traffic. This levy, if it passes, it would also build 150 miles of sidewalks, trails, and bikeways connected to that rapid transit. President and CEO of COTA, Monica Tellez-Fowler, says this levy is really about the growth here in central Ohio and having transit that supports the growth of this area.
Bus rapid transit, which is the first 3 corridors we're building out, is really comprised of a very similar to light rail systems, aside from the fact that we know that we need to be answering for the demand now, but we also need to be prepared for the growth that we're going to see in the region.
Now, we'll, of course, be here at the Hyatt all night waiting for those results, and we'll keep you updated here on 10 TV Plus, also at 11 o'clock on 10 TV News. But for now, reporting live in downtown Columbus, Tara Jabor, 10 TV News.
All right, Tara, thank you for that. Let's bring in Doug Petcash once again as he's watching some of these races closely.
Yeah, he's joined with our political expert who is watching all of these races closely along with Doug tonight. Doug.
Hey, yeah, we are definitely, and we can bring in Nikki back into the conversation here again. Checking on the presidential map, first of all, briefly, no updates since the last time we talked. We just wanted to let people get refreshed on the numbers here. Trump with 178 electoral college votes, 270 needed. Vice President Harris at 99 at this time. Again, this is shaping up so far as predicted.
Pretty much. There's nothing that's terribly spicy yet on the map. Nothing, I think, that's different than what we expected. All right,
let's go back to the Senate race that Kevin Landers was just reporting live from there in Westlake. And again, this is up 51% for Bernie Moreno, 46% for Sherrod Brown. This is how the results break down across the state. The red counties here being support for Bernie Moreno, the blue counties being support for Sherrod Brown. The numbers keep shifting around a little bit there. Again, it's still about a 5% lead with 3.8 million votes. So we're looking at a possibility of another 2 million or so that still need to come in.
Yeah, and I think it's been like this for a while, but the votes kind of came in a lot pretty quickly. And then now we've kind of been waiting. We've been at the 45 to like 50% mark of votes that need to come in. So now I think we're up to like 36% that we're waiting for.
Okay. We do have a couple questions from voters, and I'm not sure if we're going to be able to answer these specifically to what they want. But one of the questions that came in is the election results map on Google search. It shows the AP results that states have been called with 0% of vote reported. How do they call a state with no votes reported? Do you have an indication on how that works?
So my best guess, based on like kind of what we've seen on the map, is these are states that counted some of their votes ahead of time. So the votes that came in by mail, the early votes, they may have had those ready to go. So it may show that 0% of votes are counted, or you've got like 1% of the vote. A lot of the really early results that we saw, where the numbers were moving around a ton, were based off a really, really, really small sample of voters that results had been released from. So now we're starting to get into the millions of results, so the results are getting a little bit more stable. But my guess is what I haven't looked at Google, but what is on the Google was based on very small samples. And now I'm assuming that the states that are reporting, like Ohio or Indiana or Illinois, are not basing them off that 0%.
Okay, we have another question from a viewer, and this is more of a civics lesson, I believe. Will the popular vote determine who will win the presidential election, or the electoral college vote? And then when will we know who won?
So it will not be the popular vote. The popular vote is nice, but the president is chosen by the Electoral College. And because of that, we've had a number of elections in the past 20 years, 24 years now, where the winner of the popular vote does not, in fact, become president. And so it's very possible that you could have one of the candidates tonight win that popular vote and not become president. We use the Electoral College, and so a lot of it depends on those Electoral College votes. And we know the Electoral College gives essentially additional weight or weight beyond population to states that are small. So for example, our friends in Wyoming and South Dakota and North Dakota have 3 electoral college votes, regardless of how many people live there. But large states like California, Texas, Florida, and New York have fewer. And so we actually end up overrepresenting small states and underrepresenting states with more people, including Ohio.
And this is all a part of a compromise that was done 250 years ago, right? Where the founding fathers were saying there was the argument that the House of Representatives should choose the president or should the popular vote. And so the Electoral College was the compromise, is the way I understand it.
It was, and now this is what we have today. And there is very little political will to make any changes. And so it's very likely that we may have an idea today or tomorrow, but we're not really going to know. It could take weeks, or not weeks, but like days for some of these states to count. I think it was, 6 days or 7 days last time before we had a winner. Maybe it was 5.
Yeah.
It was a number of days.
And the votes aren't officially certified for 3 weeks.
Yes.
Anyway, also we do have an update on the map. You may have seen it change while Nikki and I were talking. Missouri's 10 Electoral College votes have now gone into former President Trump's column here, giving him 188 Electoral College votes to Vice President Harris's 99, and so almost doubling her up at this time. We're going to keep checking these results. We'll look at some of the state issues as well as the Supreme Court races and issue 1, how that's shaping up, coming up. And please continue to send us in your election questions. If we have time, we're going to try to answer more of them coming up in the next hour or so. You can text your question to 614-460-3345. The key word is your question to 614-460-3345.
All right, thank you very much, Doug. It has definitely been interesting watching all of this unfold, and we're still very early. I don't know, I guess, could this take all night? You know what I mean? It's like, they say that we may not know, the presidential, because if it ends up close, they're going to look at absentee ballots, they're going to look at provisional ballots and all that stuff, but I don't know.
It just depends on some of the bigger states, and maybe Doug and Nikki, if we can go back to you guys, as we look at those states that have yet to be counted, there are still some pretty big ones out there with huge electoral votes that could shift this. If you can talk a little bit more about that. I think California is the biggest one out there at 54 electoral votes. But then if you have all those other states that have smaller numbers, at what point will it not matter anymore?
Once they hit that 270.
Right?
The magic number.
That is the key. Because California, Nikki, is one of those states that is traditionally, except for when Ronald Reagan ran, Democratic.
Yes, and so it is. I mean, California polls are still open right now. They're 3 hours behind us, but it is very, very likely that is going to, those 54 electoral college votes are going to end up in Harris's column.
As well as Oregon, Washington.
Oregon and Washington are very likely to end up in her column, and so you're going to start seeing, once some of these bigger states come in that are typically Democratic, you're going to see her numbers go up as well, and then it's going to come down to the swing states. And then in a perfect world, we'll know tonight, but in a more likely world, we will be waiting a little bit.
We'll have a closer maybe idea of the projections on those, the way the votes are coming in, but we're not anticipating that they'll be called, because Pennsylvania could take well into tomorrow to finish its count even. So, well,
all right.
Yeah, we'll keep watching it. There's a long way to go. It's only going on 10 o'clock, and as Nikki mentioned, some of the polls in the Pacific Coast are still open.
And that answered the question of why this could go right down to the wire and maybe even way past into another day or so. Thank you so much, Doug and Nikki, as well.
Well, there's so many more races we're keeping an eye on tonight. But first, we're going to take a quick break from the stream right now and transition back on air for a quick update for our television viewers, which you'll also see in just a few minutes.
Still ahead, though, when we come back, we will have live reports from outside both the Trump and Harris campaign as we get down to the wire, how those candidates might be feeling right now with those votes being counted.
Tracking the latest local results in election 2024, and the race we're keeping the closest eye on is the U.S. Senate.
This is a race that really could decide the balance of power in Washington as we see other results coming in from around the country. So tonight, the race between Senator Sherrod Brown, the incumbent, and Bernie Moreno, oh, so close. We've been watching them battle back and forth. For the last couple of hours. Let's give you the latest numbers. Again, they've moved and shifted once more. Bernie Moreno, though, stretching his lead now by about 5 percentage points, with more than half of the precincts reporting in now from the state of Ohio. So you can see it right there. Bernie Moreno, 51%, to the incumbent Sherrod Brown, 46%. This would not only be a huge upset for the Democrats, given the fact that he's been in office for decades, both as a congressman and a senator, but this would also be another exclamation point, if you will, Yolanda, on the red wave that we are really seeing across the country.
There's that shift in the power dynamic there. Well, we're also keeping an eye on several school levies, and right now the Hilliard School levy and bond, that is actually winning, and 53% of voters voting yes and 47% voting no.
So let's get over to 10 TV's Carly Dion, because Carly, we know that there are a lot of families and students that have their fingers crossed tonight. What do you say about the mood there tonight?
Absolutely, Angela, Yolanda. If the levy is approved, it would cost homeowners $242 per $100,000 of appraised property value every year. Now, the bond issue would allow the district to issue $142 million for constructing and renovating facilities, including money to replace and build 3 new elementary schools. However, if it fails, up to $10 million would need to be cut from the district's operating budget for the next school year. And the superintendent says about 100 jobs are on the line. Angela and Yolanda.
All right, thank you very much, Carly. Just a lot of stuff going on tonight. We're definitely trying to keep you guys updated on everything. We're looking at also that the COTA levy, the COTA sales tax. Right now, voters saying yes by 59%, no with 41% saying no. And we're going to keep an eye on all of this tonight. So. Right now, we're going to send it back to national coverage, but join us right now on 10 TV Plus. It's a free download on your Roku, Apple TV, or Amazon Fire.
An historic election night expected to come down to the wire. This is where everything stands right now, as both Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump have yet to reach the much-needed 270 electoral votes to become our next president. Thanks for staying with us on our live election night special on 10 TV Plus. I'm Colin Dorsey. Angela and Yolanda will join us once again at 11. Now, this presidential race is something 10 TV has been covering closely all year. And right now, emotions are very high for both campaigns as millions of votes are still being counted and coming in. And coming up in just 10 minutes, we are going to get a live update from our reporters set up at both campaign headquarters. But first, we want to check back in with 10 TV's Doug Petcash. He's been following these election results for us closely all night. Doug, we really haven't seen too many surprises come along, right?
Actually, we've seen no surprises as of yet, Colin. But since the last time we checked in, we have two more states to call for President Trump, and those are Montana and Wyoming. So he's starting to build in that mountain northwest in Utah. So those electoral college votes are now coming over here for former President Trump. He's up to 198, and Vice President Harris still at 99. And as we look at this, there's still a lot of states, of course, that haven't been called yet. Chief among them, California, with its 54 electoral college votes, Oregon and Washington, and then all of the swing states. None of them, I should say, have been called at this time. We're waiting. Those are the keys to what we are expecting to happen. I'm going to bring my expert, Nikki Califf-Hughes, back in. She is a professor from Bowling Green State University, if we can, to get her perspective on this. As Colin mentioned, there's no surprises in this, Nikki, so far, correct?
Correct. This is pretty much exactly what we expected to see so far. I think the surprises are going to come, if they come, once we start getting the results back in from those swing states.
And as we look at this, earlier we had looked at like paths to 270. Right now, since this is still shaping up as expected, this is the way it could end up before the swing states are called, with Vice President Harris having 226 and former President Trump having 219. Her most likely and the simplest way to look at it going forward for her to win to get to 270 would be to get Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania to get to that 270. And that's the way most analysts have been predicting that this could go in her best path forward.
Yeah, and I think this would not be surprising. Of all of the different kind of combinations that she could get to hit 270, this would probably be the least surprising of them. And
then for the former president, his is kind of the counterclockwise of that. If he were to flip Georgia, which he lost only by 12,000 votes in 2020, hold on to North Carolina, which was red in 2020, and then flip Pennsylvania, once again, Pennsylvania being the key, he would get to 270.
Yeah, and that's what's going to be tricky about tonight, is we just aren't going to have the full picture just for a little bit longer.
And so let's go back to what the picture is that we have right now. This is the way it is shaping up. And, we're waiting for more states to come in, as you just heard. Utah and was it Montana or Wyoming? One of those. Montana and Utah were the most recent ones, but just 10 electoral college votes among those. So we'll keep updating the board as we go. Let's take a quick look at the Senate race before we send it back over to Colin. And right now, still almost the lead is growing for Bernie Moreno. It's above 5% now.
It is. This is, I think, the highest that we've seen for Bernie Moreno tonight, and the gap is, I think, the largest that it's been so far.
And we're looking at 4.1 million, so we're about 2/3 of the expected vote coming in, or more than 2/3 perhaps.
Yeah, this is, I think we're kind of inching up. If you look, it says 58% reporting, 70% estimated total vote. So we're getting into the area where it's going to be harder for Sherrod Brown to make a comeback.
All right, we'll check on it again in a couple of minutes, Colin.
All right, Doug, thanks. And of course, all eyes are truly on that presidential race. The country is anxiously waiting to see who will come out on top. This after a long and intense battle between the two candidates. Former President Trump has been campaigning ever since he lost re-election 4 years ago in 2020. Meanwhile, Vice President Harris had a late start. That's after President Joe Biden suddenly dropped out of the race back in July. And all night long, we've had live team coverage outside both campaigns' headquarters. So we'll go ahead and check in with them one more time. So first, we'll bring in CBS's Natalie Brand. She's live for us right now from Vice President Kamala Harris's campaign headquarters in D.C., and that is at Howard University. Natalie, we heard from you about 90 minutes ago. The big question right now, as we see more states start to file in, has the energy changed at all?
Well, supporters here are still trying to keep the energy up, eagerly awaiting to learn when the vice president might arrive and address the crowd here. As you've been monitoring, the exit polling is kind of showing some mixed storylines. The Harris campaign has expressed confidence with college voters in some key battlegrounds, particularly Pennsylvania, where they've made a huge effort to mobilize the youth vote, college-age, first-time voters. But then we have exit polling from the battleground state of Michigan, where it shows, according to early exit polling, younger voters narrowly going for Trump, in large part because younger men came out for Trump. However, in that battleground state, older voters were going for Harris in Michigan. So again, we have some early storylines that we're trying to make sense of at this hour, but a lot more information will come to light as more information and results come in. Earlier, heading into tonight, the Harris campaign said that the vice president was in good spirits, trying to remain calm and optimistic, but they also acknowledge that no one recognizes more than the vice president herself how close this race is.
Vote coming into age in this election, and you mentioned it there, the Harris campaign relying on that young vote, and with you saying there that the youth vote narrowly swinging towards former President Trump, is there any indication of more concern from the Harris campaign tonight?
Yeah, and again, to make clear, that is exit polling from one battleground state. So we'll have to see what the story looks like in Pennsylvania and in Nevada, where, again, the campaign here has said that they are optimistic and confident in long lines in some of the key college towns, and college students who were in line, before polls close, they can still cast their ballots, even if it is after, the official time, because they had lined up well before the deadline. And we know that the Harris campaign also tried to mobilize some star power, like actor Paul Rudd, to go talk to students in line, take selfies and pictures with them to try to make sure that those younger voters stay waiting so they can cast their ballots for the vice president. The other, key groups that we'll have to wait and see, suburban women, maybe moderate Republican women who formerly would have supported former President Trump and have now expressed support for Harris. Also, going into this, the Harris campaign had felt confident about late-breaking undecided voters. We'll have to see how all of those demographics shake out at the end of the day, at the end of the night, when all these votes are ultimately counted. And again, Colin, it could take much longer than tonight. Keep in mind, it could take days for us to have official, projections in some of these states.
All right, Natalie, thank you so much for joining us once again. And with that, we're going to now turn for a live update from former President Donald Trump's campaign headquarters there. CBS's Bradley Blackburn is there for us in Florida. Bradley, we last heard from you once again about an hour and a half ago. More election results are coming in, more states being handed in former President Donald Trump's favor. What's the energy like right now?
Yeah, Colin, here at Trump headquarters, supporters have had more reason to cheer in the last hour and a half for sure. CBS News now projects at least 18 states are going towards former President Trump tonight, and we have heard cheers erupt every time a red state goes up on the big board behind us. Of course, most of those states were Republican-leaning and were expected to go for former President Trump, but it's something that these supporters are celebrating anyway. We know that former President Trump himself is at this point laser-focused on the state of Pennsylvania. He called into a radio station there earlier tonight. He's also been calling into radio stations in Wisconsin, and he's been just trying to drive out the vote, get out the vote, and encourage any supporters that are still in line to stay in line and cast their ballots. He told his supporters that this could all come down to Pennsylvania tonight, cracking that blue wall that the Harris campaign has been depending on. And so we know that former President Trump is watching the results right now, not here at the headquarters, but instead over at his estate, Mar-a-Lago. That's a few miles from here. And he is surrounded by some of his core supporters, which we understand includes the billionaire Elon Musk, who has been so influential in this race and has been particularly involved in Pennsylvania.
And Bradley, of course, we know this is going to come down to a knife's edge tonight. Pennsylvania important to both candidates. Something that caused months of litigation last time was the acceptance of the results. Have you heard anything from the campaign about whether the former president will accept the results that come out?
That is one of the big questions here, and we've kind of had mixed messages from former President Trump today on that. After he cast his ballot in Palm Beach, he was asked about that, and he said that he would be the first to accept the results of a fair election. But then in the hours since, he has already started to raise questions about the integrity of this election, even as he predicted a big win for himself tonight. So he made claims on Truth Social and in some radio interviews about there being alleged cheating in Philadelphia and in Detroit without presenting any real evidence to substantiate those claims. So that is the question of whether he would accept a defeat. He says he's predicting a win, is counting on a win, and in fact, he said that he hasn't even prepared a remark hasn't prepared remarks to give at the podium here. He knows what he would say in the event of a win, but he says he doesn't even want to think about what he would say in the event of a loss. So as we've been saying all night, this could be, we may not have the answer tonight. We may not have a concession or an acceptance until all of these votes are counted, and that could take days.
Yeah, and Bradley, one more question before I let you go. Former President Trump lost Georgia by 12,000 votes in 2020. Is the campaign also hyper-focused on taking that state this time?
They have campaigned extensively in Georgia, trying to drive out the vote. They know that it would be crucial for him to hold on to capture Georgia. Of course, President Biden won it in 2020, and so immense energy has been put into the state of Georgia and the state of North Carolina as well. And interestingly, as we've seen the results come in tonight, Virginia, Trump has been ahead in the count so far. It is still too close to call, but that has heartened a lot of supporters when they see those numbers up there, that even in a traditionally blue state like Virginia, that Trump is competitive. Campaign insiders say that they're unlikely to take that state, but they think that this lead, at least at this point in the night, is a good omen.
All right, Bradley, thank you so much. Bradley Blackburn for us from Florida. For more on this close presidential race tonight, we're going to take things back to 10 TV's Doug Petcash and our political expert tonight. More states starting to come in.
That's right, Colin. We just got an update now, one in the blue column for Vice President Kamala Harris. Colorado just was called in the last 5 minutes. So those 10 electoral college votes go into Vice President Harris's column. She's now over 100 for the first time tonight. Former President Trump almost to 200. But again, Colorado has been a state that has been pretty traditionally blue, correct?
Yeah, I don't think this is anything that's necessarily surprising. Again, still, I think it's more of what we expected. It's a confirmation of kind of what people have expected to see of the map. And I think we're going to still have a few more of those kind of expected states before we start getting to those swing states.
All right, let's go back to one of the big issues here, or the only statewide issue itself, as you will. That is the issue 1 on the ballot here regarding redistricting and gerrymandering, the Citizens Not Politicians proposed constitutional amendment. And right now, the no's, those fighting against switching to an independent citizens commission over the current redistricting commission, and the lead is building almost to 10% now.
It is.
For the no's, that is.
Yeah, for the no's. Yeah, and it is. It's getting bigger. This might be the biggest, again, gap that we've seen all night as more votes come in. And I think this is probably one of the more surprising results. A lot of the polling data had the yes votes ahead of the no. But what makes a lot of the polls that we've seen on this, and there aren't that many, is that a lot of that used the language that was what voters signed to get it on the ballot, not the language that appeared on the ballot. The ballot language was different than what voters approved to get on there. It was a lot more confusing and a little bit more opaque, and it was also long. And so what all of the studies of citizen-driven initiatives have shown is that complicated, long initiatives are less likely to see voters vote on them and are more likely to see a no vote because they're just more complicated. And it's a lot easier to say, well, I know what the status quo is. There's no risk to a no. It's safe because I know what it is, rather than a yes, which would bring in a new system. And so I think what we're going to see for the no votes on this is people who were really just not necessarily 100% sure what it would do, or who just didn't like the way it sounded, or who just chose not to vote and flipped through the 3 pages of ballot language.
There's a lot of ballot language when you look at it. It was, whether it was on a paper ballot or on the touchscreen ballots, it was a lot to get through. And you're looking at now about 4 million, 4.1, 4.2 million votes coming in of an expected roughly 6 million. If we hit 6 million, that'll actually be a record number for this year. Another, well, 3 races that we're watching is for Supreme Court. This was an opportunity for Democrats to take control of the Ohio Supreme Court for the first time in more than 40 years. But as we're seeing right now, it's not shaping up that way. In this first one, we have the incumbent Michael Donnelly losing by 13% right now in that first race. In this one, another 13% lead for incumbent Joseph Deters, who is a Republican, and also incumbent Melody Stewart. Deters switched to run against Melody Stewart here, and he's got a big lead right now. And then you've got Daniel Hawkins also with a 13%. So it's almost, you can figure out that people voted 1, 2, 3 for the Democrats or 1, 2, 3 for the Republicans.
That's what it looks like, and that's not really surprising. Ohio is newer to partisan judicial elections, so this is one of the first times we're actually seeing these partisan labels that people can choose rather than having to know the name of the person running or their background. They can vote purely based on partisanship, and so that's going to get a more partisan Supreme Court. And so I think that's what we're seeing is these labels act as a cue, and it makes it a lot easier for people to vote. And if you look at the Republican percentages so far, they mirror what we're seeing in a lot of the other statewide races in terms of president and state senate. The percentages look roughly the same. So I think you did probably have a lot of single party voters all the way down.
And so if my math is correct and the Republicans win all 3 of these races, as it is clearly shaping up to be right now, I believe that would give the majority on the court, it would either 5-2 or 6-1.
6-1.
So obviously, definitely a conservative leaning court with some very big issues coming up on the horizon in late this year, or, well, actually, I guess it would be early next year.
Yeah, we'll have a lot of cases about reproductive rights as we try to implement what voters passed last year. It has to be essentially implemented through the courts as the courts find current law unconstitutional. And we did just see that happen with the heartbeat ban in Ohio. And so we'll see cases like that coming before the court. School vouchers are going to come before the court. Probably more ballot language issues are going to come before the court. So we're going to have a number of issues in the next few years that come before this court.
I want to emphasize what you said about precedent and how the Supreme Court, or how the constitutional amendments work. People know they voted, and it was handily successful ballot initiative, issue 1 last year, the abortion constitutional amendment. I think it passed by 13 or 14%. It put it in the Constitution, but as you said, it has to be litigated basically into practice. And so you saw it once, but I think a lot of people think, well, it's in the Constitution, so it's there, it's good to go. But there has to be some legal basis then to enforce or to take off the books, right?
It is. So essentially, Ohioans had to go through that legal process, that 6-week ban or that 5.5-week ban when a heartbeat can show up on an ultrasound. Ohioans had to sue. The court had to look at it and evaluate that with the new Constitution. And so they did. They found that was unconstitutional in light of what Ohio voters passed last year. But that's going to have to happen with pretty much every aspect of that bill and every aspect of, or that amendment and every aspect of reproductive health care now in Ohio. It is going to go before whatever the court we have now.
And at this point, it's looking like it could be a 6-1 conservative advantage on the court. And let's just go back to the presidency here in Ohio. Former President Trump now leading in the state by 13%, which he won by 8% in 2020 and 2016. So that could certainly have implications for the Senate race, which we'll check on here in a second as well.
Yeah, I think this is going to be really interesting. My guess would be that this narrows up a little bit once we have 100% of the vote counted, which isn't going to happen tonight. But we'll know the outcomes, obviously, for Ohio. But I think we are going to see that gap narrow up a little bit, but not that much.
And we can compare the two. 4.5 million votes, by the way, in right now. And so here's what you have. The two races tonight, Donald Trump versus Kamala Harris, Bernie Moreno versus Sherrod Brown. The margin is smaller here. So what does that indicate to you?
So what that tells us is that there are people who voted for Sherrod Brown, but then for Senate, and Trump for president in Ohio. So there are a number of voters who may be okay with the Democratic senator, but were not okay with a Democratic president. And so I think that kind of partisan switch is a little bit interesting on that. You don't see that very often. And so I think there are some voters who voted Republican for the president, Democratic for the Senate.
5.5% lead right now for Bernie Moreno with 4.5 million votes in. Colin.
All right, Doug, thank you so much. We'll get back to you in a moment, but we do have another local race that has been called, and this is for the Franklin County prosecutor. Shayla Favor is now the projected winner of that race over Republican John Rutan. Shayla Favor with 63% of the vote. A little more than 314,000 votes cast in her favor against John Rutan's 183,000. Now, with this being said, Shayla Favor is the first woman and first person of color to be elected to that position in Franklin County. Now, we'll get back to that also in a moment, but we now need to go to the hometown of Senator J.D. Vance, as Middletown is watching that election very closely, as Ohio's senator could become the next vice president of the United States if former President Donald Trump wins election this year. 10 TV's Clay Gordon is live for us at a watch party in Westchester, Ohio. Now that is near Middletown. Clay, what are you hearing tonight from locals as more results start to come in?
Yeah, good evening, Colin. We're hearing some good news so far, especially when we're watching these screens behind us here, and we're hearing that Trump has locked up Ohio too, and we're getting some good reaction to the Senate race too as well. But you mentioned we're close to J.D. Vance's hometown. That's Middletown. That's about 20 minutes from here, like 13, 14 miles from Westchester, and we're at Laurie's Roadhouse, where it's been busy all night. Although it has been thinning out just a little bit after Trump won Ohio. But, you know, Senator Vance is not the only big name to come from Butler County. Take a listen.
A few years ago, we had the Speaker of the House from Butler County, John Boehner. So we're a little used to it. But Vice President J.D. Vance, he's a great guy. Met him. I've talked to him. He's very approachable. He's very intelligent. I think he's done a great job. Yeah, we're excited about that.
Yeah, the Butler County Republican Party is hosting this watch party there. Joe Statzer, who I talked to, says this is deep red, deep Trump country here. And so far, for everyone here, it's been a great night. Colin, back to you.
All right, Clay, thanks. There's still many more races we are keeping a close eye on tonight. But first, we're going to take a quick break from the stream right now and transition back to air for a quick update for our TV viewers. You'll see us back in just a few minutes. And still ahead to come, the battle over control of the Senate. We're getting a live update from both Brown and Moreno watch parties, as the intense race could soon be coming to an end. And right now on 10 TV, the latest Ohio election results. Good evening, I'm Colin Dorsey. Just into our newsroom regarding the race for Franklin County prosecutor. Democrat Shayla Favor is now the projected winner of that race. Shayla Favor taking 63% of that vote, over 37% for Republican John Rutan. She is the first woman and first person of color to be elected in Franklin County to that position.
Tonight, we broke through a barrier that has stood for far too long. And I feel the weight and the privilege of this responsibility. And in this moment, I cannot help but think about those who paved the way for me to be here this evening.
And now we'll take a look right now at the latest numbers on that Senate race. Republican Bernie Moreno, 51% of the vote over Sherrod Brown at 46%. We have team coverage from both campaigns tonight. We'll start off with Kevin Landers covering the Moreno campaign. Kevin.
Good evening. Every time they flash the results for Bernie Moreno here in Westlake, people stand up and cheer and clap. They get the sense that Bernie Moreno may prove victorious tonight. We will bring you his speech should he become victorious, and we'll have that live. We'll now send it over to Rochelle Aline at the Brown campaign.
We're here. The mood is calm, but people are starting to get antsy. They want to hear the results, the final results of that race. So far, we've heard from several prominent Democrats, including Shayla Favor, city officials, county officials, a few state officials. Those celebrations for initiatives and smaller wins are filling the gap. But again, people are starting to get antsy. They want to see what the final outcome of this race is going to be. And we're going to be back in just a little bit with more on what the temperature in the room is right now. For now, in Columbus, Rochelle Aline, 10 TV. Back to you, Colin.
Rochelle, thanks so much. Of course, keeping a very close eye on that Senate race. It is one of the most watched Senate races in the country tonight. And you can find an update on election information at 10tv.com. Once again, before we leave you on air, that Franklin County prosecutor race been called for Democrat Shayla Favor. For continuing live coverage, you can join us on our streaming app 10TV Plus as we continue with our election special tonight. We continue taking a look at state-by-state results and also those local races. You can watch 10TV Plus for free on Roku, Amazon Fire, and your Apple TV device, or you can watch it at 10tv.com live on our website. Now at 10:30, we are following a very close Senate race between incumbent Senator Sherrod Brown and Republican Bernie Moreno. Tonight, Democrats need a win to hold on to a chance of maintaining a majority in the Senate, while Republicans will almost guarantee themselves control of the Senate if they win this seat. Of course, you can see right there, Republican Bernie Moreno with almost 51% of the vote compared to 45, almost 46% of the vote for Sherrod Brown. Meanwhile, the presidential race still close, as some states have already been called. That includes Ohio, which went to former President Donald Trump once again. And right now, this is where things stand right now between former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris. Donald Trump right now, 198 electoral votes, 112 for Kamala Harris. They both need 270 votes. That is the race and the magic number either candidate needs to get to become the next president of the United States. Thanks for sticking with us on our live election night special on 10 TV Plus. I'm Colin Dorsey. We've been following these election results closely all night, and following them very closely for us is 10 TV's political reporter Doug Petcash. He's now with our political analyst over there. Doug, what is the latest that we're looking at?
Well, Colin, you mentioned that one of the big calls about an hour ago was Ohio, which is 17 electoral college votes, of course, going to former President Trump. That was expected. Ohio no longer a bellwether state or one of the states that's in the mix, a swing state at this point. At least the last 3 elections have been solidly Republican. The most recent states to be called, though, have gone into Vice President Harris's column, those being Colorado and its 10 electoral college votes. And then we have the District of Columbia with its 3 electoral college votes. So those 13 going into her column, putting her over 100 for the night, up to 112. But former President Trump right now with a solid lead of 198, but it's a solid lead on the board. Doesn't mean it's going to stay that way throughout the night, as some of the states that are predicted to be Democrat will also be going to Vice President Harris, as we keep an eye on that. And then, of course, the 7 key swing states. None of those have been called yet. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. Those are all still up for grabs right now. And we understand that they are very tight, so it could be late into the night until we start to see those results. Now I bring back in our political analyst, Dr. Nikki Califf-Hughes from the Bowling Green State University Political Science Department. Shaping up as expected so far tonight.
Yeah, so far this is really kind of exactly what we expected to see. So I don't think we've seen any huge deviations from probably what we would have predicted months ago. These states have been very, very stable in recent elections. And so I think right now we're just kind of waiting for time to pass a little bit. So the folks on the West Coast can have their polls closed, and we can start getting results from the West Coast, and we can start getting some of that swing state data trickling in.
And if this does play out the rest of the way, minus the swing states, the way it has been predicted and analyzed, it would look like this heading in. Oh, I got to take those off the board, though. Let me get that out of there. So this is how it would look without the swing states in play. As we wait for those to come out, the most likely path to victory for Vice President Harris or Kamala Trump. Geez, it's been a long night. Donald Trump, Kamala Harris, combining the two, that's different. And so as we watch as those swing states come in. Let's go back to the Senate race now, too, because this does have implications for the entire country as well. As we look at the Senate race, once again, Bernie Moreno up by about 5 percentage points right now. Polling had shown this race anywhere between like 2 and 5, either way.
Yeah, the polls were really, really tight on this race. Almost all of them were within the margin of error of the poll. So I think the outcome is pretty much what we expected, which was a tight race with one of the candidates pulling ahead, and depending on which poll you looked at, put Sherrod Brown ahead or Bernie Moreno ahead. And so I think it's pretty much probably a little bit of a gap, more of a gap than we expected at the end, but we'll see. We'll see
how it all plays out, right? And then, as I mentioned, this has implications for balance of power. So we have it at 50-50 right now because we have called the race in West Virginia for the Republican Justice is his last name, taking over for Joe Manchin, who was a Democrat, longtime Democrat, held that seat and has not run. So that seat has flipped to Republican, 50-50 right now. So you still have the Moreno and Sherrod Brown race that hasn't been called yet. Also, the race out in Montana between longtime incumbent Democrat John Tester, who actually entered the Senate the same year as Sherrod Brown in 2007, against a very young candidate on the Republican side, whose name is Tim Sheehy, who is a 38-year-old former Navy SEAL who is giving him a very tight race there. They call him the most vulnerable Democrat, but also Sherrod Brown is showing some vulnerability tonight as well. So the shift of power here could really go to maybe a 2-seat, 4-seat advantage for the Republicans.
It could, and I think Democrats really expected, they probably hoped that wouldn't happen, but it's not a surprise. There are more Democratic seats, or seats held by Democrats right now that are up for grabs than seats that are held by Republicans. Based on the way the Senate election cycle works in their terms, not everyone is up every year, and sometimes states don't even have elections. And so you have more Democrats right now that are up than you do Republicans. And so more Democrats are going to be vulnerable. And given how tight the Senate has been for the last few years, you're likely going to see Republicans take a couple more seats than they have right now, at least on this map. And so right, what that means is that if you end up with a Republican presidency, a Republican Senate, and a Republican House, you end up with a unified Republican government.
All right, if you're just joining us, too, we want to get an update for you on the one of the big state issues here, and that is issue 1, the proposed constitutional amendment regarding who will draw our political maps. If you voted yes on this campaign, you want a switch to the Citizens Commission made up of 15 members who are Republican, Democrat, and independent. If you vote no, you wanted to keep the current system, which is 7 elected officials on the redistricting commission. And right now, the noes have a pretty substantial lead.
Yeah, this is a much bigger lead for the noes than polls suggested. Not necessarily bigger than what we would expect given what political science tells us about citizen-driven initiatives and their likelihood of success. But the polls showed the yes vote being a little bit higher than this. And I think a lot of that is going to boil down to the ballot language and the fact that the ballot language was a lot more confusing than what people approved when they signed the petitions to get it on the ballot. It was different language that appeared on the ballot. That language actually went to court because the yes on issue 1, people said it was too confusing, and the court essentially kept that language. And so my guess is that some of that does have to do with that. There's also a possibility that this no vote is higher because Governor Mike DeWine did say that it's clear the current system isn't working. So a no vote, we will try to sort something else out so we don't have those 7 times unconstitutional districts again in the future.
All right, I just want to give a quick update on some of the congressional races right now as well. In Congressional District 2 here, David Taylor, the Republican, with a huge victory over Samantha Meadows. Joyce Beatty, the Democratic incumbent here, won her 7th term with a huge win with 71% of the vote representing Columbus and Franklin County. We have Jim Jordan winning his 10th term in the District 4 with a 68.3% to 31.7% margin. And also in District 12, in this area covering Mount Vernon, Cambridge, Troy Balderson, the Republican incumbent, winning right there. And District 15, Mike Carey, the Republican incumbent, up 56 to 43%. But that race has been called as well. That's where the congressional districts that represent Central Ohio and our viewers stand at this point. Those races all have been called, Colin.
Doug, thanks so much. When I talked to Secretary of State Frank LaRose earlier, he said that we'll have most of those votes in by 11. We'll see how that goes, and then the rest will trickle in by 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. And of course, there is so much on the line on this Senate race. We're talking national implications for either party, and we do have team coverage from both campaigns' watch parties. So we want to first check back in with 10 TV's Rochelle Aline. She's at Senator Sherrod Brown's gathering here in Columbus. Rochelle, what can you tell us tonight? How's it feeling?
You know, Colin, I did hear Doug and our analyst, say just a little while ago that some folks didn't expect the gap that we're seeing right now when it comes to this race, and that definitely is influencing the mood that we're feeling here in the room. Again, folks are calm, but we're watching people walk around here, and you're seeing them literally refresh those results on their phone, checking in to see if they've gotten any new numbers, if those percentages have changed. And so again, calm, but I think people are starting to get a bit anxious to see what those final results are. In the meantime, we have seen many celebrations from local, county, city, and even state Democrats celebrating wins for initiatives at the state level, at the city level, and even wins when it comes to like the county prosecutor's race. And so in the meantime, to fill that time as people anxiously refresh their phones and wait to see what the results are for the Brown versus Moreno race, we are also having people celebrate wins at the local level. We're going to toss it over now to Kevin, who's up in the Cleveland area, checking in on Brown's opponent. Kevin?
Well, here in Westlake, the mood in the Moreno Watch campaign is growing more positive by the hour as people begin to see Moreno continue to hold on to his lead. We'll have to wait and see, of course, what the official count will be. But one of the interesting parts that we're looking at about this campaign is the importance of the female voter. Bernie Moreno, was somewhat shifted his abortion stand. In 2020, he said absolutely no abortions, no exceptions. And then 2 years later, he said reasonable exceptions. Of course, Sherrod Brown has always been pro-choice. Abortion rights are playing a major role on both campaigns. Both camps know it's important they tackle the issues that mean the most to female voters if they plan to win tonight. A New York Times Siena poll in October showed that 55% of women approve of Sherrod Brown, but just 38% of men. Meanwhile, Moreno shows 54% of supporters are men, while 34% are women. suburban women have long been a coveted voting bloc for politicians of both parties. For decades, they were defined as white suburban mothers, but in recent years, the group has become more diverse, but they still share a lot of the same views. On a recent trip to Columbus last week, Moreno was talking about abortion, the high cost of adoption, and the lack of available contraception for women.
I believe that life is sacred. That's what I believe. I have a friend of mine today in Ohio that's trying to adopt a child. $70,000, Andrew. You can't afford that, right? Let's drive the cost of that down. Let's drive the cost of health care for women down. Let's make sure that women have equal access to contraception.
Now, we will be here throughout the night and hopefully give you Bernie Moreno's speech when he enters through those blue curtains behind me. But again, the mood here is very positive as Bernie Moreno, for now, holds the lead. Reporting live from Westlake, Kevin Landers, 10 TV News.
All right, Kevin, thank you so much. We do have two more states being called tonight. That is going to be Iowa and Kansas. Both states, Iowa and Kansas, will go to former President Donald Trump. That brings the former president up to 210 electoral votes. Kamala Harris still at 112 in that race to 270 votes tonight. Of course, that is the magic number to get to when it comes to becoming the next president. Once again, Iowa, Kansas now being given to former President Donald Trump in the race for president. And tonight we are also expecting to learn who voters decide would draw Ohio's political maps. That is all part of Issue 1. Of course, we just saw that Issue 1, that gap between the yes and the no's, and in favor of the no vote on that continues to grow almost 10 points. That proposed constitutional amendment aims to put map-making process in the hands of citizens instead of politicians. And following that issue closely for us tonight is 10 TV's Tara Jabor. She's live for us with that. The Yes campaign is holding its watch party. Tara, you've talked with both sides tonight. What are you hearing?
Yeah, Colin, that's right. We're here at the Yes Party for Issue 1. It's been pretty quiet here all night. There's just a few people behind us right now, and we are waiting to hear from leaders of citizens, not politicians. We're told they will be coming out to speak with us here and within the next 30 minutes. Now, let's talk about what would happen if Issue 1 does pass. Basically, if it passes, it would change the way that political maps are drawn here in Ohio. It would create a new commission that would be made up of 15 people. 5 of them would be Republicans, 5 of them would be Democrats, and 5 of them would be independents. Now, right now, the map-making process is different here in Ohio. We do have 3 statewide elected officials that do the maps, along with 4 state lawmakers. We'll, of course, be here all night and keep you updated when we do hear from the yes side. We know the no side already spoke just about 20 minutes ago. We'll have a live report coming up at 11 o'clock on 10 TV News. But for now, reporting live in downtown Columbus, Tara Jabor, 10 TV News.
All right, Tara, thank you so much. Of course, some things that have prompted that were Ohio's 7 maps that were declared unconstitutional. Governor Mike DeWine addressing that before Election Day, talking about recognizing that that was an issue to voters. Now, we're going to go ahead and take a look where some of our local races stand right now tonight. Franklin County prosecutor has been called in favor of Democrat Shayla Favor. That is 63% in her favor. 314, almost 315,000 for the Democrat. Republican John Rutan, 37% of the vote, around 183,000. Shayla Favor will become the first woman and person of color to hold that seat. Now, let's take a look also at where things stand for the Franklin County Children's Services tax levy. It is up for renewal and an increase. The ballot language says the money will help Children's Services protect and provide services to abused and neglected children. Right now, that stands with a yes vote, 63%, 319,000, almost 320,000 in the affirmative for that. No votes, 37%. Now, let's talk COTA. Transportation, public transportation, that levy has been on the ballot, and let's see where it stands so far. 57% voting in favor of increasing the tax levy. If passed, this levy would raise the local sales tax and invest that money into improving and expanding public transportation in Columbus and Franklin County. So right now we're looking at 57% in the affirmative for the COTA sales tax levy, 291,000, almost 292,000 in the affirmative for that. So we'll bring back in 10 TV's Doug Petcash. He's joined once again with our political expert who's watching all of these races very closely. And we're still kind of looking at a map that hasn't thrown us many curveballs tonight.
No curveballs, as a matter of fact, so far. Colin, we have to keep saying so far, but you just called the two most recent ones being Iowa and Kansas. Those 11 electoral college votes now going into former President Trump's tally, putting him over 200 now, up to 210. Nikki, one of our questions this evening after we heard about the Des Moines Register poll from the weekend that said it could flip blue for the first time in a long time. That didn't happen, at least the way it's been called right now. So Iowa's 6 electoral college votes stay red, and for former President Trump. This is kind of the way you still, even despite the poll, thought that it would go, right?
It is. I kind of expected that the poll might be a little bit overly optimistic for Democrats. I'm not surprised with the call for Iowa going to former President Trump.
I guess part of the reasoning for that was that there was the idea that a lot of older women were switching to support Vice President Harris.
And they still may have, but there may just not have been enough, essentially, right? You may have, I'm not sure exactly what the breakdown is for Iowa yet, and I don't know that Iowa has 100% of their vote counted. And so it would be interesting to kind of break up the demographics by that, not just who voted for which candidate, but kind of what their demographics are. And you would be able to see, did the older women in Iowa, did they shift to Harris relative to where they were 4 or 8 years ago? I don't think we know that quite yet, but that I think will be useful data actually for future campaigns for both parties to understand.
And so we also said that throughout we're watching very closely those 7 key swing states, and we can take a closer look at them right now and how things are starting to shape up in Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada as we go to our key states location here. And this is the first time we're looking at this tonight where we can get really kind of a deeper dive into how these states are shaping up. The western state of Arizona, 50% of the estimated total, only a 2,000 vote lead for the former president.
Yeah, I don't know that I'd read too much into that yet, given both what Arizona is a little bit behind us time-wise,
Pacific time, yeah.
And the fact that you only have, that might be 50% of the vote, but that is so small, and I don't know what part of the state is still outstanding yet. We just don't know that based on this data right here. And 2,000 votes is so small. So I don't know that I'd read too much into that one quite yet.
And Georgia's reporting 90% estimated total vote. That seems high for this time of the night for Georgia, but so far also the former president with the sizable lead there, considering that he lost Georgia by 12,700 votes 4 years ago.
Yeah, and so I think, we'll have to wait and see. That's definitely a larger lead than where it was 4 years ago. Maybe Georgia's just been really efficient with their vote counting this year, and so we may actually have that call by the end of the night.
It is definitely the highest reporting total of these key states. Michigan right now, the former president also leading here by about 24,000 votes with 25% of the estimated total.
Yeah, and again, I would probably not draw a ton of conclusions from that, because if you don't have the cities and southern Michigan reporting yet, I don't think we can really know quite what that looks like.
Nevada, Pacific time, also still early on, no vote coming in on that yet. North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. So far, all 7 of those key swing states are favoring former President Trump.
Yeah, they are, and it really depends on what part of the state the vote is actually going to come from. And so this is where it gets confusing, and this is also where it got confusing 4 years ago, is if you recall 4 years ago, people went to bed thinking that Republicans were going to kind of carry all those states. But as the vote counting went on through the night, which is what happens in every election, more votes came in that election for Biden and the Democrats. And so when people woke up in the morning, things had actually flipped. And so we may see some of that. We may see more calls tonight because I think there's a better structure for counting votes quickly this time. We have less uncertainty.
States are getting better at it.
Yeah,
right?
They're getting better, less uncertainty, less, COVID isn't a thing right now. And so I think hopefully we'll have more calls kind of later tonight, but we're going to have to wait and see.
Yes, we are. But as it stands right now, 6 of the 7 swing states are favoring former President Trump. Let's check on the Senate race here before we send it back over to the anchor desk and click on that right there. It's not really tightening up. It's staying right at about 5%. We're now at just under 5 million votes of a projected possibly 6 million that could come in here in Ohio.
Yeah, and this that's about as 5% as you can get.
Yeah.
And so again, that may end up holding on. We'll kind of have to wait and see. They said 81% reporting, 85% counted. So we'll kind of have to wait and see, but the hill is getting a lot steeper for Sherrod Brown.
And we're looking at Sherrod Brown, who entered office in 2007, running for his 4th term here in Ohio. John Tester, running for his 4th term, entered the Senate the same year as Sherrod Brown in Montana. And so the Democrats, right now in tight races there, could lose those 2 seats in the Senate.
Yeah, and so that would really shift the balance of power in favor of Republicans in the Senate. And so that will have implications, right, for presidential appointments, regardless of who wins the presidency, for confirmations, for future Supreme Court, right? There's a lot of implications that kind of can change once we change that balance of power.
And this is how it compares to the presidential race vote here in Ohio. This is not national. This is Ohio. Former President Trump with a 12% lead over Vice President Kamala Harris, and then it goes down to a 5%. Get out of there. There we go. 5% lead for Bernie Moreno. So it looks like some Republicans are voting perhaps for Sherrod Brown.
Yeah, we're probably going to see a couple, well, more than a couple, but generalize that up to state level, a couple people who do split their ticket and voted Republican for the presidency and Democratic for the Senate.
All right. One more check here on issue 1, just to see how that is shaping up at this time. Still, again, slightly smaller lead now. It was up about above 10%, now down about 9%.
Yeah, and I think, but you're still seeing a pretty big gap. And so this really suggests that a lot of people, given how similar so many of these percents are, a lot of people voted no on issue 1 and Republican all the way down the ballot for a lot of these offices.
All right. We're going to check back in on these numbers, keep updating them as those numbers come in. Let's go back to Colin.
Yeah, of course, these are some very tight numbers there. And you mentioned that Iowa poll up there that, it was very close. It was within the margin of error. As someone who worked there for 5 years, Ann Selzer will be the first one to tell you she's not infallible when it comes to her polls. But once again, that was a shock to the people of Iowa. So once again, we are continuing to take a look at these results all night as they come into our newsroom minute by minute. So right now, I'm going to step aside, but coming up, Angela and Yolanda Harris return to this desk for 10 TV News at 11. You can watch it right here without going anywhere. In the meantime, we'll show you the latest election results for all of those major races and local issues. We'll be right back.
Well, tonight the polls are closed, races are being called, and the 2024 election is well underway. 10 TV has you covered every step of the way for the next 30 minutes, commercial free.
We have team coverage tonight with several reporters spanning the entire state of Ohio, covering everything from the presidential race to school levies. Good evening, and thanks for joining us for this special election night edition of 10 TV News at 11. I'm Angela Ann.
And I'm Yolanda Harris. First, we're going to start with the presidential race. Here are the current results right now between former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris. And as you can see, with 45% of precincts reporting, Donald Trump is in the lead with 53% of the vote. Kamala Harris trailing with 46% of the vote. And just after 9 o'clock this evening, we reported that Donald Trump won the state of Ohio. Natalie Brand and Bradley Blackburn are reporting tonight from both candidates' campaign watch parties.
I'm Bradley Blackburn at the Palm Beach County Convention Center, where supporters of former President Trump are watching these early results closely, cheering calls in several states and hoping for a win. CBS News projects early wins for former President Donald Trump in several Republican-leaning states, including his adopted home state of Florida. Earlier, Trump and former First Lady Melania Trump cast their ballots in Palm Beach.
I would say this was the best campaign we ran.
But he later cast doubt on the integrity of the election, writing on social media a lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia without providing any evidence.
If I lose an election, if it's a fair election, I'd be the first one to acknowledge it.
CBS News exit polls show more than half of Trump voters aren't confident that elections are being conducted fairly, while their top issue is the economy.
I think when you look at the end of the day, fiscally, you look at our country, the budget was better, the taxes were better.
Trump's signature issue, immigration, was also a top concern for his voters. Trump is watching the results tonight with an inner circle, including billionaire Elon Musk. They're gathered just a few miles from here at his Mar-a-Lago estate. Bradley Blackburn, CBS News, West Palm Beach.
I'm Natalie Brand at Howard University, Vice President Kamala Harris's alma mater, where she's holding her election night watch party. She says the HBCU has shaped her into the person she is today. Supporters of Vice President Kamala Harris gathered at Howard University Tuesday night to watch the election results pour in. Earlier in the day, she stopped by DNC headquarters in Washington, D.C. to thank staffers and volunteers.
This truly represents the best of who we are.
She also made phone calls to try and boost turnout.
Have you voted already?
Early CBS News exit polls showed democracy was the top concern for Harris voters, followed by abortion.
I tend to agree with her policies and stances and the things that come out of her mouth.
The exit polls also showed men breaking for Trump while women backed Harris in margins similar to 2020. Mobilizing younger voters, college voters, has been a big strategy of the Harris campaign nationwide, and the campaign has expressed they're feeling confident with turnout of college voters in battlegrounds such as Pennsylvania. In Washington, I'm Natalie Brand reporting with Bradley Blackburn in Florida.
All right, thank you both. Now, if former President Trump wins the White House, his vice president will be Ohioan J.D. Vance. And Vance is from Middletown, so this is a big moment for the state.
10 TV's Clay Gordon is live at a watch party in Westchester Township. That's about 15 miles away from Vance's hometown. Clay, you've been there all afternoon into the evening. What's the mood like right now?
Well, it started off this evening, Angela and Yolanda, incredible in this room here. We're at Laurie's Roadhouse, a very popular bar for line dancing and socializing, and it was absolutely rocking in here a little bit ago. And everyone was here to really support their hometown senator just from a few miles away from here. Take a listen. I see there's a sign over here that it says the proud home of Senator Vance. So tell me a little bit about what that means for, the local Republican Party.
Oh my gosh, it's exciting. We have a hometown guy here, self-made. Most people know his story, the rough growing up in eastern Kentucky, Middletown. He self-made, went to Ohio State, goes to Harvard, runs for Senate, wins, and now he's on the vice presidential ticket, and I think he's going to be vice president in January.
And that you hear right there is the moment that this room that I'm standing in saw that former President Trump won the state of Ohio. A tremendous reaction to that, too. But since then, it did thin out a little bit in this room, mainly because I talked to the Butler County GOP, one of the spokespeople here, and they were saying it is a work night, it is a school night. Obviously, it is a Tuesday night, so it is thinning out a little bit here in Butler County, not far from J.D. Vance's hometown. In Butler County, Clay Gordon, 10 TV News.
All right, Clay, thank you so much. Now let's take a look at how the presidential vote breaks down tonight.
10 TV political reporter Doug Petcash is in studio tonight with a special guest, and they are analyzing what these numbers tell us right now. Doug?
Yeah, we're getting some new results in right now with the developments on the West Coast and the Pacific Northwest. In the last couple of minutes, we've had 3 more states called, 2 of them for Vice President Kamala Harris. That's California and its 54 electoral college votes. Washington State with its 12 electoral college votes going to Vice President Kamala Harris. And then Idaho's 4 electoral college votes going for former President Trump. This brings the totals now to 179 for Vice President Harris, 214 for former President Trump. Bringing in our guest analyst this evening, it is Dr. Nicole Califf-Hughes from the Bowling Green State University. We've been breaking this all down. Again, these are staying in line with what the predictions were.
Yeah, these are not surprising. Essentially, with California and also with Washington, we were really just waiting for the polls to close on the West Coast. Now that that's happened, and they have enough of the vote counted to pretty much safely say that California and Washington have gone onto the Harris column, that's really what we expected to see.
And we know these Midwestern states, the so-called blue wall, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, we knew that was going to take a while, as well as North Carolina, Georgia, and then Arizona and Nevada being the swing states. But one thing that's kind of surprising is Minnesota hasn't been called yet. It's in the central time zone, and it's the home state of Governor Tim Walz. So kind of waiting to see what happens there.
Yeah, it's taking a little while, and then some of Nebraska is taking a little while. We have results for 3 of Nebraska's electoral college votes, but I think we're still waiting on those other 2.
Yeah, those are broken down 2 statewide and then 1 for each congressional district, both in Nebraska and Maine, which those also haven't been called yet as well. So that's how it's shaping up right now on the presidential side, and we'll check back in. We're getting these results now pretty much by the minute, as we are now past 11 o'clock on this election night. Yolanda?
All right, thank you both. The other big national race with Ohio ties is, of course, the U.S. Senate seat.
So this race has been back and forth for the past several hours since the polls closed, but we're going to show you actually this district here. This is District 4, where you can see Congressman Jim Jordan, the incumbent, retaining his seat. But we also want to talk about the big race between Senator Sherrod Brown, the incumbent, who is going for a 10th term, versus the newcomer, Bernie Moreno. And you can see right now, back and forth all night long, but Bernie Moreno with that lead of 51% to Sherrod Brown's 46%.
And that's 85% of precincts reporting tonight. We do have team coverage of Ohio Senate race, covering both campaigns. And we're going to start with 10 TV's Rochelle Aileen, who is with the Sherrod Brown campaign in downtown Columbus. Rochelle?
You know, we are here and we have seen so many celebrations throughout the night. We actually have some state leaders behind me on stage celebrating quite a few wins at the state and local level when it comes to initiatives and several races. But those celebrations have kind of acted as a filler, as many people here in the crowd have their eyes on the man whose name is center stage. A lot of folks we have seen are walking around this room, refreshing their phones, looking to see what the latest numbers are in the race between Brown and Moreno. I just want to remind you all that this is a gentleman, Sherrod Brown, who has an extensive political history with Ohio voters. We're talking about more than 30 years of a political career, 17 of those years being in this seat right now. I can tell you guys, the crowd has thinned out. People seem a bit more anxious. A lot of folks waiting to see what those results are. And speaking of his opponent, I do want to send it now to my colleague, Kevin, who is up in the Cleveland area covering Moreno's campaign. Kevin?
Well, just within the last minute, the Moreno campaign says that Republican Bernie Moreno will take the stage behind me. This race has not been called, but the Moreno campaign believes that their lead will last throughout the night and Sherrod Brown will not overcome it. Now, Bernie Moreno came into this race as a virtual unknown with hardly any name recognition, but that all changed when he got the endorsement of former President Donald Trump. In order to win, he and outside interests spent tens of millions of dollars trying to defeat Sherrod Brown, who hadn't lost an election since 2017. Moreno campaigned on a platform that leaned heavy on immigration, cutting federal spending and reducing the cost of everyday goods. The 57-year-old withstood a flurry of negative ads against him. This was the most expensive U.S. Senate race in U.S. history. More than $400 million spent. A victory for Moreno would be the Republicans would get control of the Senate. Should Moreno actually win tonight, he is expected to address the crowd, and I just want to come back live. It looks like they are coming up here on the stage, members of, it looks like the Moreno family. So it looks like we're going to hear from Bernie Moreno any moment here as he begins to take the stage here. As you can see, there are several hundred people here with their cell phones up trying to get a picture of Bernie Moreno, who did what many people didn't think he actually could do, was unseat Sherrod Brown. And here we go. Here comes Bernie Moreno, the next senator from the United States of Ohio.
Okay, I need to get this off the microphone. Thank you, by the way, thank you. Look, today starts a new wave. You know, we talked about wanting a red wave. I think what we have tonight is a red, white, and blue wave in this country. Because what we need in the United States of America is leaders in Washington, D.C. that actually put the interests of American citizens above all else. We're tired of being treated like second-class citizens in our own country. We're tired of leaders that think we're garbage, and we're tired of being treated like garbage. You know, my opponent talked a lot about helping the working man, and I will agree with him on the need to help working Americans. But the difference is talk without action is nothing. So what we're going to do, thanks to now having a Republican majority, by the way, how about that, in the United States Senate, and Chuck Schumer, if you're watching, thanks for the help in the primary, but you're fired, buddy. This is a new dawn of Republican leadership. With President Trump and J.D. Vance in the White House, we are going to advance an agenda that is an American agenda. An agenda that says we are pro-immigration, but not pro-invasion. We're going to make certain that the people who come to this country are invited here like I was, like my family was, on our terms. We're going to make this country an energy-dominant nation so that my kids do not grow up in a country where we ever rely on a foreign nation for energy ever again. And we have that energy right here in Ohio. That means coal, that means natural gas, it means oil, and it means nuclear. And in terms of EV mandates, they need to be gone first thing in January. Whole country what our emission standards are. We're going to dictate that at the federal level, and we're going to allow consumers to pick the kind of car they want. Look, the other piece that I want to talk about is what President Trump has brought to this country, which is peace and stability around the world. America will be a leader in the world, will always be a leader in the world. American leadership has made the planet safer, more prosperous, and more secure than at any point in human history. But it means that we ensure peace through strength. The weakness of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris is rejected, and I know that from whether it's in Jerusalem or Kiev or anywhere else on earth or Taiwan, they're cheering this election because they know American strength will ensure peace around the world. And if you're a police officer in this country, just know you have a senator in me and a Republican Party that will always have your back. And we got rid of Chuck Schumer tonight, but pretty soon we're going to get rid of another couple people that need to be gone. First among them, Randy Weingarten should start packing her bags. Because what we need in this country is school choice for all Americans. And then as I look at my children, I've blessed with 4 kids. And by the way, can we give my wife an amazing round of applause, please? Thank you, Bridget. Bridget. Look, we need to make certain that we honor teachers, They're doing great work in every corner of the country. Teachers are our front line. Unfortunately, they have a teachers union that doesn't care about them. We're going to make certain we empower teachers to teach our kids what they need to do. And that means getting the federal government out of the way and allowing states to take on responsibility. And finally, I'm going to say this. We're $36 trillion in debt. This is not sustainable. We cannot continue on this fiscal path. What we're going to do is massively reduce the size and scale of the federal government, and we're going to do it from Congress, because it's Congress that has the power of the purse. Now, that starts by getting rid of agencies that we don't need, relocating them out of Washington, D.C. We're going to have a bold and ambitious agenda for the Republican Party. And I know that President Trump is going to bring greatness back to this country unlike anything we've ever seen. So President Trump, if you're watching, thank you. Thank you for being decisive in my primary. Thank you for being the greatest president of my generation. And thank you for the sacrifices that you've made for this country. This country owes Donald J. Trump a debt of gratitude. And to Senator J.D. Vance, Ohio loves you, man. Ohio loves you. I love you. Look, I cannot think of a more brilliant pick than when President Trump selected J.D. Vance. I know J.D., and let me just tell you, he's a great man. He is going to be an incredible vice president. I can't wait to have him leave his office so I can be the senior senator from Ohio. I also just got off the phone with my friend Jim Jordan. Jim is a great human being, a great power here in Ohio. Jim Jordan, thank you so much for what you've done. I'd also like to thank my campaign team. We built the greatest campaign team out there, and if you're watching this and you want to go to Washington, D.C., and you're from Ohio, and you want to go down there to make a difference, let's talk tomorrow. Let's talk tomorrow. Because we're going to build an incredible incredible Senate operation, an incredible constituent services operation, because I believe that people who pay taxes deserve a government that works for them. And then finally, let me just say to my kids, thank you so much for being on this journey with us. You know, I have absolutely been blessed by God Almighty with an amazing wife, amazing kids, 3 amazing grandkids. But I want to introduce you to my extended family, because as I like to say, we're overperforming Catholics. So I'm going to bring my siblings, if I can bring my siblings up on stage. Where are they? They're all over here. Let's give them a round of applause. I'm going to say one last thing. You know, my mom and dad left the safety and security of knowing what they had when they left Colombia, South America. They didn't know what America would mean to them. They didn't know what it would mean to the 7 of us, but they did it anyway, because they knew that in America, whatever dream you have, whatever ideas you have, you can make come true if you're willing to work hard enough and persevere. And my mom and dad are not alive to watch this moment, but I know they're up in heaven watching down upon us and thinking, this is a great country. And they made the right decision. And I know for one person that my mom and dad would be looking down and saying, this is an amazing thing, is my sister Vicky. Would be so proud of you, Vicky, for everything that you've done. You've been kind of our substitute mom along the way. Look, Vicky, you were almost like my mom growing up, because both my parents worked really, really hard. So Vicky was the one who would make sure that I always stayed true to myself. My brother Luis, thank you for your leadership and guidance. I think Sherrod Brown and Chuck Schumer owe you a little bit of an apology, by the way. I don't think it will come. And to Jose and Alex and Richie, thank you so much for kicking the crap out of me when I was younger. I appreciate it. You made me tough. You made me tough. Hey, look, to all of you, we celebrate tonight not as Republicans. We celebrate tonight as Americans. And to the people out there in Ohio who didn't vote for me, just know that I will always advocate for you. I will always have your back, and I will work for the next 6 years to win you over. Because my responsibility is to the entirety of Ohio, and I will always work tirelessly to make certain that we do everything possible, that I work my tail off to make your life better. So to Ohio, to all the people I've met on the campaign trail, to the thousands and thousands upon people who prayed for me, prayed for Bridget, and kept us in your prayers, I can't tell you what this means. This is the greatest honor of my life to represent you in Washington, D.C., and I will not let you down. Thank you so much.
Okay, a historic night here in Westlake, Ohio. The outsider, Bernie Moreno, upsets Sherrod Brown. As you heard from Moreno, his three big things were energy independence, school choice, and increased national security. Bernie Moreno becomes the next senator from Ohio, and Republicans now gain control of the Senate. Reporting live at Westlake outside of Cleveland, Kevin Landers, 10 TV News.
All right, Kevin, thank you so much. And of course, we saw just before Bernie Moreno took the stage, with the results coming in, 85% of precincts reporting showing Bernie Moreno had the lead at 51% of the vote. And so you can see there the difference in terms of the number of votes between the two candidates.
Yeah, that's right. Let's send it over to Doug Petcash, and he's going to take a look at this race and what this means.
Yeah, it's all about the balance of power, isn't it? And a changing of the guard here in the state of Ohio. I do need to point out that at this point, the Associated Press hasn't officially called the race, but really the numbers show that this is Bernie Moreno's victory this evening, him giving a victory speech right there. We have not yet heard from Sherrod Brown from his campaign. I want to bring back in our political analyst this evening, Dr. Nicole Califf-Hughes from the Bowling Green State University. And it's a solid 5% lead. Again, we said it's not officially called, but 91% voted of the total vote, 88% of precincts reporting a 236,000 vote lead with 5.2 million votes. There's only about 700,000 to 800,000 potential votes still to come in. So really kind of an insurmountable lead at this point.
It does look that way. Yeah. I'm surprised it hasn't officially been called yet, but yeah, this would be a pretty steep hill that I don't think that Sherrod Brown is likely to climb.
So what put Bernie Moreno over the top? Did it really, a lot of it boil down to having that Trump endorsement?
I don't know if it was necessarily the Trump endorsement or the fact that he was the Republican running. It really seems like a lot of the Republicans at the statewide level and their ballot proposition, the no on one aspect of it, have been successful tonight. So it may have been the Trump endorsement. I doubt that hurt him. But I don't know that you can attribute his entire victory to that.
And as we check out the difference in the vote totals here, President Trump beating Vice President Kamala Harris in Ohio, which went with its 17 electoral college votes to former President Trump about an hour and a half ago, it was called. A 12% advantage here for him over Vice President Harris and a 5% advantage there. So there is some not quite mirroring of those two races as you were talking about.
Yeah, there's going to be some people, and we saw some survey data to suggest this, that there are going to be some people who vote for Trump and some people who do vote for Sherrod Brown. Sherrod Brown is a long-standing incumbent, and there always is an advantage that comes with that. But I don't necessarily think that what we're seeing in either race was terribly unexpected. The Senate polls really were within that tight race margin of error going into this.
And we're just getting word now the first swing state has been called, that being North Carolina and its 16 electoral college votes going to former President Trump. So one of those key 7 states right now has gone into Trump's word. That was North Carolina that was red in 2020 as well. So former President Trump holds on to North Carolina and puts that into his bucket. And we'll keep checking on these other states throughout the night and bring you those results as we learn more about the swing states. A lot of stuff happening right here, and it appears that Bernie Moreno is going to be Ohio's senator.
All right, Doug, Nikki, thank you so much. And I know, Doug, we're going to talk to you a little bit later about that balance of power, how it's changed, because really Democrats could only afford to lose 2 Democratic seats in the Senate. Ohio was one that was being closely watched. And so now that that's flipped, we'll see how that looks. Yeah. The next race we are watching closely is issue 1. That is the state constitutional amendment that would affect how political maps are drawn statewide.
And so far, here are the results on that, with 88% of precincts reporting, 54%. This is going down because 54% of voters are saying no on that. 10 TV's Tara Jabor is live tonight, breaking down this issue even more. Tara.
Well, Yolanda, we're here at the Yes for Issue 1 party. We do think that they're about to speak here in just a few minutes. We are expecting to hear from them soon. Of course, the AP has not yet called this. Now, let's talk about what would happen if Issue 1 does pass. It would change the way political maps are drawn here in Ohio. It would make a commission of 15 people, 5 Republicans, 5 Democrats, and 5 independents. If it fails, then it will stick with the same process that's been going on right now, which means that the maps are still drawn by 3 statewide elected officials and 4 state lawmakers. Now, we did receive a statement from Bob Patachik with Ohio Works, who said in part, quote, Ohio voters spoke loudly and clearly on issue 1. Ohio's constitution is not for sale to foreign billionaires, end quote. Now, on the opposing side, supporters of issue 1 say this is not their last shot at trying to change the map drawing process here in Ohio. Again, we do think we are about to hear from officials here, from citizens, not politicians. We'll, of course, keep you updated when we have more information. But for now, reporting live in downtown. Okay, we just heard from our producer. We can confirm now that issue 1 has not passed and that those are the official results right now. We are expecting to hear from citizens, not politicians, here in just a couple minutes, and we'll of course keep you updated. Back to you guys.
Okay, sounds good, Tara. And again, so issue 1 failed to pass by 54% of the vote here in Ohio. Let's focus on some of the bigger local races as well that we're covering tonight.
And that starts with the race for Franklin County prosecutor. Here are the results right now. If we take a look at this, and oh, it's frozen, but Shayla Favor, I believe they called it for Shayla Favor.
Yeah,
for
so this
the
was
prosecutor.
And 2 newcomers really to the Franklin County prosecutor seat. So let's get to Lacey Crisp right now, who's looking at that race.
Yeah, I spoke with Favor shortly after she made her acceptance speech, and she told me after she gets a little bit of sleep, she is ready to get to work. She says she's going to get busy creating a transition team and working with current prosecutor Gary Tyak on looking at the needs of the prosecutor's office. Now, I asked her if she's going to keep the prosecutors who are currently in the office, and she says she's going to take a look at every single one of those positions and make a decision on a case-by-case basis. She says she is just excited to be a part of history.
Today, 50 years ago, that Shirley Chisholm celebrated becoming the first Black woman to be elected into the U.S. House of Representatives. And no one sets out to make history at all. But what you do in that effort is help to break barriers and make the pathway just a little bit easier for the next person to come behind you.
And she also told me her biggest priority is to address the backlog in cases. Reporting live, Lacey Chris, 10 TV News.
All right, thank you, Lacey. Now, another big local race we're watching is the Coda-Lincoln sales tax levy, which will be an $8 billion investment in transit through central Ohio. And as you can see, this has passed with 57% of the vote. This levy will increase the sales tax in Columbus by 0.5%. And if you're looking at the results there, the Franklin County Coda sales tax has passed. There are also nearly a dozen school levies on the ballot in central Ohio, with several for Franklin County.
Let's get to 10 TV's Carly Dion live in Hilliard tonight. And Carly, school levies have had a tough go in recent years with voters. How's it looking there for Hilliard?
Yeah, Angela, Yolanda, a number of school levy races have already been called tonight throughout central Ohio. So here's a rundown of those results so far. Bexley, Grandview Heights, New Albany, Plain, Reynoldsburg, Hilliard, and the Buckeye Valley local school districts have all approved their school levies and or bond issues, but Madison Plains local school district and Groveport Madison's levy and bond issues failed. The Union Marysville Exempted Village School District has not been called yet, but it is neck and neck. Now, that's one of the districts that placed an emergency levy on the ballot because the district is currently spending more money than it's bringing in. And now, as for the Westerville race, that's also looking to be neck and neck at this point in time, but we of course will keep you updated. Angela and Yolanda.
All right, thank you, Carly. Right now, we're going to go back to 10 TV political reporter Doug Petcash with what we've seen from this election so far. Let's talk about that balance of power with this shift in the Senate.
Yeah, right now it looks like the Republicans have taken control of the Senate with that victory, apparent victory by Bernie Moreno here in Ohio. The AP has now officially called Moreno the winner, so we can solidly move that red dot over one of the blue ones that was formerly held by Sherrod Brown. 51 Republican, 49 Democrat. Montana's race still hasn't been called, where John Tester, the longtime incumbent, had a serious challenge from a Republican there. So it could be even a greater margin with 52 Republican to 48 Democrat. We have to see how Montana shakes out, though, guys.
All right, thank you very much, Doug. It's just, you know, things still happening, things still going on. It's just been a long night. It's been a busy night, and a night with some upsets.
Yes, and we're going to continue to have streaming coverage on 10 TV Plus. CBS News also continuing coverage, but join us on streaming 10 TV Plus. It is free to download. A very big election night as we are still waiting to see how the presidential race will end up and who will win the White House.
For now, though, we're going to say have a good night, and we'll see you back here tomorrow. Be safe.
A speech,
concession
speech, as we have seen the results where he lost to Bernie Moreno, 51% to 46%. So the incumbent senator who is looking for his 10th term has lost this election of 2024.
Yeah, just it's been a long night, no doubt about that. And Sherrod Brown, he's been our senator for a long time, but that is changing, and it's going to change the dynamics in the Senate. Yeah. And I know that you had mentioned before, Democrats could only afford to lose 2 Senate seats.
And that's why this was such a closely watched race, and we saw why, right? $400 million plus spent on campaign ads. We heard from Bernie Moreno probably about 10 minutes ago with his acceptance speech, truly before the AP even called the race in his favor. But he talked about the fact that a lot of talk about this being a red wave, and he said this was a red, white, and blue wave. And so certainly both sides right now basically coming out with the results.
Absolutely. Now we're going to head to 10 TV's Rochelle Aline. She's at Sherrod Brown's headquarters where he just gave his concession speech there. Rochelle, tell us a little bit about, obviously the mood there is just kind of let down, you know, and quiet, I would imagine. But what are people saying? Are they surprised by this outcome?
I think disbelief is the best way to encompass the mood in this room. You saw people literally, some of them slack-jawed as they refreshed their phones and saw those results. We saw a lot of long hugs, a lot of tears in the crowd, some tears on the stage. A lot of people in this room are in shock tonight. This is an extensive 30-plus year political career here in Ohio, 17 years in this seat that has effectively stopped as of tonight, and a lot of people are just in disbelief. I do want to recap a little bit of what Brown said in his speech. Off the top, he did call this result a disappointment. That said, he also says it will never be wrong to fight for the causes that he has fought for over his extensive career. And he went on to detail much of what he has done over the 17 years in this seat. He says he's proud of that work, and he says he's not going to give up on his fight specifically for laborers and union workers, and then he hugged some of his family members and he left the stage. And so again, we just really want to remind you guys that this is somebody who has been connected to Ohio politics for so long. We're actually watching some folks leave, again, in disbelief, in tears at this point. We're not sure if Brown is going to come and give any other statement to the media at this point. We have reached out to his campaign team to see if he's going to give us an interview. We're waiting to hear back, but at this point, I do want to send it back to you guys.
Thank you, Rochelle. Do you have a question for us?
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, Rochelle, obviously, and I want to make a correction too. I was saying this was Brown's 10th term. It would have been his 4th term in Congress. He held this seat so strongly. We saw Bernie Moreno come out with his victory speech before it was called. Do you feel like the Brown campaign knew that he was going to lose but wanted to wait until it was official?
Absolutely. And so you could kind of feel that energy in the room. At this point, that race hadn't been called officially by the Associated Press, but you were hearing whispers in the crowd. The music kind of died down, and again, that's when that somber mood really took over the crowd. People started to gather towards the front of the stage. They set up chairs for people to have front row seats to that speech. We saw them checking the microphone, and so again, even though that race had not been officially called, we could kind of get the feeling in the room that a potential concession speech was coming. That definitely was the mood in the room tonight.
All right, thank you, Rochelle. We appreciate that. We're going to send it out now to 10 TV's Kevin Landers. He is in Cleveland, where Bernie Moreno just gave his acceptance speech to the crowd there. I'm sure the mood is a lot different there. Kevin, can you hear us?
Yes, I can, and the party here is still going on. As you can see behind me, Bernie Moreno is greeting all of his supporters here, including his family that's up on stage. I just got done doing a one-on-one interview with Bernie Moreno, and I asked him, I said, you know, you're an outsider. No one thought that you would be able to lead if you were elected because you don't have any experience. He's never run for public office, and he turned to me and said, we don't need experience in Washington. What we need is less of it. What we need is business people who know what the community wants, and that's how he's going to lead. I asked him if this was a tougher than expected campaign. He said, absolutely, I know it was tough, but we just flipped the Senate. He goes, and that's what toughness means. You got to stick with it. And he talked a lot about how he was going to not only represent the people that brought him here, but also the people that did not vote for him. He says he plans to be a uniter, not a divider. So as you can tell behind me, It's very loud. A lot of people are still partying here. But listen, Bernie Moreno, an outsider with no prior experience, just unseated Sherrod Brown, who had been in office since 2007 and had never lost an election until tonight. That is history being made here in Westlake. Reporting live, back to you.
All right, thank you, Kevin. A lot of history being made tonight.
Yeah.
You know, maybe just people just ready for change. They just
Definitely.
want something different.
And we should know, you know, along with being a senator before that, he was in the House. So decades of public service there. But as we've been saying all night long, this was a very tight race.
10 TV's Doug Petcash is standing by. Let's just break down the results county by county and see how this happened.
All right, we can do that for sure. Let's touch on that right now. Again, it was about a 5% victory for Bernie Moreno. Started off tighter than that early in the evening and just kind of slowly, Nikki, grew out to that 5-point lead. And as we look at the county by county breakdown here, it was once again the urban areas that supported Sherrod Brown, the blue you see here, and the rest of Ohio went to Bernie Moreno. That's kind of the way it's been shaking out here.
Yeah, and that looks pretty consistent with, I think, what we would expect to see. I don't know that we necessarily, knew who was going to come out on top in any of the polling, but this is typically the areas that you see being more Democratic strongholds, and then the rest of the state being a little bit more Republican.
And we can see when we turn on this portion of the map, the strength of that conviction for their candidates in the different counties. For instance, if we look at Franklin County, a very big Sherrod Brown lead in Franklin County, but then you can go to other counties where it was a very big Bernie Moreno lead. So the darker the red, the darker the blue on this map shows the level of support for these candidates. Again, as we look at that balance of power, once again, this is how it shakes out with Bernie Moreno being officially declared the winner of Ohio. The power in the Senate now shifts to the Republicans.
It does. And so you're going to see you'll have a Republican advantage. They may pick up a couple more seats as the rest of the votes are counted in other states that had Senate races. It's very unlikely they'll get to the 60 vote that is necessary to kind of break that filibuster.
Yeah.
That's not likely, but they will have a majority.
Let's talk about what could happen here in the future, too, because you have Bernie Moreno, who will be a brand new senator taking over for a senator with a lot of experience. Senator J.D. Vance has just 2 years of experience in the Senate. So if they lose, if he and former President Trump lose the election, you'll have one senator with 2 years of experience, another just starting out brand new. Now, but if former President Trump wins and J.D. Vance becomes vice president, then you'll have 2 brand new senators representing the state of Ohio. What are the implications of that?
So you will. So if Trump and Vance win, then Governor DeWine will appoint someone to fill that seat for 2 years, and then they'll have to run again in 2026. And so you'll essentially be sending 2 brand new senators from Ohio to D.C. And what we know from the literature is experience benefits Congress. And so having more experience means that you're going to be able to be a more effective legislator, and you're going to bring more things back for your district. And so that's in terms of grants and projects and funds. And so it might make the startup curve, that learning curve, really, really steep for Ohio's new senators in order to be competitive with the other senators, because everyone is competing for a fixed slice of budget pie, essentially. And so states with more experienced senators may be at a little bit of a better advantage.
It would be interesting because you always hear the term the junior senator or the senior senator from a different state. And if that scenario were to play out, you wouldn't have, they'd both be freshman senators.
Brand new. Yep. And so they'd have a lot to learn.
We'll see how that all plays out, of course. Bernie Moreno just saying we don't need more of the Washington insider. You need the outsiders for, to bring in that different kind of perspective. And so he said, we don't need that type of experience. You need fresh ideas, which is what he is hoping to bring to the Senate as he begins his first term coming up in January. Let's go back over to Angela and Yolanda.
All right, Doug, thank you. So tonight, 10 TV was the only station to speak with Bernie Moreno one-on-one just moments after he gave that victory speech.
10 TV's Kevin Landers spoke to Moreno. Let's take a listen to that interview.
6 years to make sure we have great opportunities for everybody in Ohio. We're going to build up our manufacturing base. We're going to make it so that you can live a good life here in Ohio. We're going to get things done. Look, this isn't a job for me. I want to actually make the lives of the people in Ohio better, and that's what I'm going to wake up every single day to do. And it's the greatest honor of my life to have the people of Ohio give me this opportunity.
This was a tough campaign. Did you think it was going to be this tough?
Oh, of course I knew it was going to be that tough. We just changed the Republican control of the Senate. We just flipped the Senate from Democrat to Republican. It was always going to be tough. But look, I've taken on tough battles in the past, and this is no different. But I'm more energized to go out there and get to work for the American people and the people of Ohio than I've ever been.
People saw you as an outsider. They said, you know, this guy doesn't have experience. How is he going to lead? What do you say to those people who question your ability?
Proof is in the numbers. Proof is in the numbers. And look, experience is the problem in Washington, D.C. They have an experience with open borders. They have an experience with massive debts. They have an experience with a government that's out of control. We don't need that experience. We need people from the business sector that know how to get things done and fix it. Look, if I do anything, is at the end of my first term, is that we bring Ohio together. We need to be united as Americans. We cannot continue to divide ourselves and be mad at each other because of political parties. That's the most important thing. Look, that's what I'm going to work every single day. Look, I didn't win Cuyahoga County, but in 6 years, I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure the people of Cuyahoga County are better off because I was in Washington, D.C. than before. I'm going to work for all of Ohio. That's the difference. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
So you just heard it there again. 10 TV's Kevin Landers, the only one to talk one-on-one with Bernie Moreno right after he gave that victory speech. A businessman from Ohio, now a new senator for the U.S. Senate.
There you go. Well, tonight the U.S. presidential race, of course, is still too close to call. Right now, former President Donald Trump has 214 Electoral College votes. Vice President Kamala Harris has 179. You know that magic number, of course, is 270.
Yes, they always call that the path to the presidency. Ohio was called early in the night for Donald Trump, winning 55% of the votes here in the Buckeye State. Now, some of the happiest people right now celebrating that down in Southwest Ohio. This is where Vice Presidential nominee J.D. Vance is from, his hometown of Middletown, but nearby is... And Clay Gordon, you've been there all night long. So really, what's the mood like given now that Bernie Moreno race was just called? He was backed by Trump. How are people feeling there?
Yeah, Angela and Yolanda, as we've been talking throughout the night, this started off here at this watch party only about 20 miles from J.D. Vance's hometown in Middletown here in Westchester, with hundreds and hundreds of people here filling this entire room. And it was a great reaction from the crowd when former President Trump won the state of Ohio. And then after that news came out, and then most recently the news with Bernie Moreno beating incumbent Sherrod Brown, the population here has slowly drifted away because of, obviously, it's a school night, is a work night, is it a Tuesday night for here on Election Day. And people here in Butler County are very happy with some of the results so far today. And some of the people that are still hanging on here are not only watching these big screens for those key battleground states, but maybe even the hope that they could get some kind of presidential winner by the end of the night. We know that is very, very unlikely, but people are still hanging on with a little hope that they can see more good news here in Ohio. Angela, Yolanda?
All right, thank you, Clay. We do have a quick little update. The AP has just called Virginia, the state of Virginia, for Kamala Harris.
Yeah, so that gives us updated the Electoral College votes numbers now. That brings her up to 205. And Donald Trump sitting at 230. So as we can see, that gap is starting to narrow ever so slightly here. But let's get to CBS News correspondent Danya Backus now. She joins us live in Arizona, really big swing state there.
Absolutely. Danya, we've been telling viewers for months now just how important this Senate race is in Ohio. Can you discuss the balance of power and how that's changing after Bernie Moreno winning that seat from Sherrod Brown?
You're right. CBS News is estimating that the balance of power when it comes to Senate will lean Republican. And we knew going into the night that there was a pretty slim margin. Democrats had 2 seats that they were looking at trying to hold on to because that's what they had the lead in terms of seats in Senate. And 2 races, your state, of course, and then also Montana. So now when it comes to the balance of power, what everyone has been talking about is that whichever party has the majority, that's going to have a big influence on what the next president will be able to accomplish. The future president will need the U.S. Senate to confirm their cabinet, their Supreme Court justices, and to get policies enacted. So this was a very big deal, and it still is a very big deal right now. Again, because we do know that we're still looking at Montana. That's also a close race, one that it was another Democrat who was in an extremely red state that was fighting to hold on to the seat there, Democrat John Tester. So we'll see what happens. But we also know there are definitely other political races. There were 12 key races that we were watching closely in the Senate race. Michigan is one of those, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. All of those are still right now a toss-up. So when it comes to the Senate and the balance of power, of course, this was looked at very closely. Right now, CBS News is projecting that that balance of power could lean Republican, and we do know from what I just said that that could really make a difference when it comes to on which president is elected and the policies and agenda that is passed.
All right, CBS correspondent Danya Backus reporting for us. Thank you so much for your time. Now, Republican businessman Bernie Moreno, he is the projected winner. The AP has called it for Moreno for Ohio's U.S. Senate seat. And we just heard from Sherrod Brown within the past 30 minutes giving a concession speech.
Yes, so he conceded the race in favor of Moreno. And we want to go back out to 10 TV's Rochelle Aline. Rochelle, you were there and you were talking about that mood, right? And how all night long, not huge celebrations, kind of a steady go until the very end. Can you talk about that again and what you really heard about the message from Brown tonight?
You know, we really felt a change in the atmosphere. There was a buildup when we first got in here. Folks were excited. They were celebrating wins at the local and state level. Then about 10 o'clock, once we kind of heard whispers that Bernie Moreno had taken the stage and had officially declared himself the winner, even before the Associated Press had, called the race, that's when we really started to feel a change in the atmosphere in this room. We saw folks frantically again refreshing their phones to see what the results were. We saw tears, a lot of long hugs, a somber attitude. And then once Sherrod Brown took the stage, we literally saw some folks with their mouths open, slack-jawed in disbelief, because a lot of people here did not expect the results that we saw tonight. This is a man who has held his seat since 2007. He has been connected to Ohio politics for over 30 years, and folks thought that that would continue on beyond tonight. Again, they did not see that coming. I do now want to toss to his full speech that he gave just a little while ago.
We may be tempted to say hope was not enough. We might be tempted to second-guess ourselves and question whether we worked hard enough or long enough. That is not our story tonight. We believe that all work has dignity. We always will. We believe in the power of people over corporate special interests. We always will. We believe if you love this country, you fight for the people who make it work. We always will. This is a disappointment, but is not a failure. It will never be wrong. It will never be wrong to fight for organized labor. It will never be wrong to fight for the freedom of women to make their health care decisions. It surely will never be wrong. It surely will never be wrong to fight for civil rights and human rights. Tonight I'm sad, but I'm never giving up, and neither is Connie.
No way.
In the light of day, I know most of you are never giving up either. I'll close the same way I've closed pretty much every speech in my career fighting for Ohio, because the values I fight for have not changed. They will never change. On my lapel, I wear this pin, depicting a canary in her birdcage. You might have heard this before. It was given to me decades ago by a steel worker at a Workers' Memorial Day rally in Lorraine. You know the story. At the turn of the century, coal miners took the canary down in the mines with them to warn them of poisonous gas. The mine worker in those days knew he didn't have a union strong enough or a government that cared enough to look out for him. He was on his own. Over the last century and a half, We have done so much to change that. All of those fights required going up against powerful special interests. I think about the lesson that any union organizer knows. They don't just give you fair wages, safe workplaces, good benefits. They don't just give it to you. You go out and take it. That's how progress is always worked in this country. Wall Street and corporations just didn't say one day, you know, people work so hard out there, we ought to have Social Security and we ought to have an 8-hour day and time and a half and a ban on child labor. No, we fought for it, we demanded it, and we got it. And the big insurance companies just didn't all of a sudden say, you know, a lot of people are sick. We ought to provide seniors health care. No, we fought for it, we demanded it, and we got Medicare. And in the 1960s, a bunch of segregationist Southern senators didn't just decide one day, you know, everybody ought to be able to vote in this country. No, we fought for it, we demanded, and we got voting rights. And then last year, politicians didn't all of a sudden say, you know, we really ought to stop interfering in women's personal health care decisions. Of course not. We fought for abortion rights in Ohio, we demanded it, and we got it. In all those fights, progress didn't happen on its own. We know there are so many fights still ahead. When I first came to the Senate, like all new senators, they gave me one of those really expensive, fancy pieces of jewelry. You could kind of walk around, and I'm a senator, I'm a big deal. I wore it for a couple days, but it just didn't feel right, so I took it off and I put my canary pin back on. And I've worn that canary pin every day since. So tonight, nothing changes. I don't take off this pin. I'm not giving up on our fight for workers, and I know you won't either. Thank you.
And again, he left the stage hugging family and close friends. I can tell you, almost as soon as he left the stage, we saw many hugs in the crowd, and then folks cleared out as well. You can see behind me, this room is empty. They're breaking down. People are moving on, and I can tell you, because this seat has changed, all eyes are now on the outcome of the presidential race. For now in Columbus, Rochelle Aline, 10 TV News.
All right, thank you, Rochelle.
Well, people may have to wait a little longer for the results of that presidential race because right now there are still many states that have not yet been called tonight.
Cash has been tracking it all tonight. He joined us again. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, we're still watching those swing states at this point. 6 of the 7 have not been called at this point. Only the swing state, the battleground state of North Carolina, has been called. Its 16 electoral college votes have gone to former President Trump. He also won North Carolina in 2020, so that wasn't a flip there. Now, the states that were blue back in 2020 were Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, and Nevada. If you look at 2020, that's how it shaped up then. You can see that blue wall, as they call it, of these of the Midwestern states, but also the Western states of Arizona and Nevada went to Joe Biden back then. So we're still watching that and the implications of how it has. Now, I want to bring back in our political analyst and expert here tonight, Nicole Caleb-Hughes, to talk about how this is shaping up. And we're going to go to the key states. We can look at that on our touch screen. And these are those battleground states that we were talking about. First of all, real quick, we know North Carolina, Donald Trump has gotten the check mark there. The other ones are still too close to call at this point, but we're seeing all red. So all the states at this point, except Nevada, which hasn't reported any numbers yet, are leaning towards the former president. Let's go one by one here. First of all, Arizona, 50% of the total vote in, but only a 7,000 vote difference.
That is likely way too close to call. I don't think, 7,000 votes is tiny, but right, 12,000 made a difference last time. So it really depends. But with only 50% of the vote in, I think that one is just too close to confidently call at this point.
Georgia, though, he lost by 12,000 votes in 2020. But at this point, with 93% estimated total vote, he's up by 118,000.
Yeah, so he's looking much better in Georgia this time and much better than compared to Arizona. What we don't know, though, is what part of Georgia is still outstanding. And so that's going to make a difference. Whether it can overcome that big of a gap, we just don't know. But if it's urban areas of Georgia, if we're looking at parts of Atlanta, you could see that gap narrow a little bit overnight.
Michigan, 43% of the vote. And so are we thinking maybe Detroit hasn't been tallied yet?
So that's what I've seen, is that not all of Detroit really has been tallied yet. And so with Michigan, right, a lot of the population lives in southern Michigan. So this really is very...
And Detroit is also very Democratic.
Exactly. So this is very geography dependent here. And so depending on what part of the state is that 44%, totally changes the meaning of what that 134 some odd thousand advantage is. And so I don't know yet what parts of Michigan we're really looking at here. He does have an advantage, but the majority of the vote is still outstanding there.
Right. Nevada out in the Pacific time zone, no numbers from there yet. But Nevada only has 6 electoral college votes, but still, it is a key swing state. North Carolina, that's the one that's been called, as we mentioned. Pennsylvania has been talked as the most important of the swing states for both candidates, also expected to be very close. But again, 83% estimated total vote, an advantage for him of more than 200,000 at this point.
It is, and again, it's going to be a little bit of a geography question, is what part of Pennsylvania is that 17%?
But if it's Philadelphia...
If it's Philadelphia, then that 200,000 is not as big of a deal. If it's rural Pennsylvania, it becomes a real big problem.
Right, and we also heard like Lehigh, the Lehigh area of Pennsylvania. I believe it's a little more of the liberal leaning part of the state, but there was a 7-hour wait, so they were asking for more time, so that also could play into that 17%.
It could, because if there were other, and I don't know, but if there were other polling locations that did have some of a wait, hopefully not 7 hours, because that's a real big wait, but if they did have a little bit of a wait, you could see some slow moving there. And Pennsylvania couldn't even start counting their ballots until today, so for the stuff they received by mail. So they may slow down, but if they just keep picking up Trump votes, they may be able to call later tonight.
And also part of that blue wall of 2020 was Wisconsin, about 100,000 vote lead there as well, with 3/4 of the vote in. And
again, right, it's going to be a little bit geography dependent, but essentially what Harris would need to do in all of these states, based on these numbers, is she would need to outperform what we saw from Biden 4 years ago, which I don't think we have seen happening quite yet.
No, and the vote, of course, is many of these states very close to being fully complete. So really, it looks right now, former President Trump with an advantage, decided advantage, depending geographically, as you mentioned, everywhere except Arizona, which is definitely too close to call right there. Let's come back and look at a couple of the big issues here in the state of Ohio. We know that former President Trump took Ohio pretty handily, 12% over Vice President Kamala Harris, which, that's a 50% increase over the victory margin in 2020 and 2016 when he won Ohio by 8%. So that's quite a substantial growth for him.
I'm going to caution us a little bit on that because we still only have 86% reporting, so that gap might narrow. If it doesn't, if this gap stays where it is or larger, that's going to really be informative, I think, for Ohio politics broadly, but also for how Democrats campaign in Ohio going forward.
Okay. Now let's look at issue 1. This was called an hour or two ago, actually, because the no's on this, creating the Citizens Redistricting Commission, won by, it's looking like 8% right now. Polling, I think, had suggested much closer, if not leaning towards the yeses. But again, this was the effort to create a new constitutional amendment that would change the way Ohio's political boundary maps, the legislative districts, congressional districts are drawn, switching that power to a citizens commission rather than the 7 members of the redistricting commission now, which are all elected officials, 3 statewide, and then you have two Republicans and 2 Democrats from the legislature. This failed pretty handily.
It did. This was less competitive than I think the yes on one supporters would want. And I think a lot of that can be attributed to citizen initiatives are really hard to get over that final line. They are hard to pass. They more commonly fail by far. And the fact that this was really confusing and it was complicated, and the ballot language was complicated, and it was 3 pages long. And that's a lot to ask of a voter when they go in to vote, whether they're using a machine or something else. And so I think some of it may be the confusing nature of it, some of it may be the issue itself, and some of it may just be the initiative process is hard, and it takes a lot to change the Constitution.
And just wanted to do a quick check on the Supreme Court races. We had 3 of them at this time, and all 3, I believe, at this time, have been called for the Republicans, meaning the Republicans will have a majority on the Ohio Supreme Court, improving from 4-3 to now 6-1.
Yes, that is a very strong majority for Republicans on the Ohio Supreme Court.
And big issues coming up in the new year as well.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of really interesting things that come before them that relate to reproductive health care, education, future ballot language, districts. All of this is going to end up before the Ohio Supreme Court, which is now 6-1 with a Republican majority.
Firmly conservative. Nicole, thank you so much. And we're going to send it back over to Angela and Yolanda now for more of the results.
All right, thank you, Doug. Let's give you a look at some local races here, starting in Franklin County. For the prosecutor's office, the Democrat Shayla Favor taking on the Republican John Rutan, both of them newcomers to this race because the current prosecutor, Gary Tyack, announced that he would not run for re-election. So the results are in favor for Shayla Favor, 63% to John Rutan's 37%. She, by the way, is the first female and the first person of color to win this seat ever since the inception of the prosecutor's office since 1805.
That is a historic move tonight, no doubt about that. So, as you can see, this is a historic victory for her tonight. 10 TV's Lacey Crisp explains.
Well, I spoke with Favor shortly after she gave her acceptance speech, and she tells me after getting a little bit of sleep, she is ready to get to work. She says she is going to work on creating a transition team and working with current prosecutor Gary Tyack on a smooth transition. Now, I asked if she'll keep the prosecutors in the office or hire her own staff, and she says she's going to look at every position and make a decision. She tells me she's just excited to be a part of history.
Today, 50 years ago, that Shirley Chisholm celebrated becoming the first black woman to be elected into the U.S. House of Representatives. And no one sets out to make history at all. But what you do in that effort is help to break barriers and make the pathway just a little bit easier for the next person to come behind you.
And she tells me one of her biggest priorities is to address the backlog in cases. In Columbus, Lacey Crisp, 10 TV News.
Thank you, Lacey. Now, the whole country has been watching the race for Ohio's U.S. Senate seat.
Yeah, it's certainly the big talker, not only here in our state, but really nationwide. And we just learned that actually more than $500 million was spent on the race for Ohio's Senate seat. That was based on a company that tracks the advertisement and all the money. Yeah. Stakes certainly very high because Bernie Moreno winning this seat could tip that balance of power in the U.S. Senate to the Republicans' favor.
Yeah, so let's get back over to CBS News correspondent Danya Backus. And Danya, we know just moments ago Bernie Moreno won the U.S. Senate seat here in Ohio. What does this mean for the Senate?
Well, Democrats went into the night. They went into the night having 2 seats that they were trying to hold on to. They only needed to flip 2 seats in order to, Republicans only needed to flip 2 seats in order to gain control of the Senate, and it looks like they have done that. Earlier in the night, Republican Jim Justice flipped West Virginia's Senate seat to red, replacing retiring Democrat Joe Manchin, and then now in your state, where the race has been called for Moreno. And so right now it looks like CBS News is estimating that Senate will now lead towards Republican control. And we have to put that into perspective into exactly what that means, because of course I think most voters and people at home look at the presidential race. But when you start to go down ballot, of course, it is Congress, especially Senate, that has a big influence on the future president's agenda, the policies, what gets passed. They're going to be they will need the U.S. Senate, the future president, to confirm their cabinet, Supreme Court justices, and get policies enacted. So right now, it looks like the Senate is leaning towards Republican control. Of course, there are still some House races that we are looking at as well, and seeing which way that could lean. That's a toss-up, but it looks like it could possibly be that the House and the Senate will go into Republican control, which means that if the presidency does go to former President Donald Trump, then he will go in with a Congress that will probably support a lot of the policies and the agenda that he will try to enact. So right now, of course, there are still some races that we're looking at, but in terms of the Senate, it looks like it is leaning towards Republican control.
Danya, of those races that you're still looking at, keeping a close eye on, are any of them as close as this Moreno-Brown race was?
You know, that is a good question. Yes, a lot of them were close in that way. I'm looking at Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan. Those are also extremely close. Where I am in Arizona, which was projected to be a close race, it looks like that's not going to be as close as expected. I also just got some new information coming in from Montana, which was another closely watched race where there was incumbent Democrat Senator John Tester, who was trying to hold on to that seat. And of course, deep red Montana. We have been told that 14% of the vote counted in smaller counties. They're still counting votes there. There's still some counties with large populations. People are still in line. So it could be a while before we have some reliable Senate results there. So yes, people are still looking at other races. But at this point, we do think that it's going to lead towards Republican control.
All right, Danya Beckes, thank you so much for giving us some of your time tonight. I know it's been a long, busy night for you.
Thank you so much. You know, she talked about the Senate race being so close. All 435 House seats were also up for election tonight. And so there was a lot of attention on that, because any which way those races go could have changed things too. But again, something else that we are watching. We also just got word that Hawaii has now been called for Kamala Harris. So that gives her 4 more electoral college votes.
Okay. All right, well, you know, voter turnout for this election was expected to be high, and we really saw that coming down the stretch from early voting till today.
Yeah, we're talking about long lines, several polling places, thousands of people really waiting, some of them hours to cast their ballots. Let's look at 10 TV's Carla Rogner to see how voting went across the area.
Poll workers have been delivering their ballots to the Board of Elections since polls closed at 7:30. There were some predictions that voter turnout this year could be record-breaking, but it turns out that may not be the case here in Franklin County. The record here is 72%, set in 2020. The Board of Elections is still calculating turnout, but expects it will be somewhere between 65 to 70%. Polls were busy throughout the morning, but things did start dying down after lunchtime. Now, poll workers will continue to collect those ballots and share results throughout the night. Reporting from the Board of Elections, Carla Rogner, 10 TV News.
All right, Carla, thanks. Now, Bernie Moreno, again, the projected winner of the most expensive U.S. Senate race in history. Again, more than $500 million spent in the race, according to Ad Impact, between him and incumbent Senator Sherrod Brown. Moreno gave his victory speech just about an hour ago at his campaign watch party in Westlake. Let's get to 10 TV's Kevin Landers. And Kevin, you've been there all night long. You saw that swell of excitement. How are things right now?
Well, Bernie Moreno has left the building. He left about 20 minutes ago. Moreno, as you mentioned, took the stage behind me and claimed victory before the race was actually called. Here's some of what he had to say.
Look, today starts a new wave. You know, we talked about wanting a red wave. I think what we have tonight is a red, white, and blue wave in this country. Because what we need in the United States of America is leaders in Washington, D.C. that actually put the interests of American citizens above all else. We're tired of being treated like second-class citizens in our own country. We're tired of leaders that think we're garbage, and we're tired of being treated like garbage. You know, my opponent talked a lot about helping the working man. And I will agree with him on the need to help working Americans. But the difference is talk without action is nothing. So what we're going to do, thanks to now having a Republican majority, by the way, how about that, in the United States Senate, and Chuck Schumer, if you're watching, thanks for the help in the primary, but you're fired, buddy. This is a new dawn of Republican leadership. With President Trump and J.D. Vance in the White House, we are going to advance an agenda that is an American agenda. An agenda that says we are pro-immigration, but not pro-invasion. We're going to make certain that the people who come to this country are invited here like I was, like my family was, on our terms. We're going to make this country an energy-dominant nation so that my kids do not grow up in a country where we ever rely on a foreign nation for energy ever again. And we have that energy right here in Ohio. That means coal, that means natural gas, it means oil, and it means nuclear. And in terms of EV mandates, they need to be gone first thing in January. And we're going to make certain that we tell California, you don't get to dictate to the whole country what our emission standards are. We're going to dictate that at the federal level, and we're going to allow consumers to pick the kind of car they want. Look, the other piece that I want to talk about is what President Trump has brought to this country, which is peace and stability around the world. America will be a leader in the world, will always be a leader in the world. American leadership has made the planet safer, more prosperous, and more secure than at any point in human history. But it means that we ensure peace through strength. The weakness of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris is rejected, and I know that from whether it's in Jerusalem or Kiev or anywhere else on earth or Taiwan, they're cheering this election because they know American strength will ensure peace around the world. And if you're a police officer in this country, just know you have a senator in me and a Republican Party that will always have your back. And we got rid of Chuck Schumer tonight, but pretty soon we're going to get rid of another couple people that need to be gone. First among them, Randy Weingarten should start packing her bags. Because what we need in this country is school choice for all Americans. And then as I look at my children, I've blessed with 4 kids. And by the way, can we give my wife an amazing round of applause, please? Thank you, Bridget. Bridget. Look, we need to make certain that we honor teachers, They're doing great work in every corner of the country. Teachers are our front line. Unfortunately, they have a teachers union that doesn't care about them. We're going to make certain we empower teachers to teach our kids what they need to do. And that means getting the federal government out of the way and allowing states to take on responsibility. And finally, I'm going to say this. We're $36 trillion in debt. This is not sustainable. We cannot continue on this fiscal path. What we're going to do is massively reduce the size and scale of the federal government, and we're going to do it from Congress, because it's Congress that has the power of the purse. Now, that starts by getting rid of agencies that we don't need, relocating them out of Washington, D.C. We're going to have a bold and ambitious agenda for the Republican Party. And I know that President Trump is going to bring greatness back to this country unlike anything we've ever seen. So, President Trump, if you're watching, thank you. Thank you for being decisive in my primary. Thank you for being the greatest president of my generation. And thank you for the sacrifices that you've made for this country. This country owes Donald J. Trump a debt of gratitude. and to Senator J.D. Vance. Ohio loves you, man. Ohio loves you. I love you. Look, I cannot think of a more brilliant pick than when President Trump selected J.D. Vance. I know J.D., and let me just tell you, he's a great man. He is going to be an incredible vice president. I can't wait to have him leave his office so I can be the senior senator from Ohio. I also just got off the phone with my friend Jim Jordan. Jim is a great human being, a great power here in Ohio. Jim Jordan, thank you so much for what you've done. I'd also like to thank my campaign team. We built the greatest campaign team out there, and if you're watching this and you want to go to Washington, D.C., and you're from Ohio, and you want to go down there to make a difference, let's talk tomorrow. Let's talk tomorrow. Because we're going to build an incredible incredible Senate operation, an incredible constituent services operation, because I believe that people who pay taxes deserve a government that works for them. And then finally, let me just say to my kids, thank you so much for being on this journey with us. You know, I have absolutely been blessed by God Almighty with an amazing wife, amazing kids, 3 amazing grandkids. But I want to introduce you to my extended family, because as I like to say, we're overperforming Catholics. So I'm going to bring my siblings, if I can bring my siblings up on stage. Where are they? They're all over here. Let's give them a round of applause. I'm going to say one last thing. You know, my mom and dad left the safety and security of knowing what they had when they left Colombia, South America. They didn't know what America would mean to them. They didn't know what it would mean to the 7 of us, but they did it anyway, because they knew that in America, whatever dream you have, whatever ideas you have, you can make come true if you're willing to work hard enough and persevere. And my mom and dad are not alive to watch this moment, but I know they're up in heaven watching down upon us and thinking, this is a great country. And they made the right decision. And I know for one person that my mom and dad would be looking down and saying, this is an amazing thing, is my sister Vicky. We'd be so proud of you, Vicky, for everything that you've done. You've been kind of our substitute mom along the way. Look, Vicky, you were almost like my mom growing up, because both my parents worked really, really hard. So Vicky was the one who would make sure that I always stayed true to myself. My brother Luis, thank you for your leadership and guidance. I think Sherrod Brown and Chuck Schumer owe you a little bit of an apology, by the way. I don't think it will come. I don't think it will come. And to Jose and Alex and Richie, thank you so much for kicking the crap out of me when I was younger. I appreciate it. You made me tough. You made me tough. Hey, look, to all of you, we celebrate tonight not as Republicans. We celebrate tonight as Americans. And to the people out there in Ohio who didn't vote for me, just know that I will always advocate for you. I will always have your back, and I will work for the next 6 years to win you over. Because my responsibility is to the entirety of Ohio, and I will always work tirelessly to make certain that we do everything possible, that I work my tail off to make your life better. So to Ohio, to all the people I've met on the campaign trail, to the thousands and thousands upon people who prayed for me, prayed for Bridget, and kept us in your prayers, I can't tell you what this means. This is the greatest honor of my life to represent you in Washington, D.C., and I will not let you down. Thank you so much.
You've just been listening in. That was Bernie Moreno giving his acceptance speech after learning that, actually he gave his acceptance speech before the AP called it, but he was right on track there, giving his speech there.
And as we turn our attention to the presidential race, still about 10 or so states out there have yet to call the race. What's interesting to note is that there's still one state that has polls open until 1 a.m. our time. That's Alaska.
Oh, okay.
Alaska.
Okay.
They have 3 electoral college votes, so probably not enough to sway a winner one way or the other. But let's get over to Doug Petcash right now because you're breaking down what those numbers look like.
Yeah, and Alaska has been solidly Republican, as Hawaii has been solidly Democrat over the years, with 4 electoral college votes in Hawaii that have gone to Vice President Harris. The 3 in Alaska, as you mentioned, not till 1 o'clock in the morning or so will we know anything from there, but is expected to go red once again for former President Trump. Still watching 6 of the key swing states right now. Only North Carolina has been called. Its 16 electoral college votes stayed red as they were in 2020 and go into former President Trump's column. We're still waiting for Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, and Nevada were the swing states. But we also haven't gotten a call yet on New Hampshire, which of course is in the Eastern time zone. Not sure why that state hasn't been called. Maybe they've had some ballot counting issues or late polling. Also, Minnesota has not been called yet. And that is, of course, the home state for the vice presidential running mate of Vice President Kamala Harris, Tim Walz. And so kind of a surprise that that state has not been called at this time. Let's bring back in our political expert. It's political science professor Nicole Caleb-Hughes from Bowling Green State University. First of all, thank you, of course, I want to say on air for your 4 or 5 hours of sharing your knowledge with us today. We really appreciate your expertise and your perspective on what's been going on. As you look at this map, still at this point, no surprises. Oh, I do need to point out we've had one change since the last time we talked, and that was one district in Nebraska went blue. For that's 1 electoral college vote for Kamala Harris going into her column, now bringing her up to 210. But again, Nikki, this is not a surprise the way it's shaped up so far, and we're still waiting for the swing states.
Yeah, I mean, so far, I think we're really looking at very similar to what we saw 4 years ago. What's going to possibly be different and where the changes could come is from our swing states. And so that's what we just don't know with any certainty quite yet. My guess is, as it gets even later into the night or the next day, as it I think technically is right now, I think we will probably get those calls for at least some of them. I don't think we'll have as much uncertainty for as long as we did 4 years ago, so I think we will know sooner, but I do think we still have just a little bit to go on some of those, particularly for states like Nevada.
Let's take a quick look at the key states once again. Arizona, the lead has grown by about 6,000 for former President Trump, but only up to 13,000. I have a feeling it's going to be a while before we hear any calling of Arizona.
Yeah.
Georgia, a little bit wider margin now with 93%. As you recall, President Trump only lost Georgia by 12,700 votes 4 years ago. So an 118,000 vote margin is quite substantial when you consider the flip.
Yeah, that's the one that is looking pretty good for him right now. I mean, I think it will depend a little bit on where the outstanding votes are, but at 93%, that's a pretty big hill to climb for Harris.
Michigan, 195 right now, only 52% reporting. We're thinking right now that Detroit hasn't been counted, which is a very stronghold for the Democrats.
Yeah, if that outstanding vote is from Detroit, then Michigan really could go either way.
And we're hearing also that Nevada still has people in line.
Oh, goodness.
And are waiting. So that's why we're not getting any results from them at this time. North Carolina has already been called. You see the check mark there for former President Trump. Pennsylvania, one of the key states. This is now down to 171,000 as a difference. It was up over 200,000 about a half hour ago or so, but 86% reporting. Again, it's that geographic consideration, where are these votes coming from that still have to be tallied?
And that one's going to really depend on geography with that. It is narrowing. That's still a pretty big gap. But if all of those votes that are outstanding are from large cities that tend to go Democrat, it might narrow even more.
I do want to get your final thoughts tonight on the Senate race here and what happened in this race. Long-time incumbent, 3-term Senator Sherrod Brown losing by 5%. What do you think happened in this race that made it break down this way?
It really just seems like Republicans in Ohio across the board outperform Democrats. And this may be that, right? We know Bernie Moreno had Trump's endorsement. I don't know if that necessarily got him over the finish line. So I do think that it could be some of that, but it really just looks like Republicans outperformed in the state Supreme Court, the Senate. The last time we checked the presidential numbers, it looks like Trump did better than he has in the 2 previous elections. So it's very possible that Republicans just really outperform Democrats in Ohio. The gap has been narrowing very slightly. So it's narrowed up a little bit as we've got more votes coming in, but these are still decently sized gaps, particularly in the presidential race.
Yeah, 12% gap in the presidential race with Donald Trump over Kamala Harris. Here was an 8% gap 4 years ago, and then 4 years prior to that as well. Nikki, thank you so much again for your expertise tonight. We certainly appreciate your perspective on this and explaining how these things can, they work out over the course of the night. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, let's go back over to Yolanda and Angela.
All right, Doug, thank you. That path to 270 is certainly becoming a little more clear as the early hours start to creep in. Another big statewide issue here in Ohio, Issue 1. This would have changed the political map-making process in Ohio, but it failed, and you can see 54% to 46% who said yes.
Yeah, and 10 TV's Tara Jabor has been covering this issue all night. She has the very latest.
Issue 1 has failed in Ohio. That amendment looked to change the way that political maps are drawn, but now that process will not change. Right now, the maps in Ohio are drawn by 3 statewide elected officials and 4 state lawmakers. We did receive a statement from Bob Padicek with Ohio Works. He said in part, quote, Ohio voters spoke loudly and clearly on Issue 1. Ohio's constitution is not for sale to foreign billionaires, end quote. Now, those who support Issue 1, including the group behind the initiative, Citizens Not Politicians, say they are disappointed, but they believe this campaign has gave them a powerful foundation for the future.
Thousands and thousands of people who voted yes want to end gerrymandering in the state of Ohio. The statistics show that. There's absolutely no doubt. The people that voted no thought they were voting to end gerrymandering because of the manipulated language on the ballot.
Now the retired Chief Justice says that they will regroup, but she says right now they have no plans for another amendment. Reporting in downtown Columbus, Tara Jabor, 10 TV News.
All right, thank you, Tara. Meanwhile, we're now hearing from the group against Issue 1 as the state's only statewide initiative failed tonight. And here's what they had to say following the measure being called.
Ohioans read the amendment and they realized it was a bad idea. It would have taken away accountability of the voters about how maps are drawn. They made the smart decision, and this was an overwhelming defeat of the issue. Special interests spent $42 million trying to pass this issue that was bad for Ohio. That was a little concerning to us, but we had the right issue on our side. Ohioans did their homework. They voted no. That was the right decision.
All right, well, that does it for us here for your 10 TV Plus election stream tonight. Thanks so much for staying with us and watching. I'm Angela Ann.
And I'm Yolanda Harris. Our coverage continues online and on air this morning at 4:30.
Meantime, you can see the live election results anytime on 10tv.com or use our free mobile app. You can also look at the article that is on our main page on 10tv.com. Have a good night. Be safe.